אני עכשיו צריך רק כאילו להוסיף פה שפה, הקלטת חלון, נכון? ואז נבחר אחי. את זה...
הם מראים מה היה בקודם, הם מראים מה היה בלדויים הקודמים. אם היינו ברמה שלהם, איזה שחקנים היינו.
נבחר טוויץ' אחי.
So important when you're getting walled out by these is that they are actually contested, which is something we haven't seen from them since Major 1 this year.
איזה תמונה, כולם שמו תמונות מטורפות
for them, they've been practicing a lot off spawn at the moment, and even they've actually been practicing their drops in Geocache Cups at Kenjutsu Crossing.
וואו, לא, אתה יודע מי עוד נמצא
Yes, I
בטורניר.
wonder why. They could be practicing their
מה אתה
drop
אומר?
and not their drop.
קיימי גם בטורניר,
Probably no reason. There's
הוא גם
probably no
בטורניר,
way
כולם
that
כל
matters in
הגדולים.
any way, shape, or form. It's probably gonna happen.
איפה,
At least we
אתה
hope.
יודע שגם
Even
טייסון היה, הוא
just
פשוט
a single
הפסיק
time.
לשדר ביוטיוב.
Now the beauty of
טייסון
being
עלה,
here in this setting
טייסון
is that we
משחק
have the
אם הוא
players
משחק,
standing
הוא
by. We
שוחט
can
את
actually
כולם.
talk with them. And who better to do
טייסון
that
שוחט
than none
את
other than
כולם.
Frankie, who is standing by
אתה יודע מי אני
right
חושב
here,
שצריך
right now,
לשחק?
with none other than the man himself.
הדוח הכי מטורף בעולם, מרטוס
Yes, I
ובנס.
am. I'm very excited. To be honest, I'm quite nervous,
תחשוב
and he is
ביוטיוב,
cool
מה זה
as a
מטורף?
cucumber because this man is no
איפה הוא
stranger to
מרטוס? למה הוא לא
success
משחק?
at an international LAN. Seti,
אני
is this
הייתי
bringing
שומר לו
back memories of the
מקום. אם
Invitational?
הייתי...
This is definitely bringing back many memories, and we're here to make some more.
Was that the best moment of your life, lifting the trophy in Rally?
Yeah, 100%, and I'm ready to make another one.
How do you top that though?
אתה זוכר את התקופה של נינג'ה
רואים
פריים?
איזה
So
טוב
tell
אני,
me
לא
about
יודע.
this year because it feels
סבבה,
like
קרן,
you
סבבה.
guys have been on an
סבבה?
upwards trajectory. And you've had to adapt your playstyle from just being
מה
low
אני שומע?
ground to
קליקס לא
sometimes
משחק.
actually challenging for high ground. What's that been like?
It's been great. It's been great adapting because now we can play low ground, mid ground, and high ground. So just great combination.
What about aggression? Because you're not necessarily a team that does go for eliminations. You do like to make the end game.
אתה יודע
Do
שקליקס
you
לא
think
עלה?
that's going
קליקס
to be
כאילו עלה, אבל הוא לא
difficult for you to
משחק.
rack up those all important points here?
I don't think it's gonna be difficult at all. We're gonna make the end game. We're gonna make some eliminations, win some games, and that's it.
Are there going to be any interesting off-spawn battles coming your way?
Oh yeah, obviously.
And what will happen if people do drop you?
אתה יודע, אני הולך לצפות בזה עד שזה
I
נגמר,
can't wait
ליתר
to see it.
ביטחון.
I imagine
לקבל
you
את
and Cami will be incredibly prepared. Thank you so much, Seti. Polska Gorum.
Oscar Gurom!
Trajectory.
Thank you so much, Frankie. And of course, Seti, you can see the focus in his eyes.
תשמע, אנחנו פשוט
He's
נשארים
looking
פה,
to prove
אבל
something.
דרך
Could be
הטוויץ'.
the ones to get the back-to-back from Invitational all
אני
the way
רואה
to
דרך
the championship.
הטוויץ'.
I think if you ask a lot of people,
But
they would
Twitch,
say
the money.
yes. I mean, the type of players that they are, the way that they are,
No,
their
but
sort of
the-
mindset towards the
for
game,
them.
very, very cool. You saw it in that interview. Very, very cool. Very, very calm and collected. It's a duo you got to look out for.
Without a doubt.
Absolutely. Well, let's keep this ball rolling because we know we want games. Let's talk about the format. What does this look like? So we kind of talked about it. We have an upper bracket, a lower bracket, but let's break that down. So today and tomorrow we have 5 games lined up. Then the top 25 from today will go straight to day 3 in the grand finals. The players that in that bottom 25 will go to day number 2, where players from the last chance major are waiting. Then in day 2, that lower bracket, the top 25 from there, will move on to day number 3. That will give us the top 50 best duos from around the world.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very exciting. I mean, this is something that we haven't seen too much before. I think a lot of players might be thinking, oh, you know what? Day number 1, upper bracket, is just a good sort of day to have an extra one in the bank, right? You might see day number 2 as kind of like a backup in case things don't go well on day 1, but no. You want to get rid of that mindset. Make sure you do it now. Make sure you're qualifying right here because you want to get it done early. You don't want to leave it till tomorrow if you can't.
Well, especially because all of these duos have been
זה לא
preparing
רואים,
for
רגע.
this day. In day 2, it's
אתה יודע,
20
עכשיו רואים,
against
עכשיו רואים.
with drop spots that
יש
they aren't
דיליי.
too sure of. So that is definitely going to throw a wrench in some things. And also, a lot of these duos are used to having a day 2 to kind of prepare and
עכשיו רואים, עכשיו, לא, לא,
we're not
רואים,
really
רואים,
getting a
רואים.
12-game series here.
Yeah, and I like that you kind of talk about this day 2, 25.
עכשיו
games.
יראו.
There's just so much track of,
רואים, let's
especially
go.
when you have things like the points, right? We have 65 points for the victory royale.
אתה יודע מה הקטע?
Every
יש
elimination is
יומיים,
worth 4 points.
יש יומיים
We
שהם
cannot
משחקים,
forget
יש
those
סך
all
הכל
important
100 אני חושב
mid-match
טימים,
objective
אוקיי?
points.
Yeah, mid-match objectives obviously been recently
יש
introduced.
מהטימים,
Yalla.
היום
New
משחקים
dynamics
50
of the game.
ומחר
Of course, we have
50,
the
אוקיי?
הנה, תראה,
ומתוכם
תראה את הנקודות, אחי.
עולים רק
תקשיב,
25.
תקשיב, תראה פה אם יש אנשים בצ'אט וזה, אני הולך לכמה דקות, סבבה?
Sort of dictate their play
סבבה,
style.
אתה
רבע שעה,
שומע
גם
אותי?
כתבתי על
אני
המצב.
מדבר
The
איתו?
island, we see teams
Yalla.
going for that
Kama
and
dikkat
making it almost their gameplay personality, going for that island every single game. And even the drop spot choice for the forecast tower, so some teams, that's absolutely vital.
Yeah, and it's not just the points they're going for. The forecast tower gives you forecast. It
Yeah.
is an absolutely incredible thing to have in the game, knowing where every zone is going to be, getting those early rotations, putting yourself in a high advantage position and grabbing those storm surge tags. I can't wait to see how these teams utilize it.
I cannot wait. You guys have got me hyped. Now, of course, we're talking about what this looks like, these off-spawn fights. Well, let's hear from the players themselves. Check this out.
Being contested just means that at the spot you land, you have another team with you.
It's kind of like 50% chance like that you survive. You need to be lucky, get the right guns, get in the right position.
If you want to have good loot, you're going to have to fight for a spot.
Often it's seen to be a bad thing, but sometimes it can be good as well.
We're dropping on the racetrack. Currently we're contested by Aegis and Canada. I wouldn't say that I'm scared of them. We've been playing against better players off spawn than them, for sure.
We're landing pink split, so it's like in the middle of almost like all the good POIs. And we're contested by Acorn and Cold, and we're probably just gonna try eliminate them as fast as possible.
They're good fighters, but I think that me and Acorn are just better.
La verdad es que no tenemos ningún plan, solo que si ellos van a querer fightear, vamos a tener que terminar peleando y nosotros no tenemos miedo.
The main things I look for when landing a POI is how much metal it has. Wood and brick is everywhere around the map, but if you can get cap metal, you're already at an advantage.
If you don't get a gun instant, you have a really good chance of like getting out of the game really quick.
If you can't get a good drop spot, it just makes life 10 times harder for you. It's just one of the most important parts of the game.
If you're thinking of landing on us, good luck.
We've had teams contested, they got last place. They can try again.
If I eliminate Thomas and Melody 6 games in a row, I'm 100% winning this tournament.
Everyone that contests us is going to get eliminated. They're finished. They're finished.
Well, this is kind of interesting because I've just heard you two talking about each other in the video that we recorded on Media Day. And Thomas, you said that you have faced off-spawn battles against better players than Canada before. Can you look him in the eyes now and just reiterate that statement, please?
I mean, most EU players, like, in the top level is better than NA players, so, I mean...
I mean, that's kind of true, but like, you know me, like I'm the FNCS winner, just won, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're gonna see today, like, who's really the GOAT, you know what I'm saying?
And you also said, Canada, that if you win all the off-spawn battles today, you're taking that trophy. But I thought, after watching your Major 3 winners interview on FNCS, that you didn't care about winning here.
I mean, like, being contested, like, it sucks. Like, I was contested, like, FNCS Major 2, and, like, you can't really do anything about it. But, like, when I heard I was coming to Copenhagen, like I'm not gonna lie, I'm here to find a girlfriend, you know what I'm saying? The Danish girls are here, they're pretty beautiful, so.
Can I keep your eyes on the prize, though? Because there is a trophy out there. You're going to go and have a date with it in a moment. So you have a think about what really matters in life, and I'll give you a hint, it's Fortnite. And I'm going to come back to Thomas, because I want to know why you're so devoted to dropping at racetrack.
I mean, we've been landing there the entire year, so we wouldn't switch drop, like it would be dumb. We haven't practiced anything else, so yeah.
And what's happened when other people have tried to drop you there?
I mean, it's been ups and downs, but we're trying to like learn how to play it the best. But yeah.
You don't want to just learn how to play it the best, though. You want to play it the best, especially if this guy is coming at you all aggressive and American-like. What do you think you'll have to do, though, if the battles don't go your way? Are you going to agree to just split the POI, or is it just going to always be all-out aggression?
It's going to be 50-50 on the slope truck every game. So, I mean, Canada haven't touched the game for 4 days, so...
I played this morning. I played this morning for like 2-3 hours. I'm feeling good. My finger's looking good, so I'm looking good.
And just one more question. How long did you play this morning?
I didn't play this morning, but I played like all week, so yeah.
He's fresh, he's warmed up, and I'm excited. Let's head back to the desk.
Kanata, always the jokester that he is. This is an off-spawn fight we will be seeing happen at the racetrack. Obviously, Kanata, coming off a recent win, does hold the axe of champions, going up against Thomas HG, someone who has yet to get a win. What can we expect from this head-to-head fight?
This head-to-head is going to be very, very exciting. I mean, we've seen Malabuka and Thomas HD. They're actually contested in Major 2 by Tusen Putrik, and they actually still managed to get a 3rd place. They were kind of half-splitting the POI at that stage, so I think they might sort of do the same maybe if it's on day 2, but day 1, they still have tomorrow to go. I think it's going to be all out 50-50, as they mentioned. They've got to go for it.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a different story for Kanata and Agers, who, when they were contested in Major 2, got 12th place, and then when they were unconned, of course, in Major 3, they walked away with their first FNCS win. And a lot of that was due to their loot pathing, being able to quickly loot up the entire racetrack, and then being able to rotate quickly for an early tower to get those surge tags. But I think there's a possibility to split racetrack. There's great metal and brick. It's splittable by the west and eastern side. You have the slurp truck on the west side, and then you have that forecast tower towards the eastern side. So, I mean, they just said it's a 50-50. I do think that once one of them sees how rough it's gonna be for them on the drop, that they might try and split it.
I mean, I spoke to Malabuka yesterday. I had a little talk with him. I was like, mate, how you feeling about tomorrow? He said, it's duos. Anything can happen. We don't know what's going to go down. And I'm sure for a lot of fans in here, for a lot of fans are all over Denmark, they'll be feeling like this is Thomas's destiny, right? Hasn't won an FNCS yet. And what better place, what better time to do it than now?
And Thomas just is regarded as one of the best mechanical players in the world.
Yeah.
Teamed up with Malabuka, who's regarded as one of just the best players in the world. I cannot wait to see this duo go up against Kanata and Agers.
Let's keep this conversation going. We have to talk about more duos. Relentless Retreat. Cal Gamer up against King. Yes, it's that King. Top 5 of the World Cup King. Probably BR's best player, or regarded the best player. That King.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is Relentless Retreat. Anything can go down, Kelly. This is where it all happens. We've seen different playstyles from these guys throughout this season. Of course, Cal Gamer seemingly getting it unconned in Middle East. Everyone in Middle East is just feeling like, you know what? Yeah, let's just let him have it. He's the king of this area. But King himself has been actually contested by another duo throughout all the cash cups, and they don't seem to be fighting. They seem to just sort of be splitting the POI a little bit. So I'm interested to see how this dynamic works between them both.
I like that you're talking about the dynamic differences that we see, because both of these duos here also have a lot of similarities. Both of them back-to-back champions in Major 2 and Major 3 for their respective regions. But I love that you talk about Cal Gamer and how respected he is, because he might be one of the most studious players that we have ever seen in Fortnite, comparable to players from just any region from around the world. And again, Relentless Retreat is a splittable POI, but what I'm interested in seeing is that it takes about a minute to be able to get down into the vault for those mythic POIs, and whichever team is able to get down there first is probably going to have the upper hand.
And I'm really glad you mentioned that, because I was actually speaking to King. Yes, I get to speak with all the players. You know, we all get on. But yeah, me and King, we were speaking out. We're actually watching them scrim, and they were actually trying to practice the quickest route to that mythic vault. It shows how much they're going to prioritize that. They're making sure they get there as quickly as possible, because the loot that's in there is absolutely valuable.
Well, you've heard our thoughts on it, but why don't we head on over to Frankie, who once again has a head-to-head for us. Take a look.
Thank you. Yes, I have been very fortunate to be joined by Cal Gamer, who is the king of the Middle Eastern region, but also King himself, one of our Argentine players who's representing Brazil. And both of these players have won 2 majors alone this year. We're also joined by Daniela, our fabulous translator. So Cal Gamer, I'd love to speak to you first. I know that you are someone who researches your opponents. Have you watched any of King's opinions on how he plays?
How he plays and he's not very good.
Why would you say you're a better player than King?
I mean,
יש 75 טימים סך הכל, היום משחקים 50, ומחר יש 25
היום, לא, תקשיב לי, אני יודע מה אני אומר. היום משחקים 100 טימים. אם טופ 50, תקשיב לי, 100 טימים. פרש מטומטם, אחי, תקשיב לי. תקשיב, יש 100 טימים, סבבה, 100 טימים הכי טובים בעולם. 50 מהם מחר הולכים לשחק, ו-25 ממי שהולך לשחק מחר עולה, ומי שמשחק היום והוא מביא טופ 25 קופץ ישר לפיינלס.
בוא נביא איך להסביר את זה, סבבה?
lo van a tener que disputar con nosotros.
יש 75 טימים סך הכל, אוקיי? יש, נכון את הגרנד פיינל עונה קודמת, את אלף מייג'ר עונה קודמת, מי שעלה בו, משחק מחר, 25 טימים סך הכל מכל הריג'נים.
זה לא מי שעלה בו.
דרך אגב, לא, זה כן מי שעלה בו מכל הריג'נים, דרך אגב פוקוס היה יכול לעלות, בדיליסט אבל הוא לא עלה. הוא כן הגיע לטופ, אבל היה צריך טופ 3, הוא סיים טופ 10.
La verdad que sí, hemos visto varios games, pero la verdad que no me asusta, ya que bueno.
יש את המכונת השלושה FNCF האחרונים, הפיינל. אלה שעשו הטימים שעשו טופ 3 בשלושתם, אוקיי? הם עלו, הם גם עלו לטורניר שיש עכשיו, ומשלושה FNCF.
אם אני נכנס לפורטנייט עכשיו, אחי, לא יראו לך.
לא יודע, זה אומר שהטימים שעלו מהשלושה FNCFים הקודמים משחקים היום, ומחר זה מי שעלה מהלאסט מייג'ור מכל הריג'נים. ממידליסט עלו שלושה טימים, פוקוס היה יכול להיות אחד מהם.
Thank you so much, Gracias, muchas gracias. And Shukran, thank you so much for talking to me, Calgamer. We will see what happens between these two and their duo partners when they drop on Relentless Retreat in just a few short moments.
So they can't both be bad.
אבו גם שחק
They have
היום.
no respect for each other, do they? Like, no, mate, you're not having it.
He's bad,
It's not
no,
happening.
he's bad, we're both bad. Of course, just some friendly trash talk, right, as we prepare for the global championship. That's kind of, I guess they're both in high spirits. That's kind of where you want to be, right?
לא יודע כמו איזה שרת מאסיה שעושה להם דוקס בטורניר.
I was like, I don't even want to, you know what, that's fine. Just leave that'll do. That'll
אתה יודע
do.
מה הקטע?
Guys, we actually have something very special lined up, and we have a remote interview with the man, the myth, the legend himself.
Cypher PK.
In the world, Cypher PK, Cypher. I don't know if you can hear it, but the crowd is going absolutely ham right now. How you doing, man?
Yo, I'm doing great. I'm glad to be here for the FNCS Global Championship, even though it's remote.
Cypher הוא לא משחק, אבל הוא מקריין
I am personally rooting for Clayton Epic Whale. I want to see
אני יודע.
Clayton's first FNCS Championship.
That is amazing.
אבל בכללי הוא אחלה גבר,
Obviously,
אחי.
you've been watching, right? We've
חבל,
seen
לא
all
הייתי
of
יותר
these
טוב.
duos just kind of
רק אם הוא לא היה נותן את
over
הדעה
the year.
שלו, רק
What are
אם הוא
your
לא היה
expectations?
כן, אחי, למה הוא נכנס לזה פוליטית?
I mean, I want to see a repeat of
הוא
what
יכול
happened
לשמור את זה
at the
לעצמו, רק כולם
Invitational,
ממשיכים
just like a
לצפות
super
בו.
intense, like first
אבל הוא
and
גבר,
second
לא,
going
אני אוהב אותו
head-to-head
סך
in the
הכל
last
חוץ מהדעה שלו.
I think we're gonna see something, and we're gonna see some early drop fights and whatnot, but yeah, I was there at the Invitational. It was just electric.
אבל אתה יודע, אבל סייפר, אחי, פיקה הוא שחקן.
How crazy was
הוא לא
it
כזה
back
טוב.
in Invitational?
הוא שיחק עם ג'ייבן, אחי, והם, אם לא טועה, אחי, הם עלו בדוקש כפה שהם הביאו טופ 100.
You talked to a bunch of players. What were they kind of feeling at that time?
I mean, everyone is always a little nervous before the tournament, but I think once they're in the battle bus, like, it's game time, and the stakes are really high. I mean, what? This is like the biggest prize pool since World Cup. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like $1 million for the first place duo. That's a life-changing amount of money. So I
יכול
think,
להסתכל רגע להגיד לי,
it's just
אם אני יכול לשחק כאילו באמצע נגיד?
I mean, Cypher, for those of you who
אתה לא
are
יכול
there
לשחק,
out
אם
there
אתה
that
יוצא
don't know
מהמוד
who
של
you
הזה,
are,
אתה...
can you tell us a little bit about who you are? Because I want everyone
לא,
to
לא,
know.
אבל אני יכול כאילו ללכת לפה לבוקס פייט כזה,
I mean,
נגיד
I'm
או
a
משהו, לא פה
big
בוקס.
Fortnite fan. I've been playing.
כתוב פה Game Start in 5, בוא נעשה
Among
בקסייט, בוא נעשה
the
בקסייט.
Icon series last year, and it's just I'm still loving this game, and I'm super excited to see what you guys have cooked up for the last couple of months of this year, because I mean, it's looking crazy.
That's awesome. Cypher, where can all these new fans find
שאופטוס
you?
וקומבט SMG, אחי.
Cypher PK.
רגע, לא, מה אתה עושה? ביטלת. לא?
Awesome, man.
לא, לא, בחרת את זה בשביל עצמך.
We hope you enjoy the competition.
שנייה, החלשתי את...
Thanks, y'all. Good luck out there.
זה 2v2. הכל
Going
טוב.
crazy.
I'm
That's
ready
right.
for
Y'all
that.
can go crazy for Cypher BK. He's a legend. Y'all, this crowd is the best crowd
לא
I've
רואים,
ever
אחי.
had. Yeah, and that's great because we're gonna see next level Fortnite. I don't know that I'm like prepared for what we're gonna see this weekend.
I mean, I know the crowd already. I've seen a lot of cheering so far.
לא רואים,
There's a
אחי,
group over
זה
there. I think there's
ככה.
some gentle mates from the French region. They've been really hyped, and you can see them over there. There we go. I don't know if you can hear it, but yeah, they're really hyped. I'm excited to see all the other regions that are taking part today. All the
אין, צריך 4, צריך 4.
That's right. Well, we are not that far away, so you got Narthos.
אם אני נכנס לפה, אחי, זה 1v1.
The competition.
אבל לא רואים עכשיו אם אני...
Especially after watching the head-to-head interviews there, that I'm feeling so good, and I'm looking forward to, of course, the competition of the contention that we're going to see on the drops.
And what I love the most too is that it's one thing to know your drop spot, but for all the you have to keep in mind it's the international competition, it's the World Championship. So just knowing your drop isn't good enough because every region is going to have their own sort of flair for the competitive meta, and it's going to be a really interesting dynamic to see how some of these players choose to break into it. Because even at the invitational where we last saw some international competition, one thing where I think in general might have struggled with was the search strategy. So I want to see how well that's been wrapped up to be brought here today.
Well, we know a couple teams aren't going to have any surge issues. It's those that, of course, are competing against one another, especially Kanata. Let's just back up here and really touch base about the problems that he's going to face right now. Kanata and Agers are surely, and, like, you know, two of NA's best, right? And they have a difficult task in front of them. Thomas HD, Malibuka, right? He was really honing in on the fact that he has been playing all weekend long, and he feels like Kanata's focus isn't quite there. Is that going to be the default in his place?
That's the false sense of security that Kanata is trying to implement.
סידרתי קצת, רואים את זה בצד כזה בקטן, עד שיתחיל.
Is a competitor. He is one of the few players that we have
שמתחיל ישר אחרי, אני מעביר למסך גדול.
You know what? We've had a long road to get here. And all of a sudden, we are closing in on it. So let's go ahead and dim the lights.
Nice. אין 200, אחי, full damage עשיתי לך.
A year-long
מתחיל, יאללה, let's go.
Here to Copenhagen. These players have fought through three FNCS majors and a last chance major, all to battle it out here on this stage. These players have put everything into this competition. 6 regions all going head-to-head to prove who's the best. But it's about so much more than just that. It's about holding the axe of champions high. It's about hoisting a championship trophy, banking their share of $4 million. But above all else, it's about a trophy that comes with the highest prestige. Global. After this weekend, one duo will break through and get undeniably above the rest. So get ready.
ראית? הטים שמנצח אליפות העולם, יש לי למה בוגה פה. זה בוגה צריך את התואר הזה לעוד פעם.
מה הסיכוי להביא פעמיים?
אני לא חושב, אין מצב שעד כדי כך, הוא לוקו מלוקו.
מי אתה אומר מביא מלוקו מלוקו?
הפייבוריטים שלי זה...
מלבוקה אחי, בבקשה. אסיאן ג'ף מנצח, עשיתי את שלי.
אתה יודע, הוא רוצה לעשות דוקס ל...
יאללה, מתחיל.
הוא רוצה לעשות דוקס למליבוקה.
אחי, אחלה אסיאן ג'ף אבל אחי. מה אני רואה? טראביס סקוט. let's go!
טראביס סקוט גם לפחות.
האירוע של טראביס סקוט. זה הסקיד. זה הסקיד, זה הסקיד.
בוא רגע לאיפה שזה.
אבל לא יראו לרגע, לא יראו, אני רוצה שיראו. אני בא אחי, אבל לא רואים, סורי, חכו דקה.
בוא רגע, אני איפה שהזה שלהם נפתיע.
אני בא.
FNCS זה גלובל צ'מפיון.
אני לא רוצה לשמוע, אבל אני שומע את זה וישמעו פעמיים.
יש פה את FNCS, תראה, כתוב מיסקל, כתוב פה...
ניחושים.
וואלה,
טוב.
אני רוצה
אסטיאן ג'ף.
פייבוריטים שלי וסאביג'.
וואו, איזה גביע יפה, אבל לא יודע, זהב אמיתי ויהלום אמיתי.
מי צריך את הפרס של הזה שיש לך את הגביע של פורטנייט?
מי צריך את הפרסים? אתה צריך את הפיקקס. אני חושב... אחי, תראה את כל המחשבים שם פתוחים עם הלוקרים של כל אחד. מלבוקה בהתחלה. הוא בשורה הראשונה.
The stage is ready. The trophy
מי זאת
is
המפגרת?
here. But you can't crown a champion if there are no contenders. Copenhagen, Royal Arena, are you ready to meet the players? Let's bring them on.
מי זה? זה בחצאית.
לא יודע, הקריינית של פורטנייט.
זה לא בן?
מה אתה דפוק? שוביני זה? לא חייב את הטלפון דקה.
To the stage right now, and of course, most importantly, it's the battle that they had to fight through to be here, bullying their way through the shockwave hammer meta, one of the most destructive seasons.
They have to brace for chaos as these players now step into the most chaotic environment they have faced all year long. And with 196 total finals appearances spread amongst all of them, they are here to show exactly why they're the forerunners of their respective regions.
And you think about it, they had the first chances, the first opportunities put in front of them, and they did just that. They secured it, and here they are. Let's go, Copenhagen. Y'all went absolutely crazy for the players. That is what we are here for. We don't have this competition without them, so y'all definitely feel free to lose it when you guys see them come out on the stage. My gosh, that is just the qualifier for major number one. There's so many big names. Promise HD though, Malibuka. That's we have eyes on.
Yeah,
what a massive cheer. צריך להוריד את המסך מעיניים, יש אנשים שרואים סטרים סנייפ אסור להסתכל במסך של פיבטר.
I think it might well be
אתה יודע מה קורה?
תומאס HD גם איתו אחי.
סרטון של סייקניק, אתה זוכר סרטון של סייקניק?
player when you think about all of his
שהוא על
attributes so
האנשים
far.
שקיבלו...
His aim is next level, and of course pair that with Malibuka. This is a dangerous duo. Only bad thing.
עזוב, תן לי.
So much skill in this duo.
תראו איזה מצלמה שמו להם שם, אחי.
We've seen sometimes being contested can be a little bit
זה לא מליבוקה?
beneficial. We saw them have it.
זה מליבוקה ותומאס HD.
Getting second place and only losing by just a single point. They
Nice,
are the
Thomas
best
HD
team to
כתוב
have never
מליבוקה.
won in FNCS, but I think that they may be changing that this weekend.
That would be so crazy, right? No FNCS title, but a global championship title? That would be next level. We talked about EU. How about we gone over to
הוא הכי גבר, זה המצחיק הזה, זה עם הפנתרה על החולצה.
and fans alike talked about it when they won, saying this is probably one of the best duels in NA period.
Yeah, there was a lot of hype around this duo when they performed in Major Number 1.
אתה רואה את הימני?
Great performance. I like this duo. You saw
את
combine a
הדיג
really big
קרון
brain
הזה, אחי,
IGL in
הוא
Akon.
שחקן
And
טוב.
arguably one of the best fraggers
אתה יודע
in
שיש פה
NA in
את הבן
Cole. This
אדם,
kid is
אתה יודע, יש
crazy. I'm expecting to
באירופ
bring that dynamic. You can see them on the screen right now. They're looking happy. They're looking excited. And they
את
should be because
השחקן
they're
שלקח
excited.
6
And
פעמים,
we saw
6
what Cole
FNCS
can do on a
ברצף.
land setting at the Invitational,
אתה
getting
מבין?
a
אין אירון
third
כזה של
place
בוגה
finish with his recent or his old duo mate Scented.
אתה
And
יודע
I
מי זה?
mean,
אתה יודע
their
מי זה
placements
השחקן הזה?
outside of Major 1
מקווה
was
שהוא
6
פה,
and
טייסון.
both Major
6
2
FNCS
and
ברצף.
Major 3.
טייסון,
So even
איפה
when they're
אחי?
doing their worst, it
אין לו
was
6.
so vastly
יש לו
better
6.
than most of the competition.
באמת?
יש לו 6
Now, of
ברצף.
course, that was a look at
אז
just
יש למישהו יותר ממנו.
qualified players from Major Number 1.
Ben
We have
FN.
2 more to go.
לא.
So please give a warm welcome for your qualified
אתה יודע,
players
בן פן אחי
from
סתם
Major
שקרן, אתה
Number
יודע שהוא לא באמת מנצח FNCSים.
הוא לא, אין לו 17 אבל כן יש לו אחד.
אין לו FNCSים בכלל.
יש לו אחד, אני חושב.
הוא היה פה אם הוא היה מנצח FNCS בכללי, לא?
לא, זה לא, יש לו FNCS.
לא, הוא פשוט שקרן,
They
הוא
really had to
שקרן.
slice their way through the competition to qualify for globals. But more
איך פתאום הכניסו את כולם, אחי? כאילו לפני הביאו מלא אנשים, הביאו שתי דויים ואז את כולם.
considering 18 out of 24 of them have played on a LAN stage here before.
Imagine having that experience, bundling it all up and then putting it out right here in front of you. There is your chance to make
הם התאמנו עם זה, עם אמיר רוזנר אחורי גרף.
We know who you're looking at. I know who I'm looking at. But most
כנף, פרסה. אחי, רק עכשיו ראיתי.
I mean, if that was it, right? If that was just the let's go, everyone's here, let's hit play, I believe that's a grand finals line.
אבל שלא יחנקו, אחי, שימו רדי.
As we focus in on the qualifiers for major number 2, Venom. This stadium went crazy when they walked by that trophy. Some would say these are the villains of this war, right? These are the guys that went up against Seti and Cammy and fell short.
בוגה, אתה יודע, אם בוגה מנצח, זהו, בשבילי השחקן הכי טוב בעולם.
Than a year ago.
Yeah, definitely one of the best teams in the EU.
בפריים מונגרל, אבל עכשיו, בוגה השחקן הכי טוב בעולם. כרגע לפחות. מי שהולך לנצח את זה, הולך להיות השחקן הכי טוב. כאילו, עדו. זה תלוי, יש מצב מישהו יעשה קרי לשני, אבל הם כבר יראו.
How does that affect their mentality going to this?
הנה, אתה רואה את הזאת שעומדת שם, שמראים? אלה האנשים שעומדים ומסתכלים שאתה לא מסתכל על צדדים למסכים של האחרים. היה זה גם בחיבוד ההחלטה. אתה יודע שהיה שחקן שלשנייה שורף את הראש בטעות, כי הוא רצה
כן, רוסי
So I think that they're going to be sticking to their guns and going Kenjutsu crossing and potentially going to be coming out on top.
There are so many big names. We have to continue the conversation. Miro and Cooper now kind of focusing in on NA. Miro just ridiculously decorated.
A really, really decorated player in the NA region. Won so many FNCS titles. Paired up with a less experienced player. And this is a really nice story because you have the experience of Miro. He's actually not usually Cooper that takes that role. And he's actually saying, you know what, I'll take the reins. I'll use your experience when it comes to fight because Miro is just one of the best in the world at that. And of course he can lead the way, lead the tops and make sure they make their way to end games. It's one of those duos that I'm really, really excited to see how they perform on LAN because both of them are very, very talented, but together we're yet to see them in this stage.
No, but we did see them perform incredibly well in Major 2, getting a second place finish. And I think Rumble Ruins is a great POI for them, being in the center, being able to handle rotations, which seems to be a little bit of an issue for them in earlier seasons. So I'm excited to see. Miro, obviously, as you were saying, an incredible player, a 5-time FNCS champ. However, most of those wins were with his old duo mate, Guga.
Absolutely. Well, we have one group of players left, so Arena, welcome them. This is your qualified players from Major number 3. And as we all know, Fortnite is ever changing and evolving season to season. You never really know what you are going to get, but guess what? This team, these players had to go against the zero mobility when it was so difficult.
They might have lacked in mobility. They certainly made up for it.
פוקוס צ'יטר, אחי, לא מצליח.
Because having gone through every single iteration of competitive seasons, competitive metas,
הנה בוגה.
at the global stage, that is the embodiment of mental fortitude.
Really and truly,
מי זה הבננה? אתה יודע לשם ילד בננה.
your last chances, when it's your last opportunity to punch your way straight through.
תראה את זה עם המשקף, איזה שמאנה קרידי.
Time to put up those numbers. Can you do it? Surely all of our major had to play with that pressure. They had to play with that knowingly.
הנה, יו!
הילד הקטן,
I can only use one more time.
And again,
אחי, יש, לא יודע, יש פה מלא ילדים, אחי.
אתה ראית את הילד הקטן? נכון, את הילד הקטן עם החולצה שחורה? זה מאני מייקר, הוא בן 14.
הוא שחקן.
הוא שחקן שלט.
כל מי שפה שחקן.
מאני מייקר שחקן שלט, הוא בן 13
שחקן. תראה, אחי. מה, יש אנשים שהתחילו רנקד, אחי, הדפוק.
חימום.
חימום רנקד באנדריל.
You felt that.
These are
incredible players. This is
יש
the very
דיימנדים.
best.
הם פשוט לא משחקים
Upper
הרבה
bracket, all facing off. today.
אתה יודע איך
The
רובם מתאמנים,
atmosphere
לא
is
רע.
electric. It's not just this
הם לא
amazing
משחקים
crowd.
כמעט בוט
It
וואן
is
טו וואן, הם
every
משחקים
single one of
ריאליסטיים.
these players.
כי
They
יש
all
משחקים
know what they have to
מסוימים
do. Top 25.
כמות מאץ מסוימת.
Yeah,
משחקים רפיד
this is our
ונרוז.
lobby. I mean, we haven't spoken about yet in depth. How can we not? Booga, the man himself. What a player, of course, the World Cup winner. How many times have we said World Cup winner? Does anyone need to be reminded of this stage? World Cup winner?
Big Booga.
No.
World Cup winner.
I mean, Booga and Threats, I love this duo here. Booga obviously
הדו שלו
has
אוטיסט,
history and
אתה יודע את זה.
knowledge
אני
with
יודע,
Threats
אני יודע, אכלתי
having
ממנו
just
כל
some of the
הזמן.
most insane
פשוט
games in the game.
מי להביא.
Having these two powerhouses together
זנוק.
definitely excites me. And what excites me even more is that they're landing Sanguine Suites, one of the new POIs, where they're gonna have those two mythic podiums, and it has absolutely insane
אתה יודע
amount of
מה
chest
יכול להיות טוב?
ammo
אתה יודע מה יכול
and
להיות
loot. So
טוב?
even though they're gonna
הרי
be
תחשוב
contested
שחצי
by
מהם זה
Nutty, I
יוטיוברים,
don't think
נכון?
that's gonna be too much of a concern for
אם
them.
הוא
Yeah, and I
נותנים
was
להם
speaking to
לפתוח
Threats
כל
yesterday.
לייב.
I was saying, how are you going to approach that Osborne? He said, mate, there's
Mama?
so much loot at this
עכשיו היו
Osborne.
נותנים להם
We're not too
לפתוח כל
concerned
לייב.
about fighting each other Osborne, but we want that vault. They're going to be going for that vault every single game, so we'll see how it goes for them.
כמה כסף
So
הם
insane.
מרוויחים
More
עכשיו?
duos to talk about.
לא יודע, אבל
Ionzo
יש סך הכל
and
75
Rise,
טימים,
frontrunners from
וגם
NA, a
הטופ
duo that
75 עד
all of us
50
just
עושים
feel and
4,000 דולר.
expect such greatness
מי זה
from them.
הג'ינג'ים,
Now the
אחי?
question becomes, how do they perform
חשבתי
on land?
שהג'ינג'ים
Yeah, the
נכחדו
Canadian
מהעולם.
duo here. A lot of people had a lot of
אתה יודע מה הכי אהבתי
expectations for them
אותי?
going into Major 3.
אם
Donna's
פתאום
the best
רואים
team in NA
את
at that time.
השחקנים
Didn't
אליט
quite live up
מרלובס.
to that first place, but still managed to get us.
זה הספר שלהם, אחי.
There's a lot to hype around this team. We
אני
haven't
יודע,
seen them
אתה יודע, הם מביאים
perform
הכל
on
מהבית,
land yet,
אתה לא
so it's going to be a
אתה מביא
very, very big
מהבית.
test for them. Will they live up to that hype? Will the weight lay on
אתה יודע,
their shoulders a little
הכיסא זה על
bit and
חשבון
maybe put a little
אפיק,
bit too
כן?
much pressure on
אתה
them? I'm
מקבל...
not sure, but either way,
הכיסא,
they have
כי
the
אפשר להביא כיסא,
Talking about third place in
לא,
Major
חוץ
3, but
מהכיסא,
I don't
הכל
think
פה
that
שלהם,
paints the full
והשולחן.
picture because in
והמס...
Major 1
לא,
they
המסך...
also
המסך
in
גם...
Major 2 their
גם
worst
לא
performance
גם לא שלהם, רק...
לא, אבל מסך אתה יכול לבקש, אתה יכול לבקש מסך.
אתה גם יכול ללכת לקנות איזה חנות פה לאיזה...
כן, אבל מסך, אחי, כמו שלהם זה לא מעט.
So I think
אתה
they
קולט
might
שכל
be the
כל
kings
שחקן
of
פה זה
NA for
שחקן עם
today.
100,000 ארלינגס
What about
ומעלה,
the
כן?
Kings of OCE? Could that be Worthy
אלא אם
and
אתה
Alex?
פוקוס,
I had an opportunity to meet Worthy. Such
שהיה עולה לפה עם
just a
4,000
sweet guy.
ארלינגס.
But Alex is pretty widely regarded as the best player in OCE.
Yeah, 100%. Such a recognizable character in the OCE scene.
Alex זה השחקן הכי טוב ב-OCE.
As a duo. In Major 3 Grand Finals, Alex on his own had more eliminations than 33 teams had eliminations.
מה אני שומע,
Is
אחי?
outperforming some duos, which is absolutely insane. A big thanks to Coach Timmy for that stat, because that is just showing how good these guys can be when they're on this big stage, when they're in those grand finals and not crumble under pressure.
Well, I mean, I think that incredible power
אתה
is
יודע למה
it's
הוא רד
showcasing
מייטר? אני
also
מחכה
in
שתציגו את
Majors 1
מאני
and
מייקר
2.
עם השלם.
אתה יודע, כי להביא מקום אחרון כולם יצחקו.
This duo formed in Major
מה,
3.
להביא מקום אחרון
להביא מתחת למקום הכי 50 זה אחד.
And they're going to be landing near that creaky compound where there are
תחשוב על זה שכל
so
טופ
many
50
teams
מכל הזה
landing there.
עולה
It's
ל...
going to be
תחשוב
interesting
שיש
to say the least.
יש טימים שכל מי שמשחק היום הרי כ-50 טימים 25 עולים, נכון?
Pressure is on. With less
אז
games,
יש
you
25
cannot
טימים
make a
שמפסידים היום, יש להם עוד
mistake. How
הזדמנות
much
מחר.
does even just this
אבל אנשים כמו
going down to
קליקס
5
שעלו
games
בלאסט
change?
מייג'ור, יש להם הזדמנות
And it
אחת
changes
שהיא
everything,
מחר.
particularly if you are contested. If you lose off spawn, that's a fifth of your
גם,
games
אתה יודע,
gone.
שמתי
We're
גם
bringing
על
it a little
הבלאסט
bit less than
מייג'ור.
that. So you have to make the games count
באמת,
if you
איפה?
are contested off spawn. We talked about
מחר.
Malibu and Thomas
משחק- הוא
HD
סאבט
versus
נגד
Ages and
קליקס
Canadas
מחר.
earlier. If those guys don't have a good game when they make it off spawn, there's no guarantees that you'll make the next one off spawn. So you have to make it
או
count.
שהוא היום?
We
לא,
always
נראה לי
talk
הוא
about, you
היום.
know, maybe they're day 1 team, a day 2
ראיתי
team.
אבל
They're gonna
מיסטר
have an
סאביג'
opportunity
בהתחלה
on day
כזה.
1 to
נראה לי סאביג' היום.
They're not going to have that
אם
opportunity.
סאביג' וואלה יהיה
Essentially,
טוב,
these
יש
are
מלא
like
טימים
3
טובים
separate
היום. אתה יודע, רוב
tournaments each
השחקנים
day.
הם היום.
So these teams are going to have to do everything they can that day to get
מאני
that
מייקר
top 25
מחר?
spot.
Yeah, I think when I think about more of these duos that we're going to see, right? Tayson and Mustache, another duo that kind of just jumps to the front of
מאני
my
מייקר לא היום, אז מי
mind.
זה הבן
Tayson,
13 הזה
I
שהיה
mean,
גם
if you
שם?
asked any EU player, you just said the name Tayson, they'd be like, yep, I'm scared, I'm good, leave me alone. But also
In a
now
Tyson.
paired up with Mustache. Where are these guys
Tyson!
going? What can we expect from them?
I mean, Tayson
Falcon
widely
Tyson.
regarded
אחי
as
טייסון
the goat of
ומוסטש.
However,
אתה יודע,
Okay.
זה ווין אחי.
on land. He's yet to do it on this massive stage.
הם נחשבים הדו הכי חזק, כאילו, בתור ביחד. ביחד הם הדו הכי חזק.
אתה יודע, גם למוסטף שיש 6 FNCS עם טייסון, הם לקחו ביחד 6.
בדיוק, אחי, הם הדו הכי טוב. מה זה, יש לו סמים, אחי? מה הוא מחזיק בהם?
And we're talking about Jason, but Mustache is also an incredible player in his own right, but there is a thing such as tournament jitters, and Tayson definitely seems to have an issue with that, being in front of all of these people on stage is a little bit different than playing at home in front of your own setup and everything. But I think with the right preparation, they have a lot of opportunity to practice leading up into this, then maybe he can finally be the land goat we know he can be.
But how much of that, you kind of talk about being here in front of the crowd, even that one mistake, how much could that affect those mentions, right, Kelly? Because it's easy to say at home, I made a mistake, I'm out, okay, let me just get up, walk around, whatever. This is so very different.
I think it depends on the players and the team. When you have someone like Kanata, which if you guys haven't had the opportunity to watch the Major 3 playback of him, where essentially the entire time he's just screaming, Agers! Agers! I think having mentality like that, even when you're down, is such a big deal. And you'll hear a lot of these players, what's a big part of your success in winning this major, that major. And a lot of them will say keeping their head in the game, even when going down, just talking about what went wrong and moving on from it instead of dwelling on it.
So different. It's so different being in this environment. You know, you're at a different desk. Everything's a little bit different. A chair potentially is a little bit different as well. So everything is almost alien to you from what you're used to. You can't just get up after a bad game, go have a cup of tea and relax in the living room. You have to stay in this area. And that's what can add to the pressure as well. You're in this area, you're in this zone. It's now or never. Can they do it?
I wanted to ask a question here. So obviously the bottom 25 move on to tomorrow, okay?
Yeah.
So if you're one of these duos that find yourself in the bottom 25, let's say they've revealed some kind of strategy. Is that good? Is that bad going into lower bracket? Is there some kind of advantage or disadvantage to doing so?
As I said earlier, I don't think you should be aiming or hoping that you get in the lower bracket. Right. It's not something that you want. You want to be getting into the grand finals today, now. But if you do end up finding yourself in there, things could definitely change. I think tonight's going to be a very important night for these teams that are going to find themselves in that lower bracket, because there will be 25. And I think that's going to play a big part, because then they'll start to figure out where are we going to be dropping, where's our loot path going to go. We don't know.
I'm getting word. Ooh. It's time. Now, as we prepare for this first game, you guys find your seats on the battle bus. I want to hear from our casters to prep us before game number 1.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. And yeah, find your seat on the battle bus. Find your seat in the arena here, because we are looking at a very contentious drop map. I know we focused in on a couple of those, head-to-head face-offs, but there are so many more battles happening today.
I think one perfect example we were just discussing was the whole Vico pink. But hold that thought, because the battle bus has gone off and we're ready to roll into game 1.
The FNCS Global Championship game number 1 starts right now. There is the bus. Now we get to jump off and really take to the world and see who will be able to put up all of the numbers that they are claiming that they are worth. Let's watch it. We get to start things off here, of course, with King and Cameron.
And keep in mind, we heard a little bit in the pre-game interviews, King, CalGamer, neither side particularly scared of the other. Both playing his best, but Thomas, he's taking the 50-50. It's Kanata, though, who's going to find the first down.
But it's a trade. It's a trade on both sides. Aegis is down as well. Kanata will have to do a big convert here or go head-to-head, toe-to-toe with Malabuka. Malabuka just has a singular build. He goes for the open exchange. And now Kanata's going for the push. Things are going to slow down. It's going to come down to everything. He gets the first tags. Can he get the follow-up here? Pressure's on. One more tag, and no! Kanata falls! Malabuka comes out on top.
Malabuka with the twin mag, but I don't think the pressure stopped just yet. He's taking a moment here, and that is massive. The reboot ban providing just enough coverage away from those pistol shots out of Kanata. And the first 50-50 will go EU's way.
And you can see that is the simple tactics coming into play. A little bit of high ground. All of a sudden, the leverage was thrown onto the other side. But here we have Nutty and Gabzer who are contesting Bugha and Threats here at the Sanguine Suite. This is a very tough battle to have to go against as well, because they too are going for a landing of 50-50, depending on, of course, what you pick up here. But so far, it does seem like Bugha has to play a little bit slow. I do not see his duo inside.
Threats seemingly already eliminated here, so Bugha will be forced to try and choose the proper moment to engage. Just gonna stay crouched for the time being, though. Again, keep in mind the amount of builds he actually has to work with. And Infiltrator Pump might be able to buy him a little bit of time as well, but it seems as though Bugha is investing fully into weaponry here, understanding he can't take that extra second to reload. He doesn't have a teammate to fall back on just in case. And as for Nutty and Gabzer, they seem to be just taking their time, actually prioritizing some of the loot inside of Singling.
Well, as one duo falls, another one rises up to the occasion. Here we have Yamzo and Rise looking pretty solid, getting their drops and their route together. So far, so good. Speaking about other things happening, though, I did see Baka, who is also contested up towards the northern portion of the map, get an exchange off there, too. And here we get to take a look in with Queasy and Vino down at the Kenjutsu crossing.
Yeah, way outside of the map, and the real curious question to ask here is how well exactly they're going to be able to manage some of that early surge, because being this far south at Kenjutsu, it's not exactly the easiest in terms of elevation, having to deal with some of those other teams surrounding you. You can maybe expect that Queasy might look to wait for Veno to continue scouting a little bit further in, maybe towards the bridge. We might see them looking to implement a little bit of surge strategy. And Sloppy Shores, Tayson, he's having to eat some damage as is, but has plenty of shields to work back with.
Oh yeah, we all know that this here is definitely a very popular exchange. Teams will often fight it out, as Sloppy Shores is one of the major POIs that will just yield so much additional heals, of course, that you can continue to play off of and bounce back from. Meanwhile, Mustache down low, continuing to get his material together. We're gonna jump on over to Datus and Stain here, looking pretty solid over at the Frenzy Fields. Just north of this, we also know that Acorn and Cold were equally contested somewhere near their drop. And look, they've wiped the team, and they're up towards the top right now.
You also have to keep in mind, though, Datus and Stain, guess who they're near at Frenzy? I mean, that's bound to be Seti and Cammy's turf. That's where Seti and Cammy have been establishing themselves the entire year just about. So curious to see whether or not those two will clash. It seems as though Seti has already been eliminated, and that's true. The fact that Stain and Datus were able to take care of them this early on is huge.
Yup, big trades happening here. Now we see Yuma getting tags in the distance too. Surge, of course, is going to be one of the equally most important things to worry about. Meanwhile, in the feed, Acorn has found himself an elimination too. These are all of the contested battles happening here. The drop map standing true exactly as we expected. Teams that were aware of teams that were going to land on them are definitely fighting for it.
And you can imagine the confidence boost, the momentum that some of these teams engaging in those 50-50s are bound to be looking for. And the best part about it is getting those eliminations so early on leaves you plenty of room to actually continue working on their pre-planned loop pathing. Not having to really worry about interference towards some of those rotations can make a big difference in positioning later on.
We'll talk about Acorn and Cold. Take a look here as they're moving out. They picked up their elimination. They're trying to see if they can single out the solo remaining, but nothing just yet. So not really getting greedy with the opportunity put in front of them, but instead banking that elimination. Remember, there's just 5 games, right? Only 5 games. You pop off in game number 1, and all of a sudden you're really set up for a potential just seal top 25 for today, right? The goal is get to grand finals.
I mean, just think about the amount of sheer splashes that Acorn just had available for himself. 12 slash splashes to work with is a huge amount. They can definitely take their time in terms of finding those ideal movements in case they need a little bit of that slap effect to work with. Thoric, meanwhile, continuing to seek out a chest that might be left over, splitting there with bolts. Seems to have an idea of maybe looking over towards one of these forecast towers. Maybe also keeping an eye out for that reboot van in the distance as well, for anybody that gets some ideas early on.
Forecast tower is definitely extremely powerful. It's going to be one of the best pickups you can play for in the distance, though. Sun's also not making it easy for anyone rotating through the valleys here. Now we have Fastroki and Kylie down at the western, southernmost area of the map here, split up from his teammate, looking to hold out a potential King, maybe rotating down at the bottom. It could be Cow Gamer there, but no, it is King in duo. And they have danger nearby. They've already exchanged between the two. You can see the passive standoff here, but these are fights that are so important. These are fights that you need to, at the very least, entertain for now.
And as far as Kylie is concerned as well, a little bit of leverage there over King with some of that height, but seems as though King has spotted out that Kylie is just a little bit across the way from him. But transitioning back over to Pink and Vico. A lot of these players just seeming to take their time. As long as you have a twin mag assault rifle, it just doesn't really seem as though there's too much pressure to activate some surge strategies early on, but Pink here really sitting on some of the augments that he's gonna choose to actually prioritize.
Rolled up, looks like we got a little bit of a standoff here on the rotation on in. Hero in triple FHD. Pretty tough situation to be in. Tagged up here, forced to go ahead and bunker down, save for a second here. It's Ritual and Reet who have a bit of a high ground position here, looking down. Very nice spot to be in. Meanwhile, Giras and Shari also nearby, getting the pressure of the lobby here. Ritual and Reet can determine any team that they want to put the pressure on, and others are going to look inwards to see if they can jump in on it.
Barely hanging on right now, just inside the edge of this zone. And the way that it's breaking out for them just does not seem to be all that favorable. Just like for Snazy and Podesai, under quite a bit of pressure here. Snazy's gonna have to take some time now to actually try and regen some of that white HP, some of that shield as well. Not sure if he even has any members to work with, but Podesai, he's scouting the area, making sure that they're both still aware of what exactly is surrounding them just outside of Rumble Ruins.
They're looking here, the community rallying for Podesai here, but a very tough spot to be in halfway through the materials. But hold up, we get back to the fight here. Bak and Pars already had 2 eliminations, and another team is looking to influence them a little bit more as they were trying to get to the new safety. This next zone here, just a minute left before it starts to move again. They're in a pretty difficult spot here, digging deep into the trenches right now. NK Papa is holding it down here.
But again, this is a fight that you're expending time, you're expending some resources and build outside of the zone for both of these players, both of these teams. Well, I say teams, but NK Papa left as a solo to fend for himself. Trapped at brutal fashion, essentially. It does not seem as though Pars and Baka want to let NK Papa go anytime soon. NK Papa already under too much pressure to deal with. Sharptooth just enough to take him out. An easy elimination in the 2 versus 1 scenario. But again, they're all the way at brutal. They still have to rotate into zone.
I just want to say, Pars was putting up a front in the back there, talking, hey man, you know, not too sure about the time zones. He's acting like he wasn't quite sharp and aware, but no, they are leading in eliminations right now, possibly faking out the competitors here today. So far, so good. Meanwhile, TWIS, QNDX, and Rapid already on the move here, trying to get situated. Queasy and Vino. Queasy actually hit the sniper shot to open this one up alongside Vino. Vino really set themselves up for success, so Surge looking well, but not good enough to really conclude the battle, so they're just gonna move on over. But for Queasy and Vino, I mean, they'd be surely excited to see Cammy and Seti not make it.
I mean, they have to be at this point, given that they're still in. They're still able to continue trying to accrue some points on the leaderboards. I know, taking his time right now with that suppressed sniper, seeing if he has an opportunity here, but instead, no, it's gonna be off in the distance. Trulix and Chicha have caught wind of Queasy and Veno on top of this hill, and that's not the surprise party that Veno was hoping for.
Yeah, let's not forget, Chicho and Trulix were definitely under some pressure here. So they're not sitting the prettiest when it comes down to overall material, but all in all, They do have the great positioning here on the top of this mountain. Yep, Queasy is going to go and get on out of there. Picking up augments now as well, really trying to round out his advantage where possible. They're just going to have to rotate to greener pastures.
Yeah, giving Queasy's loadout as well. That first assault definitely going to come in handy when you've got a gold twin mag. Bonus damage, always a plus on that first shot. And the same thing as well for the first shotgun augment that he had rocking there with that gold sharp dude. So you can definitely expect him, or expect that there's a reason why Inveno are looking to try and find those bamboozle opportunities. Not too surprising though to see teams still trying to collect as much brick as possible here. Karmi and Vanyak definitely wanting to acquire just a few more builds, but understanding the fact that some of these teams starting to trickle in as zone continues to pool just further towards that mega city area. They're gonna have to be careful of the teams rotating from above them.
Yeah, there are a couple late stragglers looking to make their way to the new zone. Meanwhile, Sphinx and Pollo sitting right above the Acorn and Cold here. Like the positioning so far. No reason to do anything too hasty just yet. Meanwhile, on the feed, Miro's taking his own damage to himself, possibly taking some fall damage, possibly being deep in the zone here, falling on a late rotate. Could be troubles on the horizon here. Let's not forget, Miro has all of the in-person experience. He has the FNCS titles under his belt, but his teammates needs to pick it up. Let's watch Del Sphinx. Look at the material count here. This is a desperate plea to get somewhere that he can replenish. So coming into the mega city comes with its own risk, but there it is. Refarming material is going to be the name of the game for them. Meanwhile, securing the island, Malabuka and Thomas HD. A huge, huge gain here if you, of course, can secure this. Worth 15 points. You are the first to Rift Island to go ahead and convert.
And it definitely seems as though Malabuka and Thomas are initially going to be successful. I'm not sure if these other teams that are looking to actually rift in will have a chance. Malabuka, Thomas, still holding down the capture point. You've got to be aware of the fact that there are bound to be some other teams. Maybe if they can't get the capture point, might still be looking for the vault that remains, but that is a free 15 points there for Malabuka and Thomas, and the teams rotating from the underside. They've got to be careful now because that's some good loot for Malabuka and Thomas.
Another way to look at that, Baka has 3 elims. They scored more points than those 3 eliminations are worth in just a matter of 15 or so seconds. Very, very great way to put yourself into a Sunday position. And now we watch some of Brazil's best Kitos and PH Zin versus Baka and Pars here. Man, Baka and Pars has not had an easy way to the safe zone so far. I wouldn't be surprised if Storm Sickness turns on at this point for them.
But when you think about it, they're nearly 600 above the damage threshold to be that far up on Surge and yet still in a less than favorable position here. Is there a possibility that they may have spent too much time looking for some of those early fights, and that might have delayed them just long enough?
Yeah, well, listen, we got to get caught up with the in-game and the mid-game, so let's go to 11.
Thank you very much, Monster. Look, there are so many high-profile battles we've been watching all across the map. Your spawn, and now they're conceding throughout the game, and it's going to be a big question mark for whether or not Canyon City can bounce back and.
אתה פה?
הלו.
הנה. מליבוקה לקח את
אחים, לקחו את האיילנד.
5 out of 5.
אתה יודע, מקום ראשון עכשיו, אז...
נכון, אחים, משוגעים. אמרתי לך שהם הכי טובים, הם גם הרגו את אסיאן ג'ף.
אסיאן ג'ף לא כזה טוב.
עד קרוב, הוא ניצח את ה-FNCS האחרון.
אנחנו יותר טובים.
קרוב. אתה יודע שפרנזי פיש. הלו. יותר קורס, אחי. הלו.
Gun being
הלו.
certainly
שומעים
aware
אותי?
of the fact that they're going to have Buga trailing in behind them. And Buga
הפרנזי פישי שלח לי הודעה בצ'אט.
He's getting those builds up behind him. That's going to put them in a really rough position.
הלו, אתה מקשיב?
כן, זהו,
These
זה
teams
גמור מאוד.
struggling to make it into zone.
נודר שזהו, באמא שלי.
מעבר לה, זהו.
אחי, זהו, אני לא צוחק.
Now he does have to move in, so just 97 above, he will recognize.
אחי, זה פאקינג נו.
Continue to fight and push his way through this. Meanwhile, Otisai finds an elimination onto Kitos.
תצלם את זה, תצלם את זה.
And other trades happening there too. 7 man.
הוא כבר לא פה.
An elimination. And his teammate, I'm sorry.
טוב, בוגה מקום 15, אחי.
Finding their success tier 2. Let's jump on over to Miro.
מירו מקום 11.
Just a bit ago, that's going to be the single elim in the pocket.
מירו עם 4 נקודות.
Long rotate now. Dangerous pocket to be in. I like that they're going out and around the edges here, but zone is already up to 2 ticks worth of damage for every time you sit in the zone.
Power.
Looking worthy also. Have a little bit of an uphill adventure.
למה יש לו קראש פדים,
That's
אחי?
only gonna help out with that. As far as just
הבחור מחזיק קראש פדים.
forward distance coverage, but
שמע, אם אתה יודע להשתמש בזה,
you
אתה
have
מטורף.
to expect that
מה,
there's
אני
these
פרנזי, אחי?
that were kind of situated inside of mega cities.
שמע, אבל זה חרא קראש פדים, אתה גם יודע את זה במבה.
As far as getting
כן, אבל אם אתה יודע להשתמש בהם, זה טוב.
אני אומר לך, אחי, תראה את בוגה, what the fuck, בוגה משוגע, הוא פשוט נחת על אנשים.
further away from mega city and Hero.
אחי, אני לא צוחק מה לבוגה, אחי, הולכים. מירו שחקן.
לא הירו, מי שעכשיו שחקו בו. הירו, שחקן מידליסט. הוא אתה בא לזה NPC, הוא היה יכול להרוג את זה. פוקוס הרג אותו מלא בטורניר. פוקוס פתח אותו. אבל הם גם בחרו אחד את השני הרבה.
אחי, כולם באותו מקום. הוא מת! אם הוא הרים אותו, וואו, ריפרש אחי, שוקוי, לא, אין לו כלום. מה הוא עושה? הייתי עולה עוד קומה, איי, פרי איי.
לא מפילים אותו, כולם לא מפילים אותו, זה 30 זה חכם ולא חכם. זה תלוי במצב.
איפה על הבוקה, אחי? לא מרים אותו עם איזה מיליון נקודות, מה? קיבל קיל, הם קיבלו את הקיל עליו, הנה אחי. אתה רואה את מי שצופים בו עכשיו? הוא? יש לו קטלות. הוא גם טוב אחי, הוא לא עומד למות. תראה, יש להם גם רוקט רם אחי.
וואלה, בוגה לבד.
בוגה סולו.
אין מה לעשות, עדיין בוגה, זה עדיין בוגה, אין מה לעשות.
ואף אחד לא פורץ אותו כי אף אחד לא יודע שהוא סולו. אתה רואה איתנו שבהר, נכון?
תודה, בוגה סולו.
טופ 30 אחי, ובוגה פורץ אחי מיליון דויים. אנלאקי.
הוא היה אפס מסלול לא מה לעשות.
גם אתה לא שומע כלום אחי.
ברור, אתה שומע מה הולך שם, בדרך המיקרופון של השדרנים שומעים את הצעקות.
12 נקודות זה טוב אחי, מי שעם 12 פה טוב. יאללה, טופ. כן, 14 נקודות אחי. שחקנים?
זה אין גיים, אתה יודע, היו אין גיים.
וואלה, תראה את הזון.
Too feasible for them from this position. It seems as though that's a little bit more in control over there.
הנה, אחי, מקום ראשון, מה לבוקה. תודה חביבים. מה? שמע, זה יפה. תראה אחי, סלייד. ברו מחזיק אחי, תומאס HD עם 12 מיניז.
Thomas and Malabuka with expert precision get right into position here.
שלא יפסידו, כן? צריך אותם בפיינלס. זה האמת הם 18 נקודות, לא חסר להם. הם כבר בטופ, כאילו. תראה, שוגע. הייתי מחבר פה עם הטים השני.
לא, ולא חכם, כי לא בוסרים עליהם.
לא, ואז מדרגה, ואז לוקח שמאלה, כי הזון. הנה, כמו שהוא עשה. רק שהוא לא המשיך קדימה. אתה רואה אותם? הם לקחו שמאלה, שמו מדרגה כזה. אמרתי לך. מקום שני מתו!
We saw Malabuka and Thomas looking to see as though they might try to work their way up through that secondary height layer, but as far as First are concerned, they know they've got teams surrounding them every which way. Right now, it's about picking the right direction to go, and a lot of these teams trying to avoid some of the water that's just inside of the zone.
זה זון מסריח.
תן לי פרנזיס שיבוד, תן לו מאוד אצלך.
Meanwhile,
תן לו מאוד, לא תגיד
some of EU's
אני נותן לו, אבל...
perfectly putting them in position right now. But Snazy and Pawtaside fall on this rotate here. Very tough time for them. Indeed, Queasy playing for high ground right now. This is what we love about Queasy, but no.
מה זה, אחי, מה הולך שם?
All the material commit there.
למה יש את הסאונד שלה? אתה שומע את הסאונד הזה?
והמוזיקה של הפירורי החדש יש להם באג,
יש להם את הבאג, אחי.
On the opposite end of the spectrum, as a solo forced into the water, swimming through this ultimate low ground. He doesn't encounter anybody else anytime soon, but gonna be mixing onto his side. Now the shot swims directly underneath a duo, and it's gonna be an opportunity for to get knocked. No, instead it's gonna be King. That's too much. The elimination on the
Yeah, the comms come out. They say,
אליט
no hesitation. There was for stroking coming on in, getting the full finish. Spars and Baka Baka.
וינו באייגראונד, האייגראונד של וינו. GG, אין להם קלאפים.
וינו, אחי. אמרתי לך, יש להם לוט מוגזם גם, אחי, הם לא...
So far, remember, this is going to be arguably the most difficult.
טייסון, אחי, יכול להביא כלל של מקום 5, לפי דעתי. מה?
הוא גם מסוגל לנצח.
לא, הוא לא ינצח, אל תגזים, אחי. אם הוא ינצח הוא הפייבוריט, כאילו בדוק, אין לי כבר מתחרים. אבל כרגע הוא עדיין הפייבוריט, כן, אני עדיין רוצה. מונקו וחבר שלו גנגסטרים, אחי. אייג'ן קולד, אחי.
קולד זה לא הוא מהברולסטאר?
קולד, אחי, קולד, לא קולד. אלכס מת. אלכס מת, אחי.
They take down OCE's power. Alex as well there. Big find for him. But no, they have to conclude. They have to concede it. They give it down. Queasy puts up the fight against Tayson and puts him down as well. No material left for the high ground team. A very tough spot to be in, but it's all or nothing now. The end game is already theirs. This is surely a successful run already. Reed is still up too.
But they just barely enough builds to actually connect it to the hill over trying to deal with it. Reed though, alongside Ritual, everything in his power here, gets the elimination onto Acorn. It looks as though Queasy may have fallen in the feed as well.
What a big trade here. Just a couple players left now. This is it. Vino solo here, but he does have builds. The clutch is possible. He's also one of the healthiest here on the lobby. But Stroke, he doesn't have much to work with. He also can't get up and over. It's going to come down to the siphon of whether or not he can get the conclusion, and Vino does. But getting here, finds for Strokey in the finish, and Vino wins the game.
Vino, אחי.
This is starting to look pretty familiar.
אמרתי לך, הם רוצחים, אחי.
Striking first in game number 1 of the Global Championship.
What a way to do it as well. Explosive fashion, in historic fashion. You know, they are a team that should be racking up wins, and they're doing just that. Lucky for us, we have Frankie there for the word.
Yes, I have run down to this group. I knew exactly where you were sat, boys. This is exactly the start you were looking for. So stand up so Copenhagen can see you. Come on, Queasy. Veno, what's it like to win the first victory royale of the Global Championship? Because I know that Major 3 was a bit of a tough time for you.
It's standard for us, it's standard. You know, every year we always got to win first game, we always got to have some victory royales. And, you know, we got to do what we got to do.
Is it nice to be back in the same space on land together? Does that help in game?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, from last year, we came here to finish the story, and we'll see how it goes.
How are you making season 4 work for you?
I think we're well prepared. We try to hide everything that we could, and we'll see in the finals.
So tell me about that final fight then, because it was an EU number. You know your opponents quite well. Why do you think you were able to get the upper hand?
I mean, you know, we had Thomas and Malabuga come up on high, and we put them down, thanks to Queasy and myself. And then, you know, I clutched out as a solo. You know, it's just standard, and I can't really say anything more, you know?
Well, you don't want to tell everyone in Copenhagen that you took down the Danish boy Thomas, so you're not scared that you're going to become a villain here?
You know, well, I think we came in on our villain arc. I know, because we came second, you know? We want to show the rivalry.
But
it's not, is it?
זה אחי, לא הימני.
Well, you guys fix your eyes on each other and get ready to board the battle bus again as we head back to the desk. Congratulations, Queasy and Vino.
איזה כיף לך.
Here we go. Global Championships kicks off.
מה הייתה תגובתך באותו הרגע?
לא ידעתי מה לכתוב לזה.
I wasn't sure if it was going to be Queasy and Benno. To be honest, there were so many names, right? But of course, Queasy and Benno say, Zeke, hold on a minute. This is us. I love that he kind of calls out, we're on our villain arc. I agree.
טוב, יאללה, בואו בוקס, עד שיתחיל המשחק הבא.
In the year they've had, right? That second place.
זה פשוט קרס להם על מירו.
Life-changing amount of money to them. It was a loss. Now they are coming back stronger than ever, and they want the W.
אתה רוצה את הצד שלי?
רגע, אני משנה ב-OBS. רגע.
To them, whether anyone else is taking that crown, because they
want to
make sure they can do it. And I really like the way they played that end game. Beautiful stuff from them. Just typical Queasy Venno stuff. They're on the high ground. They got to that outside of zone, cranked up. Actually fell down at the beginning of that end game, which kind of threw them off a little bit, but no. They're used to that sort of situation, and that's exactly what they do best.
I do think that the zone
מקום ראשון, ידפוק, זה 65 נקודות.
Zone 3, Queasy not only had a gold twin mag AR, a gold sharp tooth as well, 6 crash pads, big slurps. They were set for success from the get-go.
We see them, of course, get shot right there. That was the moment that kind of set them a little bit away, but no. Taking out Malabuga right there, that breacher shotgun, as you mentioned, Kelly, so good on height.
מקום שביעי אחי, לאיזה שהוא מת סולו כזה.
Queasy going down a little bit earlier here, but I think if I'm Queasy, I'm going to be so confident having Ben on our side, because, I mean, just look at that. That's what he can do. Massive shots. If there's anyone you want clutching up as a solo, it's Benno. He's got the aim, he's got the game sense, he has the mechanics, and of course, he's such a smart player. And look at what it means to them. Getting off to a great start. What a start.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we have seen so much about this duo is it
מה אתה בנג'י פישי אחי, מה?
they get put in. A lot of times,
יותר אחי שאתה מחכה עם פאמפ.
both do together.
רוצה לראות איך אני אונס אותך?
So it's like even if one of us falls, it doesn't matter. I've set you up with everything you need. Don't make something happen. Now, of course, in this situation, final 3, Venno's like, got your ass.
סדר לוט אחי.
Yeah, the players that they were going up against too were incredible players, and so still to be able to do that as a solo player like Vino just did just shows how confident.
שמע, אתה הומו אחי, אני אפשר לשחק
very
איתך.
excited too. But I mean, if you're talking about Queasy and Vino, we gotta talk about the other side of the coin, right?
עוד איך שאתה הומו, אתה בבוקס!
Early, just like Levin showed us.
אתה יודע שהם מלים לרסס אותך, אני פשוט יכול לרסס אותך אחי, ואז אתה מת. אחי, זה לא כיף, אני פורץ אחי כמו מלך, ואתה כמו בן... כמו קוקסינל עומד בצד אחי, כאילו אתה מחכה שיבחרו אותך. לקחת לי פשוט המדרגה. אוקיי. נשמע לי פין.
I'm sure in the next games in the future they'll be absolutely fine. It's just getting to that end game for them might be a problem.
Yeah, and this is just the first game, right? Obviously with usually the typical 6.
למה יש לי פה מלא מס?
Like this, but they still have 4 more. Something
happens. יאללה, אני לוקח פיקקס, עזוב.
Thomas HD and Malabuga. Again,
מה זה פה? אבל מה זה פה? בוא נכנס
I forgot about them. I mean, I know they're here. The top 8 is great, but looking to perform here is pretty good showing in game number 1.
Yeah, not a bad score. I mean, we saw it.
כנס לזה.
Battle right there. What a time to do. What a way to kick off the week. Thomas HT managing to win out Osborne. It wasn't even Thomas, actually, that clutched it up. It was, of course, Malabuka who managed to pick up this assault rifle Osborne. Really, really great for him, actually, because he found that little and then this little hut, managing to find that high ground and then finally take out Canada. What a start for this duo, and we know how the rest of the game went. Solid game for them as well.
Although it did go down to a 1v1, and I think a lot of people Malabuka and Thomas HT kind of just take it so soundly. And I think that they might be taking it a little bit easier in these next how close it was. You saw Canada try to right that Malabuka was able to use that reboot van to his advantage, but if Canada just got a little bit sooner, it could have been a bit of a disaster for Malabuka.
Can't forget, of course, they had that Rift Island as well. Of course, it was a south playing zone. They know where the spawns are, just outside of that racetrack area. There's not actually too many spawns down in that sort of southeast area, so they were actually able to predict where it's going to be, and they managed to get on there uncontested, completely. Who has the guts to go for the island? It's these guys.
Yeah, and of course the crowd did lose it when we saw that happen, but here we go. A look at our standings. Now, please remember, we have another 4 games to go, but right now, as it stands, Queasy and Veno, after that victory out and the 7 eliminations, they hold down that number 1 spot. But look at a couple of names here, right? Reed and Ritual. I mean, 76 points off of the back of 5 eliminations as well. There's no double digits yet in this top 10, but to just kind of see this list of names, man, this is wild.
Yeah, another team there as well. Kylie Fosbroki in 3rd place. They actually land sort of towards the area in that sort of Stevie Strings area, so the zone was definitely in their favor. But get those points on the board early. That's a really, really great start from those guys. Because remember, they qualified through the last chance major, so they want to try and put on. They didn't qualify. Sorry, major number 3. That's right. Major number 3, so they left us the last. That's one of those teams that want to get off to a good start. It's trying to boost their confidence and make sure that they can make it through to the start.
Some shout outs to Reet and Ritual. I know I always take the chance when I get the opportunity to.
Yeah, you go ahead.
But they had. I mean, Reet has just evolved as a player for the last 2 years. He used to be the W-Key king to the point where you couldn't really contain him. But occasionally they towered up pretty early on. It wasn't until towards the end game that Reet really popped off and grabbed a few eliminations. They're not really second place spot or 3rd place and eliminations as well. I mean, I'm just proud to see him evolve as a player.
Very difficult down those lower layers as well. Remember that end zone?
Oh, רגע, התחלתי לבנות באבן. What the fuck, אחי? זה התחיל לבנות לי מאבן.
Down below, trying to scoop up some loot. Of course, he ended up getting taken out, but those are the difficult times. You don't have those materials, you don't have those refreshes. When you have the fragging power of Reet, that's where those fragging power, that's where those refreshes come into play, because you need those skills in that mindset.
Some would say those Reet. Let's go back to.
Let's
talk about more. Just another duo we kind of highlighted at the start of the show in 6th place, and Acorn, right? They did manage to find themselves the 5 eliminations, but they're maybe lacking a little bit on those placements. Now, I feel like for me, rather than kind of like go through all these duos and kind of talk about everybody, I kind of want to talk about what we saw in that game. Mad congested, right? There was, toward the end game, almost no materials, right? Everyone's doing the same thing. We are trying to go on the defensive. We don't want to make a mistake here in game number 1.
Well, that's the fact that this is a low mobility meta. Besides the players, instead of being able to kind of just use these mobility items to rotate around the map, they're going to have to tarp up. They're going to have to protect themselves as they rotate all the way to that far southeastern side. So it does kind of benefit the teams that are closer. You see a few players using rocket rams, and they're at least having them in their loadout just in case. But this is going to be a different meta. Just start. Already used to it, but still utilizing your mats when you can is definitely going to be a big part.
You mentioned there, Acorn and Cold in 6th place. They made it to the end game. We're thinking we're going to be contesting King Kajiko. That's been the storyline for the whole time, but it seems like they actually saw it and Matthew in that sort of central area with all those caravans. and
אני
it
מביא
worked out for us.
שוטגן.
That just shows how
אין לי, אין לי.
בוא אליי, תעשה ריספורן או משהו, או שתהרוג אותו, במבה תהרוג אותו.
And it did make a big difference. We saw earlier on in the game that H4 and Cold had 12 splashes.
נו, אני בלי שוטגן אבל,
And
הבטחתי לכם.
again, using those rotations,
אין לי
that's
שוטגן.
pretty much one of the only mobility options in the game besides the long
ברון, ניצח בלי שוטגן.
as well.
צ'ארג' מיתיק, אחי,
To have
סתם.
used that change in drop spot, which
יאללה,
isn't
אתה
something we typically see on
אתה יודע, אנחנו תכף בחצי שעה במפה הזאת.
And
אנחנו
another
יכולים
team that I
לצאת
want to talk
ולקבל את
about just by the
המקומים.
leaderboard that we saw is
לא אכפת לי.
Infinity and Malabuka.
שמישהו יבוא לפה, מה זה החרא הזה?
אני
מה זה?
points from the Rift Island made up the
תשמע, אני
difference.
Those mid-match objectives will make or break some duos.
נפלתי.
Now, at the start of the show, we talked
שלמה, לא מכניס אותך לפארטי. במילא יש לי לאגים, אחי, במילא יש לי לאגים, אני משדר את ה-FNCS.
Goat status paired up with Merstash after this game, right? This is a pretty decent start, right? And again, like, we have to kind of be mindful that remember...
לכל מי שרוצה לראות, כאילו עכשיו זה מסך שחור, אני יודע.
After game 2, what can we see them adapt?
לא שומע את המשחק, וואי, נותר שזה מעצבן אותי. גם אותך או שזה רק אצלי?
I mean, we saw them go for height there.
Veno.
Right here, Merstash trying to look up at Queen
Veno,
there to go for that
הם מטורפים.
unfortunately
אני רואה, אני מת.
so of course this was a difficult situation for them.
לא שומע את המשחק, אחי!
That could be the problem.
גם אתה לא שומע. אחי, לא, זה... באמת שזה לא כיף לי, לי לפחות זה לא כיף.
Really great start from this duo. Of course, landing at the north side of
שלמה, אתה יודע
every single game they go there, all those extra heals, they get into that end game, and they just keep that consistency, because if they keep it up, they're going to do good.
And I think what helped them too is that they were holding
ראית
seven
שלמה, כנס ללייב,
well, where a lot of people, a lot of the top teams were kind of fighting for that high ground, or they were in the depths of the water below. So by being aware, situationally aware of where all the other teams are, and taking that advantageous position in the mid-ground definitely helped them.
Now, of course, that crazy moment in the victory out was
אני רואה את הבילד פייט, כן?
we have the ability to listen in on the
Yeah,
players.
no,
So
be
let's
much more
relive
big,
this moment, but from Vino's perspective.
Nice. I got it. I'm coming up.
זה לא סביר.
Siphon. I'm rocket, okay? I'm dead.
וואלה, סקין מפחתי לטוב, לא יודע למה.
כן, קניתי את הכוכב.
I'm tacked. Yeah.
נראה בלייב.
2v2. Or 1 solo.
תסתכל בלייב שלו. לאיזה מעבר להרוג, זה רן פישי.
Play mad stop you, trust.
שחקן הכי טוב
I'll let
בארץ.
you know if he gets knocked. I got him. I knocked him. Yeah. 1v1.
טוב, בואו בוקס פייט, בואו בוקס פייט.
שחקן.
Kind of nuts, right? I love that Veno is able to just focus, right? It's just about just let me rock my mechanics, right? Just tell me where to look, tell me what to do, and then just let me execute upon that. Queasy just so calm, right? He's like obviously there is a bit of chaos in the moment, but Queasy just listen, just grab this. You're fine. Trust, you've got this.
And that's such a skill as well. I feel like not many people talk about it. When you are solo clutch, the comms that you give are so vital. You can see Queasy just making sure that he is giving what he needs to know. Maybe he might have missed something. Maybe it's
בואנה, מה, די.
וואו, שמע, אתה אחד הנובים, שלמה.
And part of the reason he cooked there was that
לא רוצה
rocket
נגדך.
מה, ככה מליבוקה. ככה מליבוקה.
אני עושה את השיטה של המיני
That's why we're seeing them in
חלתי לאחוז את זה,
right now.
אתה יודע שספרות רק מפנפיה במקום שישי שמונקים.
זה לאגי, רק אצלי זה לאגי או שפשוט אני משדר, יש לי לאגי. כן, יש לי לאגי. וואו, אחי, יש לי לאגים רצח.
השחקן של גבוה בארץ, באמת בהתחלה ויצא לי, בחיינו גם אין סילי, הוא לא יודע לשחק.
Here's a look at our top 24 duos as it
מול מי אני? אני יודע אחי, שלמה, אני עם לאגים שלמה, אז לא אכפת לי אם תהרוג אותי.
גם לי לא אכפת אם אתה, שמע, גם לי לא אכפת אם תהרוג אותו.
מה קורה שלמה? אתה בא לפה הרבה?
at Mega City. So a little bit of a better game right there, sat in 19th place. When the zone does pull towards you, especially in Mega City, you can just sit on those towers, on those buildings.
Nice SMG. תראה בלייב אפילו, תראה בלייב כמה אני פוגע פרט, אבל זה לא מחשיב לי בגלל לאגים, אחי, אשכרה בגלל לאגים.
לא רואים בלייב, רואים.
אני יודע, משחק שחור, לא?
לא, דווקא לא.
עכשיו רואים?
I was looking at the top of that page 2 right there, and Alex and Worthy representing the OCE region, a pretty
אני הייתי כבר למטה, אבל בסדר.
אני
הייתי כבר למטה, אבל בסדר.
נראה לי שהוא היה למטה.
בסדר.
נראה לי שהוא היה למטה. חרא. חרא שילוב, אחי, באמת שחרא. באמת שחרא.
לא, אתה לא
רק אני יודע לעצב, אחי. אחי, what the fuck. סליחה באמת שהפיק של הארלי קווין הכי לא יפה. שלמה לא מבין שיש לי לאגים, הוא פשוט לוקח לי כל קיר בגלל זה. די. אחי, בגלל לאגים, הוא לקח לי כל קיר.
לי יש לאגים.
סליחה באמת שאף לא משדר, יש לך OBS פתוח, דיסקורד פתוח, עוד הצ'אט פתוח, משתתפים, סליחה באמת. אחי אשכרה, נראה לי שאם לא, אם אתה לוקח לי קיר פרסט טריי כל פעם זה די מסביר את זה שיש לי לאגים. די מסביר את זה. שלמה, אתה אף פעם לא לוקח לי קיר, אני תמיד זה שלוקח לך. אם אתה לוקח לי זה אומר שהלבן. הופה! פול דמג' מה? 30.
לא שם לי קיר.
תשמע, אתה אחד הנובים, אחי. אני כולים על האגים.
אין בעיה, נתראה כזה.
אתה דפוק. שולחים, נופתח. באתי לי לזרוק על המותג.
זה לא שלי, זה... למה עברתי לי?
I feel like we have been left alive. How different would this endgame have been?
Who knows is the question, right? I mean, these guys, of course, Queasy and Venom are a fantastic duo. They won on high ground, but Cammy and Seti can disrupt lobbies like that. They can play their way through the high ground layers. And of course, sometimes we've seen them. I mean, we talked about it at the beginning of the show, how they're able to go for high ground now. We saw them developing throughout Chapter 3. We saw them trying to... So, of course, not necessarily light team necessarily, but they can do it. So if it's anyone can sort of contest those guys, maybe it's them.
I mean, showcasing though that they did have that rough start. I don't know exactly how their positions would have been towards the mid and late game there. And I think by having that rough start, if they did make it survive into the end game, they probably would have stuck to the low ground. And we saw how chaotic that was. So I don't know if they necessarily would have even attempted to go to high ground, especially with the two duos of Queasy and then Thomas HG going up on high. I think that they may not even had that great of an end game if they did make it there.
Okay, so what we're saying is people are fighting over high ground.
Yeah.
We want more of that because and that too.
I mean, Queasy Venom, they won 6 games out of 12 in Major 2 from high. So I think all the teams want to be on that high ground for sure.
I'll say something. I want to see Puga again.
היית מאחורי זה, אני יכול להישבע לך, לא יכולת לפגוע בי.
Long as a solo player, which is something you would expect experience as him, being able to understand fight, how to rotate away from everyone else through the dead side rotation, and I think you could do even better with friends.
Situation we put in, right? People landing there at Mega City, losing threats very, very early on, and then there's so much pressure. You can't go for the lead. You can't try and make something happen. He did. Nations, right? We still are working towards something, but I think you're right, Kelly. With threats there, it could be different, Mini.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw Booger actually going down to
Nice,
serve
nice.
there. He was
אני חייב לעשות את זה,
super
לא
aggressive
עובד לי.
because he needed
כן, זה גם
that
לא
storm
עובד לך,
surge
לא
damage.
הבנתי,
And
אבל
when
למה
you're
פעם
only
שלי
one or
יוריד
two,
88
it's so
ושלך
difficult
הוריד
to do
100
double the
ומשהו?
damage that you
113.
Of course, he's only
שלי הוריד
at
88
tried his
ואז
best to
111.
174 below
אני
at
לא
that
יודע איך
point.
מתת.
It's a credit to how much damage and how much aggression he was showing.
זה לא בנאלי, מה? בא לך, זה לא בנאלי.
Game one of day one. There's so many more opportunities for these duos to change up their play style and potentially.
לא בנה לו, אחי.
That's right. Well, let's hear from Frankie, who's actually standing by. We want to hear what's going down in the crowd.
Well, I think Copenhagen thoroughly enjoyed game number one. Did you love it, Copenhagen?
אתה לא יודע איפה אני אמרתי, אתה לא מבין? לא צריך לדעת. שאני פה.
I have met a couple of Americans who's traveled all the way here. I don't know if there are many North American fans in the audience. Can we hear it? Do you love North America? This is a Friday, so the audience is still arriving. Maybe someone's plane was delayed. What about Brazilian fans? You can always count on the Brazilian fans to show up for their players. Any game, the Brazilian fans always give love. We've also got so many Japanese players on the stage as well. Didn't meet a lovely Japanese fan who came in just for them today as well. Any more Japanese or Asian fans?
אני יודע מה זה, אני גם חכה, תכנס עוד
Oh, we literally have an entire group of people who are in Jersey
למה
who
אני
are here
מפקד
to
לו
support
בגלל
Japanese players. And what about Middle East and Africa? Oh, well, we've certainly got some of the crowd going, and I can't wait to hear how things hot up as the competition continues. For now, let's head back to the desk.
This is what it's all about.
אין, ה-SMG שלי בשלוש ואני רגיל לחוץ אחד לנשק של הרופא.
You think about like we have been having competition kind of separate all year, right? And now getting to come together to just compete. Obviously,
what the fuck? אחי, יש לי פאקינג... אחי, יש לי עכביש ליד הפה.
Fans in the stadium. I'm sure fans at home watching.
יש לי עכביש ליד הפה. הוא זז.
It's just something else, man.
So good. I mean, we see it online, we see some stuff on social media, people having a little bit of banter between themselves, a little bit of rivalry, some love as well between different regions, but to see it all here, right now is absolutely amazing. I like the fact that Frankie went around the whole arena there to see who was where we expect to see some people, and we have some very, very
Just a bit indeed, so gentle. I mean, we actually there's a little bit of banter online, but there's also a little bit of banter going on in the pre-show.
ככה זה מבין, ככה בוקר
I already talked a little bit about it, but I just want to show you how they were able to make it into the end game.
יש לי עכביש פאקינג על השולחן.
5 eliminations and that second place spot. I mean, that's a great start.
It's a great start from this team. I mean, we've seen these guys, and we've seen Marik performing on these international stages before. Not quite having the best results that we would expect from his caliber of player, but I mean, he's crazy. He's going to be hopping in boxes as we get to have a little look at some of the highlights from them. Of course, Ritual putting on such a great show there as well. And again, this is what we talked about earlier. They're just able to pick up refresh. You can see Reet right now, 0 bills. He thrives in these environments. When he's got nothing, when he's down in the dirt, he can just pull something out of the bag. And look and see it right here. He's got all the loot to make it happen as much as possible. Unfortunately, couldn't quite make it all the way to a victory, but second place for those guys. If that hill wasn't in the way, a little Reet versus Venno 1v1. I want to see it.
And I love just him showcasing there all of the ability that he has. The quick build, the easy edits, great eliminations, the patience as well as the aggression. I mean, that's what it takes to be a top player. It's not just having good aim, it's not just having game sense, it's having it all.
Yeah, and I think what that gameplay showed me, and actually something we've kind of seen a lot of, but more players have kind of shined a light on. Let me just run at you. Remember, these players so many players. They're kind of utilizing the stretch where we're just going to and now you're in a fight for Reet. This took him up to second place.
Absolutely insane. I mean, we saw him there with the exotic shotgun just doing so much damage, jumping right in the box. A match made in heaven. I mean, it's the perfect shotgun to just jump in the box and go crazy. So I'm expecting more of that. I keep consistent whilst also going for eliminations, but it's one of those situations it's all about how can they feel after game number 2. What's going through their head right now? How do you even pick up from a game where I'm sure they would have hoped to have won, but they couldn't have gone to one place.
My only concern is that they can't be a bit of emotional players. And being emotional is, it's a double-edged sword. It does have that passion, that excitement, but then it also can be a big detriment where once you're down, you are down for the rest of the competition. Now again, I keep talking about the evolution of these two as players, so hopefully they've been able to kind of break past that wall. But I mean, my goodness, game number 1 and just so many big names going down early, so many new teams also coming through and kind of showcasing their region. And I already talked about the Mo, Baka and Pars. Baka and Pars getting 8 eliminations in that game.
I mean, they just seem to have a game where they were so far away from the zone, almost seemingly every single time, yet they managed that so much. All the way up on the north side of the map, which did drag out a little bit. Of course, a 2v1 situation, you want to be getting that fight up ASAP. So for them, they had to expend more materials, of course, but that did give them the Storm Surge damage. I know Taco mentioned it on the cast. They had so much Storm Surge damage at this point. It's a testament to their fighting ability, and you can see it again, needing those refreshes, hopping in the box. And recently, these guys have really been impressing me. They've been cooking. They've been doing really well.
A sliver of health, literally 1 HP. The confidence that he has. He didn't run away and turn tail, which a lot of these players would do. Going for that refresh, and clearly it worked out for them. Pars unfortunately getting 1v2'd there, but still, after that fight, they have to be feeling good.
Remember, both these guys actually played with different teammates at the Invitational. So I think those land hitters, they're not going to be affecting those guys quite as much. And that's why they got off to a very, very good start there. Despite the zone pulling all the way down to the south, they had all the answers to all of those questions. And I think in this stage, in this environment that we're in, that's the move trusting your game.
Absolutely. Well, we're getting word that game 2 of the day is ready. So let's send it back on up to the casters to get things started. That's right. We're really beginning the reset right now. Game 2 is just moments away, and as you already know, we will have to see what will happen with Kanata on the drop here alongside
And just like that, we are right back in it with match number 2 of day 1 here of the upper bracket of the Global Championship. And again, Monster, you were just starting to touch on it, but some of these initial 50-50s, particularly that one down at Drift Ridge, not going the way that maybe some of these players might have expected.
And crazy, look at this. 50 Stain and Data landing directly on top of Seti and Cammy. Seti quite doesn't land perfectly inside. He doesn't get a weapon first, but Cammy does. Cammy does exactly what he needs to. Gets the finish here, gets the siphon as well. It's all in his favor right now. Here comes the pressure.
But it's all up to Datas to keep the hopes of Ada alive here. They managed to win out in game number 1. Seti, though, relatively low. We see Kanata as well, striking back for revenge there with a knock onto Malabuka. But they actually to build as Datas now looking for a little bit of a wraparound just outside of this barn. Datas getting some nice shots. Seti will go down.
And Data's really showing us what he is capable of. Coming second. The FTC but no one comes in, and Cammy finishes the job. They strike back, but it's not over yet. Meanwhile, looks like Kanata and Agers have also finished the deed on their side of the map. You got to think, look, Kylie Fastroki listening to what's happening here. So Cammy and Seti are not safe just yet. Meanwhile, north, Pars Baka coming out of the early game, they had 3 eliminations, so it wasn't just this team they finished. They had more to fight after this.
But it started with Pars and Baka getting that early duo elimination onto Misha and Teeny, and whether or not they can look for a repeat instance is all going to boil down to whether or not Baka and Pars really want to try and take a more aggressive push here.
We
Follow
do
whispers.
have to bounce back though.
אין
We
לי כוח, זה
absolutely have to look at a quick highlight here. Take
אין
a
לי
look at
כוח
Kanata
למייבן, חרא על
with the
מייבן.
redemption shot here, opens up onto
לא,
Malibu.
מייבן הוריד לו 40.
Finishes him off, and then Thomas H. in the distance. The shoes were changed. Get the double angle and Kanata aggressively to get the finish. And we have a chance to fight back here. We could be in Sunday finals.
If it wasn't for that slurp truck, things might have looked a little different there for Kanata.
לא, אני יכול לעשות אדיט לפניות.
But again,
כל
now
הפניות
it's
שלך
going
אני
to
יכול
be
לעשות
Thomas
להם
and
אדיט.
Malabuka who are left to sit and simmer, wait to see whether or not they can finalize things there in game 3.
Right? And all of a sudden now, 2 of our favorite duos, one from EU and NA, now have a chance here to really and push their way up the scene. Really showing you that there's a limited number of opportunities, so you have to make the best of it. Pastrowski and company might be coming out over, and look at this. They're here to play upset.
Cammy and Seti, they might have dealt with Stain and Datas at the beginning, but they still have plenty of work cut out for them. For Strokey, just slightly above Cammy for the time. Cammy though doing a good job, utilizing these builds, some brick going out. Not enough yet for Strokey to feel comfortable. But it's Cammy.
ירדתי מדיימון 3, אבל אז עליתי ואחרי וירדתי עוד פעם אני
Seti watching the side angle here, seeing if he can take advantage
לא
of
כזה אכפת לי מה, האמת הרנקים לא כזה, זה לא באמת משנה.
לא אכפת לי כבר לרדת, לא אכפת לי כבר לרדת.
הגענו לדעתם דקות טוב, אנחנו צריכים תהליך והצ'מפיון הזה.
Instead gets punished first. Right through the over shields and the additional shield up there. So
אני שליט.
dig into it.
לא אכפת לנו כל כך מהרנקים. זה כבר לא כזה משנה. התהליך אתה גם...
אתה כל פעם משתנה, אחי.
Another great angle.
כן, כי זה תלוי כי אתה יש עכשיו טורנירים קצת עילית כבר מעלה.
That suppressed pistol are going to be difficult to work with in comparison to that sharp tooth, but Cammy, Seti, they are not willing to budge. They are staying as close to each other as possible because they also want to make sure they stay in contention of this capture point, not trying to let it go for free towards Kylie and for Storky. It seems for the time being they have successfully managed to push them off entirely. So it does look as though Cammy and Seti are going to buy themselves just enough time in the capture point.
חי, מה אתה חופר?
The split off of Acorn and Cold.
אני יודע שאתה עושה חי,
Now, Slappy Shores, Tayson, and Merstash. Here's the team that can truly take home the grand finals if they can make it there. Definitely
Tyson.
a pick indeed.
טייסון סולו? לא, מה איפה חבר שלו?
What a tower base though.
אחי.
Ample amounts of shield potions.
מה מונקו עושה?
Big shield potions. So
מה מונקו עושה?
his sole responsibility is just to establish as much surge damage as possible, and it looks as though the Olympi tells a different story, or actually the same story in Mars and Vodka. Because for the time being, Teeny at least, no longer in the lobby.
Yeah, Parts and Vodka turned online now and get the finish onto Teeny. There it is. So the full finish onto Misha and Teeny. Both sent back to the lobby. Meanwhile, there is another duo lurking from above. Chubbs and Bryce looking on down, trying to see what they can do to influence this exchange. Can they find tags to go ahead and put themselves in a successful position? So far, so good, but these are actually Pars and Baka, man, you got to give them some respect, dude. When it comes down to performing, you would have thought at the Invitational, hey, look, we don't have LAN experience, what's going to happen? No, they are here showing that they didn't need it, and they're even better than the last time we saw them.
Don't really need LAN experience if you can just trust your instincts as a player, and that seems to be exactly the mentality here for Pars. Absolutely no help. But it's a nice established. That's going to start to pose a real issue here, because again, Monster, it's only 5 games, and for Misha and Teeny to be knocked so early on, they've got some ground to really make up for it at this point.
לא.
A lot of ground to make up.
אני אמרתי.
Recover to be made here, but Acorn, Cole looking good so far. Vibing out here, trying to see if he can farm some surge in a distance. Meanwhile, Ritual will find a knot on Edgy. And Ritual. What a surprise for them. I did not expect them to have such standout performances, especially with such a strong game one, and then an even
תשמעו, סתמו, תנו כבר לראות, אחי.
Here's J-Mon.
הוא משחק ברולסטארס.
Just kind of floating around for the time being.
לייב ארוך אבל וואי.
Whose direction? Seems as though it's gonna go a little bit further.
מה?
כמה זמן אנחנו
לא אני ארשיב לייב.
Doesn't seem struggling a bit in game number 1 as far as that surge damage threshold was concerned.
Cali definitely going to have a problem with that right now. One of the few teams right now.
אמרת שלום.
Deep into the outskirts here as they see there's a potential cache left behind, so just trying to secure what they can. Brick needed, metal needed, so very important for them to get their rotation route down snappy here as the zone will be on the other side. Pink and Vico from the friendly farms now up to a high ground position. Go for trades, and oh, what a dirty angle there for Vico. Those are extremely important onto teams inside the mega city.
But again, we see some of the action that's been unfolding here so far. But we've got 11 to give us even more.
Thank you very much, Taka. We just saw Pink and Vika there on the screen. We've seen Acorn and Cold in this game as well. Coming into this game, both these teams in the top 10. If you know anything about me, I like to see action. I like to see fighting. And I thought these two were going to be fighting. And even Pink himself said, look, we might have to fight them. There's not enough loot in this area for both of us to share. But they're somehow making it work. So far in game 1, both of them, they're making things so scrappy. Every single bit of loot they can get, they're going for. And somehow they're in the top 10. If they can continue, I expect both of these teams to qual. But when it comes time to grand finals, I don't expect them to be friendly anymore. I'm thinking if they can both qualify, that's when we're going to start to see some action for them.
That's an excellent point. It's one thing to make your way through a top 25 being the the hurdle to overcome. That's a pretty low barrier for some of these top tier competitors. But when you get to finals, you know it's going to be a lot harder now, as number 1 is all that matters for the best of the best.
That's got to be every duo for themselves at that point, and Pink especially.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to consider what he even mentioned in one of the pre-show videos that we saw. Cap Metal is so important for him, and you have to expect that at his split drop, he is not trying to share by any means with anyone else.
Well, take a look at this. Zagu and Peppo actually have finally found themselves in elimination. Last game taken out a lot earlier than they would have liked. So this is their chance to go ahead and bounce back, put some numbers on the board. And they have a very, very interesting strategy. They're actually healing Striker and getting as much surge as possible. What a unique position to be in, but also you have to be so smart to think like this. This is how again ahead Zagu and Peppo are.
Imagine being Striker. Your fate. Oh my God. Decided just watching yourself benefit some of your competitors to the utmost extent.
And if you're a Fortnite like super nerd like I am, that right there, that was
genius.
That was so genius.
Worthy, meanwhile, he's got to get a different sort of strategy going. Decent span out here. Will get some nice shots onto Mustache. Actually tags him up all the way into his white HP, but still holding strong here. Worthy doesn't seem all that excited to give up this positioning that he's established just yet, and for good reason. It's a pretty nice aerial view.
Here's Gyros and Shari now. Great position here. Zone's already starting to hold more center than the last game, so this will be a very much different terrain than what we just saw in the last game. That's going to be Probably a warm welcome for these Western teams that don't seem to get very lucky often. But as we know it, anything can, of course, happen here.
It's got to be so scary sliding over the ice just then. You're just hoping that no one's going to be able to catch sight of you, but Cooper, not sure he's even fully aware of the fact that Zago and Peppo are based just a little bit more towards Miro following suit behind Cooper. They don't stray too far from each other, but still wanting to make sure of the fact that they are collecting the resources they need. Because we saw just how congested that last game was, especially with the way that zone was pulling so viciously over the water. So much of these teams were just getting trapped inside of that mid-layer territory.
Meanwhile, the Rift Island is going to start to formulate here, jumping just outside of Reet and Ritual's perspectives there. They can be the first to take a stab at it, and if they secure this, I mean, surely top 25 is locked in the bag, as they were in the 76-point threshold range of total points. So they can get a big 15 here with the Elans and some placement. They will be in the top 25. It could be done and dusted here, as there are only 5 games, but no, instead they say, hey, look, let's go for the full Rift, get straight to the top. No zipline for us. I don't know which was riskier, but it works out at the end there.
Able to juke out some of those distant shots in the air, and being the first ones to actually touch down on Rift Island does mean that they'll be the first to try and make use of those bonus objective points with the Capture Island point. But again, Reet and Ritual, I mean, who did we see last game on the Rift Island? It was Thomas and Malabuka. Well, guess what? They got eliminated super early by Kanata and Agers. So now it doesn't seem as though there's anyone posing too much of a threat, but Baka and Pars, they've been fighting for as long as the game has started, it seems.
Yeah, it's still Chubb's team too. Chubbs was looking at them before. It seems like he's given them a problem on the rotate into the zone, and look at the cost of Bryce, because Bryce was fallen at some point or another as they've made their way to this position here.
But at this point, it almost seems as though Chubbs is just trying to waste Baka and Pars' time, trying to force them into expending some of their resources, some of their splashes, that they might not have wanted to let go of otherwise. And again, it's still early on.
Pars goes into the box. He's going for the full push. Baka's here to back him up. And this is what happens. You shake the hornet's nest and you might get stung. For him, he will escape somehow, some way, barely sliding his way out the side there. Baka has a different goal in mind, though. He's going to go around the outskirts here. No stranger to the zone. Continues to play with it, but ouch. That surely wasn't a part of the strategy here, as Chubbs 2 stood behind. Tough spot to be in now.
But look at Chubbs' builds. They're running incredibly low. He's actually going to forfeit that height positioning, but it's not like Baka and Pars have any idea, but now Chubbs seemingly under pressure from a team slightly further out. Still has to make his way in through the zone as a solo. Not sure if he'll find a reboot ban opportunity either this late in.
What a spot to be in now if you're Kanata and Agers. Even more pressure, as they only scored 0 points in game number 1. The first team to be fully eliminated, but not humiliated. They do have a true chance now. Finding tags here now into Thoric and Bolts. Of course, some of NA's best there too. Very few can say they've wielded the pickaxe of champions, but hold up, jump in with Colleen Festroki, who's already gotten the elimination. This is actually a full finish that they picked up, potentially onto Cammy. And now Seti is by himself. My, oh my, what a tough spot to be in for Cammy and Seti. Of course, didn't pull the luck of the draw game 1, and now game 2. Not going in their favor necessarily here. Could we be seeing them a lower bracket push?
It's the fact that Seti and Cammy already had to deal with one nuance at the start of match number 2.
Wait, no way he gets the save, right?
Seti going for it.
So
might make it to Cammy in time, but unfortunately the rocket ram speed just not enough. Having the reboot card though, we talked about how difficult it can be to look for that reboot ban opportunity, but it might actually be the intention from Seti at this point, because it's a lot easier to make it into that end game if you have your duo with you.
That is right. Well, last game we saw Bugha make it work as a solo with no threats. This time Seti says, no, I'm not going to endgame by myself. He's going into the storm for a reboot. Let's see if it ends up working out. Meanwhile, Queasy and Vino continue to farm their surge tags here. Desperately in need, though. 145 damage above that. Protection is not going to be enough, not for long at least. They're recognizing the potential threat looming. Here comes the rotate, though. Another sniper in hand here, so Vino really flexing and exercising his sniper play here. It's Kanata who's in front of him. They got to be careful.
Vino, though, taking his time with the approach, as you would expect. Have to keep him fine for as much of a fragger as he is. Oh no, trouble though for threats here. He's got a nice knock, it seems. Might be able to find the double finish, but still, Anon doing everything in his power to delay as long as he can, but this storm is so problematic. Threats trying to see if he can finish the job now onto Anon. He wants this refresh of materials from both Suns and Anon, bound to get something for his troubles at this point. Gold Sharp Tooth Pump, primed and ready to go. That right side peek, and it was nearly a miss there for Threats, but he will be able to capitalize, close out. Another elimination secured here. And that's gonna be Oshi taken down by NA.
If it wasn't for that overshield, he was done. He had 2 eliminations worth there. That's 100 HP in Siphon, and he ended with 86 health, by the way. Surely the map doesn't quite add up, so he needed a little more that we couldn't see if it was that overshield that kept him alive there. My gosh, how close that was. Well, for QND, Rapid here, Middle East, 2 of their finest here. It's time to get on into this new zone here. Long rotate to make, and it's gonna be a tough one for them. Meanwhile, out of the top 5 here, only 3 duos remaining here in game 2 for Shoki and Kylie down, and Shari, Vision View down there. You can see on the right.
On the bright side, though, for QND and Rapid, did see them with that Storm Chaser augment, so that's definitely gonna benefit them a decent amount. They continue to look for those rotations. Klonsky and Grolls, on the other hand, Circplants doing the job as far as getting some health and shield regen is concerned, but definitely still need to wait around, see if they can get more. But unfortunately, when you are this far below the damage threshold, 320 and then some to work with as far as damage is concerned, and that number only growing bigger.
Yeah, that's not enough. They need a lot more. Coming up quite short here. But I mean, hey, I like the strategy. Of course, these are going to continue to replenish. They can bounce back and forth, but at what speed can they stay alive here now? Trying to rock it out, trying to wait it out. Here it is, really starting to run thin on time now. Eventually the math will catch up. One false move and they are down and out.
It seems as though they're really hoping that some of these other teams might just get elimed all of a sudden, because we have seen circumstances where teams might be relatively far behind on Surge, but Team gets elimed and then the gap isn't as big as it initially seemed. But for Vico and Pink, they've got a whole nother mess to cover. Only 18 below damage threshold, so the pressure is definitely on right now, but it's on Pink.
Seti is the one who's gonna clutch up here when it matters. And although he may have saved Cammy, unfortunately, it does seem like he has to continue to ride this one out. It was definitely worth it, though, because at the end of the day, they picked up eliminations, and he picks up 2 more now, putting up at 4 here. So this is still a game that's worthy of earning at least some points, right? Remember, at a very, very early finish in game number 1.
If there's anybody that knows how to play the low ground, it's definitely going to be Seti as well. So Tark being through as a solo, while difficult, isn't necessarily impossible, but man, with some of these teams that are looming just outside of where he's currently situated, it is going to be tough. And Taysom Merstash, they're going to be crossing just next to Seti, and Seti, he's going to have to continue trying to play from that far backside of the zone.
And meanwhile, Alex still has the high ground there. Here's Farhad, Hero, it's next door. Big shots going out to teams in the distance here, hoping to pull zone, but Farhad and Hero put in the shots here. Man, Garrison Shari 4 Elim.
Gears and Shari definitely with the 4 eliminations so far. And they're just continuing to see if they can add even more to that number, because even with 4 eliminations, being only 13 above on that surge damage threshold just goes to show you how aggressive this lobby has been.
Definitely a close one there. Meanwhile, Reap finds another elimination there. Worthy, who had the high ground, gets knocked by Hero. Okay, so they must have over-peaked from their position, and now they've been taken down. That could be a potential huge swing. Could Middle East be winning game number 2? So far, they are setting themselves up surely to do so. Seti rotates across. Vino and Queasy already trying to do this. Back-to-back run, back-to-back number here. And look, Hero is trying to make their way up, but the resistance up top is Vino and Queasy.
If there's one thing that Queasy and Veno love to do, it is take height by that 8th zone. And it's something that they've done excellently throughout 2 games so far. But again, they still have to maintain it. Can't count your chicks before they hatch sort of mentality. As Kanata in the elimination feed seems to have found Podesai, Snazy as well. Seemingly as though NA definitely striking back.
Baka Par still alive. Ritual still alive. Even Okis is up right now. Saw him mixed in the feed. Those are a few of the NA competitors that are up. I do wonder, where is Yamzo? As he was also inside the top 10. If teams can continue to keep up that pacing there. But meanwhile, the story right now is how far can Seti push this here? That's it. Rocket Ram usage out. 45. Make that 49 damage above the surge now. Halfway through material, this is a tough spot to be in. Here's Yamzo's look. Mid to high ground here. Moving all the way across. Beautifully done and clean execution on the rotate here. He actually takes down Middle Eastern's Hero there. So that was that second to high ground team, and now they just have to deal with Queasy and Vino. If they could do just that, they will be the kings of the top.
It's almost like dealing with a final boss at this point as far as Queasy and Veno are concerned, but so long as they're in the match, teams are gonna have to look out. Cole, though, with Acorn, doing an excellent job taking out Sphinx and Oyo. That's gonna clear things up for them as far as these immediate part players are concerned. Seti, though, again, the fact that he is still kicking, despite being a solo for so long here, MDF, what a fantastic display of his experience.
I just can't wait till we get another listen in later, because you know Cammy and Seti are putting down the comms needed here to navigate through this game so effortlessly, making it look easy. Meanwhile, on the low ground, here's Middle East. Fahad here, representing 4 Elims right now. What a big spot to be in, showing us just how good they really are. And let's again not forget, this is the Global's best tier. Joining us for the upper bracket, you had to perform in the upper tier of the 50 to be here today. Kanata falls inside the top 16 there. Very far push for him, but not good enough.
Yamzo and Rise just doing such a great job leading the charge on the low ground at the front side of the zone. Just doing their best to cut off everybody that keeps trying to traverse into their territory. As now Yeman will meet the same fate as so many others so far. Seti, though, still managing to type his way through, but running so incredibly low, only has 8 builds, make that 6 left to his name, hoping that he can find a straggling refresh anywhere.
The one who's gonna find that refresh is Fahad. He finds Okis there straggling in the distance, but hold up, here's Reed. No ritual in sight by himself. We already seen him do it once. He clutches up, goes in and takes down Pars. Once friends, now enemies here on the stage. Meanwhile, Seti says, hold up, you want hype for free? Not when I'm in the lobby. Down goes Girus, and a quick trade there, but Shari comes to the rescue here for his teammate, and he is the new king of hype for a second, but Acorn Cold, representing for NA. Not known for the big Elans, but so far the placement point's exactly where you expect it to be. Here's Yamzo. Yamzo, clap from the side here. Rise left to do it by himself. He cannot flirt with the storm here. Acorn's clutching at the moment.
Acorn's trying to do what he can. He's got that auto Maven primed and ready, but at the same time, even with the Maven auto, he's not gonna be able to miss a singular shot. He has hardly any HP to work with when you consider the shield that he's missing. He's doing a great job so far, Continuing by time, only one build left though. This next moment has to be his best. Blixie doesn't see it coming as Acorn finds the elimination he needs, just enough builds to keep going up.
Absolutely clean elimination there. Shari now looking for it. They have 9 eliminations. Acorn goes all the way up. Needs to come on down. Knows where his opponent is, and he's looking for him. But the zone is ticking, gets right into it. He knows he's got a couple opportunities here. It's all or nothing now. One shot will be it, but no, it won't be enough. Still though, 4 eliminations in a second place there. It's Shari take home the second game now alongside Giras.
Seti nearly playing spoily there for Sherry and Giras, but even with Seti having eliminated Giras, Sherry doing a phenomenal job to clutch things up. And we've got Frankie standing by to get into their minds.
That was quite the performance. How did you feel in those final moments of that game?
Great.
And what was going through your mind? Because you had an American flying up into the air, getting the information of you, but you had the better health in the situation. How do you feel clutching in front of all of these people?
Amazing.
Amazing. That's a perfect word. Let me come over to you, Gareth. What was it like watching Cherry in that situation?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, anyway, like in this final situations, I already knew we have so many points. We are already like basically qualified, so I was just chilling, and I believed in him. I knew he will win it.
I love this vote of confidence. We're basically qualified 2 games in. So are you already thinking about Sunday?
Not yet, but yeah, I mean, I think we are qualified, so let's like maybe keep focused on Sunday, right?
Absolutely, but also focus on the next 3 games, because obviously you want all of these duos to fear you. What sets you apart from the competition?
I think just good strategy, good communication in duo. Yeah, I think that's all.
Well, we definitely saw the strategy pay off, but congratulations on the victory, Roy. Give us a cherry, everyone!
Man, oh man, to compete on this stage in and of itself is an honor. But to get a victory royale in a circumstance like this with a crowd this electric, that is something else.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, these guys land in that sort of area, so it was very much a home zone for them, but they made it count. We've seen teams that haven't had that sort of zone lot, you could say, actually pop off, but these guys, they made it count when they did get the zone.
Yeah, and not only did they grab that victory royale, but they did it with double-digit eliminations. Yeah. I did not expect to see that so early on in the competition. They pretty much were grabbing eliminations as soon as the game started, and by zone 8, they had 4 eliminations, but they were able to kind of hold that low ground for so long and clean up the rest of the lobby. They deserve their VR.
It was a battle of solos there in the end as well. I think I saw 5 solos right there at the end, all battling it out. And that's what we love to see from this. It's solos clutching up on the big stage, and that's really, really not easy. So great job from Chari to make it happen.
Well, if we're going to talk about solos clutching up, then we got to talk about Seti.
Yeah,
my goodness. From the start, I mean, we saw them go down early in game 1. We knew that they needed to do something a little different in game 2. We've got to watch their drop where they went for the window of that barn in Frenzy Fields. And it looked like they had a pretty easy 50-50 there. But Cammy did end up going down in that fight, and they were able to make it come back against Datus and Stain. But then, not too much later, we saw Fastroki and Kylie trying to go for them as well. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Pink also was starting to try and make their way down, but then said, oh wait, no, that's Seti and Cammy. I'm gonna turn around right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, we saw Seti in that end game. This was crazy. He tried to go for height. I was just solo. This guy's crazy.
Like, he was like, you know, he's like an autopilot, high ground. I mean, oh no.
I think
I'm on my own.
Honestly, I think it was a great play. I think that there was so much chaos going on in the low ground that they weren't expecting anyone to try and take high ground. Seti positioned himself just on the side. You can see that they weren't aware of that Seti was going to be coming in onto them and grabbing that one elimination. It did eventually lead to his, you know, demise, but he was still able to grab 4 more points as well as kind of weaken the other players in the lobby.
Yeah, I did want to highlight a couple things for us. First, in that #1 spot, Reach and Ritual. Whoa!
That's the one.
I'll come back to him in just a second, but just as a reminder, Sherry and Giras, and I'm sorry if I'm Shari if I'm mispronouncing the names. I'll see myself
Shari.
out. No. I'm so sorry.
Can we get someone else on the desk?
Yeah, can we get Mini Minor, you take over.
Yeah.
Still though, a huge victory royale from the duo, and I kind of just love the way they kind of play this, right? You can kind of tell, even just after these 2 games, these games are so hectic. They're not anything like the games we're used to seeing, right? A lot of these other regions, NA and E, which we typically broadcast, you can see, like, even though there's chaos, there's a lot of control, right? It's like, okay, well, I know we're going to do this, and we'll position ourselves. In these last 2 games, it's just chaos, right? Either no build or everyone's on mad low HP where everyone is one shot to the other. In this case, coming down to the 1v1, it is so hectic on this stage.
I mean, in this situation, we've talked about it almost seemingly all year. When Queasy and Veno aren't on height in that end game, it's anybody's game. We saw Seti trying to spoil the party up there for Chari and Giras on height. He didn't quite do that, but he did take out one of them. And of course, that was Giras, so Chari had to solo clutch from high ground. Of course, that's what's going to win them these games. We're seeing it time and time again. High ground is going to win these teams the games. And because Queasy and Veno weren't there, the high ground was a lot more free.
It was indeed. But I do want to talk about the duo that we were looking at for just a moment there, Reet and Ritual.
Yeah, of course. Here we go, Kelly. All right.
Listen, all right. They're doing a very good job right now. That might be why they're in first place. And they're utilizing everything that competitive Fortnite has to offer, such as Rift Island, getting those 15 points. And that is actually what's going to be pushing them into that first place spot. But also, look at the placements. They are currently tied with Cold and Acorn, who are some of the most consistent players in the world.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, there was always a moment there where they were boxing up below that Rift Island. They were like, I mean, nobody's going up for it. Is anyone here? I guess that's our island. We'll take it. So that's what we like to see. I mean, yeah, that's what Reet's all about. He's one of those players that will play it smartly. Of course, we've seen so much aggression from them, even in this endgame. There are so many moments of that. I think this is what makes competitive Fortnite in person so great, is that when Reet makes these crazy plays hopping in the box, you can feel the energy. You can feel the crowd just go, wow. How has he gone about that? And that's what he's all about.
But we can't take Ritual. I mean, he's doing a great job as well. He actually had more eliminations than Reet there. He did go down, but you know Reet is not going to go down without a fight, even as a solo here, grabbing some much needed refreshes and being able to kind of bully the low ground here.
I love this playstyle, right? He's almost fearless. We actually saw something very similar from Baka and Pars in the last game, right? One of them dropping down to 1 HP, but it's the confidence. It's like, it doesn't matter what situation we're in. We just have to go for it. If we're eliminated, that's fine, but let's go for it. Now, Reet making that work is wild. And I think, especially for him, he's someone that for a long time, especially back when it was NA East, NA West, he kept saying things like, I want to go up against these other regions because I want to prove that I have what it takes to compete.
I mean, what a better place to do it, right? He's making the crowd happy. He's making us happy, making the team happy in first place spot as well. Right there at the end, we saw the player actually going for the med miss. He said, no, you're not having that med miss. I'm coming straight in there. And the reaction from the crowd was so cool at that moment.
Well, I already mentioned them, but Acorn and Cold also had a great performance as well. And I mean, I love to see NA on top. Minnie, what's going on?
I mean, NA on top here, this is a difficult one for them. But, you know, I like the way they've adapted their play style. And, of course, they're doing very, very well at the moment. We can see this going through in this later stage of the game. I think there was a moment in this end game where they were trying to look up for that high ground. Didn't quite happen for them. But these mid to low ground layers is what they're known for. It's what they did so great in Major #1. And as I said earlier, they've actually adapted their drop spot. Levin said it so well in that mid-game segment. We saw them actually going further away from Pink and Vico, which is something that I didn't expect to happen. I thought they'd just go for a full-on 50-50. It's day one. Why not? And of course, it's working out for them. And Acorn doing such a great job solo clutching. We've seen him do it before, and he's done it again.
Such a clean elimination there, and you know that they're feeling good going into game number 3 and 3rd spot. And at some point, I mean, looking at the points and kind of calculating it, maybe our top 3 have kind of already solidified themselves into grand finals. Obviously, crazy things can happen, right? I mean, we've seen our top teams be eliminated on drop, so that might not be solidified just yet, but still, they have to be feeling even more confident going into the next 3 games.
Absolutely. And, you know, we have thoughts and perspectives. We actually have Vivid standing by with community favorite Reddish. Viv, what's she have to say?
I told you guys I was going to be coming from the lounge throughout the weekend. This time around, we have Reddish joining us, a fantastic creator in the Fortnite space. And she told me that this is actually her first time experiencing an event as a fan. So tell us all, how has it been experiencing the Global Championship so far?
I've honestly been watching, I think, FNCS for the last 3 years, but as you said, first time watching from audience. It feels
Sorry, guys.
כי הוא ישן סיגריה
I'll talk with you soon. Don't you worry, Reddish. Don't you worry. Man, this has been such an incredible start to the day. The first 2 games of the Global Championships, especially in the upper bracket. Kelly, you said something that interested me. You talked about these top 3 and how they potentially might have already qualified, right?
Right.
What we saw kind of out of Queasy and Vendo was they had this strong start. And it's like, okay, well, remember, top 25, what do those points look like? After one good game, a duo could very well just qualify VR or a couple eliminations rather, and it might be just enough.
Now these teams that are in this sort of top 5, top 3, realistically, they have it in the bag, but as you mentioned, anything can happen. Of course, be at the top of practice. Really good to what are these other regions going to do? Who knows?
We got to talk about Cammy and Seti there, going up 21 placements, obviously. Going to game number 1. That's going to put them in the second page of our lobby list. But we gotta talk about Seti using the rocket ram once again. That seems to be where the utilization of this rocket ram is going. Launching high into the sky, seeing where the rest of the lobby is. I love this. And yes, by having the rocket ram, you see that a lot of these teams are forgoing that third heal, which can be incredibly beneficial. But it just has so much
It just shows how good this duo are individually. We talk about them so often as Cammy and Seti as a collective, but we have to remember these guys are both incredibly talented players as solos. We've seen them in DreamHacks come first and second, and they're just like a duo that have just decided to play in that solo event. So that's what we love to see in this duo, and I like to see the fact that we can trust in Seti up in the big moments because they're not going to
Justin, Queasy, and Vino.
Now, I'll do an interview with Reddit.
תגיד איפה הפרטים שלו?
fantastic creator in the Fortnite scene. This is actually her first time in an event. So let us all know how it has been experiencing the Global Championship.
It's been phenomenal. I was saying earlier, but you didn't hear that I've been watching every single event here for the last 3 years. I think this is my first time watching from an audience. I couldn't make it to last time. And it's been crazy. I'm sitting right next to gentlemates, the French people, and they go crazy every 2 minutes. The audience goes crazy. And also, I have to mention the first game, GXR supported was pretty wild. We had Malibu win off spawn, and so it's been just
kind of bringing up who's been doing well throughout the day. Of course, this is the upper bracket. We have 25 teams going directly into the finals after that. Give us a couple of names that you think are going to be towards the top of that leaderboard after the end of the day.
we still have a few games left, so I have a feeling almost everyone kind of still has a chance. But yeah, GXR top, I hope Queasy and Malibuka will do it. Hopefully I do. I don't know, so many teams are doing amazing. We have Cold and Acorn, Pink and Vico. Seti and Kami, they're making a little comeback. So it's super exciting to see who's gonna make it. All of them are amazing and super talented at this video game.
Yeah, awesome. And for anybody that would love to check out your content on Reddit, let them know where they can find you.
Reddish on Twitch, or I'm Reddish on Twitter.
There it is. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you, Reddish, for the insight. And we're tossing it back to the desk with Zeke. Thank you so much, Reddish. Fantastic as always. Now,
אתה לא יכול לדעת כלום, אחי, מה זה מלמד אותך? שוב פעם בניתי הכי לא טוב. מודל! אני לא יכול עם הלאגים האלו, אחי. אני פונה, אני לא מבין. יש לי אלימה. אבל את הנשק אני כן שומע?
keep healing the player on those slurp mushrooms, which of course that benefits them because they can keep tagging up the player to get some more storm surge damage. Games, and if you don't have enough damage, it's going to result in your elimination. That's what I really like to see from this. Those guys pulling out strategies I haven't seen before, just keeping on healing up the player. I love it.
Leave it to Peppo and Zago to do that, and also leave it to Queasy to pretty good strategy as well early on to get those storm surge tags. We actually saw a sniper on their loadout, which is not something that we typically see. People tend to go for the twin mag, and then they also had 2 different spots for their splashes there. So by having more than, I think it was around 10 splashes, being able to not just heal, but also rotate quickly, which is part of the reason why we saw them be able to set themselves up for success towards the end game. And I say that as Queasy goes down, but still, being able to make it all the way there is going to get them those much needed placement points.
Yeah, trying to get Venom to clutch twice in a row. I can't do it again, surely, but no, I like to see
he's
that.
He's waiting till Sunday.
Yeah, wait, he's waiting. He's getting it on the tank. He brought it out in game 1, but no, not a what we're expected to see from them. Let's see if they can continue.
That's right. I'm excited to see game number 3. So let's get on over to our casters to take us in.
Thank you so much, Zeke, and that's right. Game number 3, nearly ready for these players to hop off the battle bus, but Monster, we've been seeing some pretty interesting things so far throughout the first 2 games, and hold that thought till the game, because the battle bus is good to go. Match number 3, right here.
It sounds like you are ready for game number 3.
אני מדבר בוואטסאפ! אני מחליף בינה, מקלדת לעכבר.
Officially solidify the halfway mark. To start things off, though, we have to begin here at the Frenzy Farms. Cammy, Seti versus Datus and Stain. We've seen this go either way. We know that Kylix is nearby as well. So you gotta be careful. Meanwhile, Kit gets the weapon first. He's looking for the tag, and they're doing a great job. They actually have the left and rights here.
Buying just a little bit of time here. Seti also, a couple of weapons at his disposal. Tactical DMR, infiltrator pump as well. Stain trying to do his best to pressure at the bottom of this bar. It's going to be Stain as eliminated first. Nice tag team appearance there. To get the backup necessary. And that's going to be Stain and James eliminated yet again so early on, and we're already in game 3.
Yeah, this time extremely quick. He secured the eliminations. Meanwhile, 7th man and Cal Gamer versus King potentially unfolding here. I do know Kanata was battling as well. Seems like he was taken down and eliminated. We are already...
אני שומע את כל המשחק הבא, זה למה אני לא מבין לכי למה אני שומע את צעדים מהצדדים שלי. אני שומע ילד צועק שם, מה זה? הופה! איך זה המאה? זה המאה להראות. מה בלעדיסה? סטורם, אתה מת לסטורם. נראה לי... בואו אחי NPC בארץ. שלמה בתגובה? לא, אני?
And look for some better weaponry, or possibly even just looking for a different position altogether.
Yeah, upgrade will be important and massive there, especially since he's running out of material there. The shotgun. Meanwhile, Zagu, Peppo, they had the knock, but they didn't get the finish. That's going to be a big mess up. Big mistake, big opportunity lost, but Zagu finds another tag here. Meanwhile, looking for the big opener. Another one there. Okay, chipping away, but nothing significant this time.
Hello? That is massive, though, for Skits and Sword, that Skits was actually able...
אני בוואטסאפ לעומתך. Oh!
Beim Schlossen, אני מת על פעם, זה אוקיי. רציתי כל הלמט, אני בדיוק עכשיו אפילו לא בוח.
Pressure onto Skits and Sorf with them, or if he's just going to hold them for the time being. But Skits, now fully aware of the fact that Zagu is trying to break down his wall.
Nice.
Replace build after build. Skits with the feed, Zagu with the damage. It's going to be Skits and Sorf still looking to try and capitalize on this circumstance.
Now be careful though, backing themselves up. Indestructible corner. You can hear
the
crowd really starting to turn up right now.
Big augment though, that was just picked up. That rarity chest could go crazy. Depending on how kids that might have opted for it. Saw him, one of those common weapons. Zagu back to full shield though, but did have to expend both of those big pots, and this battle's taken quite some time. Business turret quickly taken out. Zagu tried to place there his pressure on Skits.
Oh, I think he's going to be feeling really confident after that one, but Zagu now completely out of material here. He does have
Skin Kaka.
a little bit too, so Peppo goes in, fully boxes up. It's all going to come down to hitting the shots. Zagu showing us why he is one of the best. Of Asia, representing all the way for Japan, and my oh my. Take a look now with Kylie and Fastroki. Man, they're just mixing things up.
Constant trades for the most part, but for Strokey and Kylie here at Stevie Springs, south side of the map seems to be working out so far, having that elimination already, and now that's going to alleviate a decent amount of pressure here for Strokey and Kylie. They don't necessarily need to fully push in just yet. They can really wait to see how they want to actually choose to try and reapproach here, but
הכי חשוב, איים טוב! אני מת לזה. אני מת לזה.
It's pretty interesting because definitely have been having a tough time against Baka and Pars, but Bryson Chubbs have been jumping in that battle as well. It has been a three-way engagement here at the Shady Stilts and around. So Tini and Misha trying to mix it up, saying, all right, what can we do different? How can we adapt here? Clearly, they made it to the upper bracket, right? But having a tough time so far. Might be looking like a Saturday appearance if they can't turn up soon.
Hero might be stuck in an engagement. Is, well, a forced retreat actually. Cooper. Very accurate. Nice shots. Miro leading the charge up against his solo. And it seems like it's only a matter of seconds before Shari is completely collapsed upon, doing everything in his power to try and stay alive just one moment longer to see if there's somewhere that he can build off to actually scurry away and escape. But Cooper and Miro, they are relentless. They refuse to let this opportunity go. And it's going to be another 4 points by the way of Elim as they finally close out on Mshari.
You got to respect that right there. Cooper all the way with the initial opener, and then the call out, setting up Miro for successes. He said, hey, look, they're one. Trust me. Miro with no hesitation jumps directly in there.
Things are looking pretty good, though, so far for Threats and Buga over at Sanguine Suites. It does seem as though they managed to get their way into the vault.
יאללה בוא, בלי הפרעות,
Stinger SMG certainly gonna
מה השעה?
play a
הכל טוב, יאללה בוא, כנס. סבא, אתה נכנס? אני מדריב את שלמה לשם. סבא. יאללה, אני מול שלמה בוקסייד, בוא תראה. בוא תראה. חיב, באמת הכנסתי אותו.
That seemed to be a little bit lacking in game number 2. So now the mentality here for Grolls and Clownski, if they want to find some points, want to work their way up even further on that leaderboard, just try and cement themselves into that top 25. But they've got to work through some other teams before they can find themselves there.
Yeah, and work through those crash pads as well. Having them work against them for a second there, so Clownski couldn't unfortunately join Grolls on the push to the top. So cost them a fair bit there, but all in all, they have things under control.
A good height positioning, at least. That can definitely help a lot as far as establishing some surge damage is concerned. Meanwhile, inside of Rumble Ruins, you got Axe Force hiding inside of a bush. And a pretty common strategy as well for players, so look for those tag opportunities with some of that safety inside of the bush.
Yeah, now that single Elim right there is onto Cooper. I know we're just hyping up Miro and Cooper's big eliminations they picked up. But look, Miro's now by himself in the distance there, so Cooper can guard out the distance away from his teammate. Here we get to see Heroics Thomas and Malabuka. They are standing, which means they have survived the drop. Clearly working their way towards the grand.
אני פורץ אותך ואתה בונה אליי, כאילו, אתה רציני? אחי, אתה משחק איתי כאילו זה FNC. אתה גם לא נותן לי לפרוץ. מה, שנינו אוטיסטים? אף אחד לא ניצח, לא ניצח.
This is where you can really start to see the consistency that needs to be maintained coming
forward. Yeah, one might say this is the most important game of the tournament here. Between game 1 and game 3, I mean, either you set yourself up for success or you turn things around now and come out a victor. And by that I just mean top 25, right? That is the goal today. And then of course, Sunday, get as high as possible, make as much money, and be the winner of that $1 million first place prize. Here we got Pink and Vico. I know we're hyping them up. Definitely a team that has had a lot of success. Although, again, playing off the scrappy draw.
True, but they had Calgamer and Seven.
אני שומע סנייפרים, אחי.
It seems as though they were kind of sandwiched in that position. So, might be a very tough circumstance for them to actually work around in. As well, here in the heart of Mega City, you got Flixie way up top on the building. Group A. Seems as though they had a successful battle because Flixie, with one elimination, looked as if he just got the opportunity to revive Group A there as well. And now, from this aerial point of view, opportunities to shoot 9 rails if necessary.
Join game, bro.
Rotation.
Bro, join game!
Relatively safe for the time being, and the way Flixie keeps looking down leads me to believe that he's got some sort of idea below him.
Just outside of the Mega City, King and
nice.
Interesting, they've had a very long track for the relentless retreat.
לפרוץ אותך או לשחק היי, כמו תמיד?
This is a perfect time to go ahead and catch up 11, so let's hear the word.
Thank you, Monster.
ברוך השם, אחי, גם אחרי שפרצתי אותך. טריפל אדיט, אחי! אני לא שומע את המשחק. מאוד נתקע בו. יש שם קיר, כן. הם צריכים לסמן את זה.
They're both disengaging, right? Neither team currently sit in that top 25, so one of these two teams is going to have to start to step it up.
אחי, אז האם הצ'אק שזה פייסקאם?
Thanks so much, Levin, for that breakdown
תיכנס!
on whether or not it's going to be Calgamer.
שמע, אתה אחד הנובים.
It's going to be the team that finally breaks through from that.
יום יבוא ואני אהיה פה רשום.
Drop spot engagement, but again, with teams just actively choosing to disengage,
אל תדאג.
you have to believe that part of that reason is because they
מה אני קונה פה בעצם? מה?
eliminated in match 3.
ברו הכניס אותי. באתי לקנות דברים. לא בנה לי. לא בנה לי, יש לך היי.
Cole now applying some pressure onto the backside here. Pink and Vico certain to have to keep an eye out for it. Cole though just continuing to move around some of these top tier builds. An Acorn, Cold, slight lull in the action.
קצת פספסת?
Trying to make sure that their approach is as methodical as possible here from the deals.
And of this duo here, the highlight.
אני לא יודע איפה הסוף.
Definitely Acorn in match number 2 where he really went the distance.
אני גם שומע את המשחק של האחרים, אז... מה זה? מה עובר לי על ה-HP?
This has been a great showing.
אני שקעתי מזה, זה חלק הדבר.
ככה סובי לי מתאמן. קיבלתי! קיבלתי דברים, אחי! אני מקבל דברים, אחי, גליידרים!
They could make a run as grand champions.
But what's interesting...
לא, זה של הנייטמר, זה של הנייטמר.
We're there as well, but they weren't when we last checked in just now. So have to...
זה של הנייטמר.
Doggamer 7-man recognizing hey, this just
הלו, יא חירש, זה של הנייטמר.
as a solo, trying to see if he can gather anything from Rift Island. If he's able to get this capture point uncontested as a solo, that will be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and you know, it's worth 15
אתה
points.
בא
So it's
להיכנס?
definitely the position you want to jockey for. Not a single other team has decided that they want to come up here. This
אתה רוצה לבוא?
lucky, graceful moment here, but no.
או שאני... לא, אז... אוקיי, אני יוצא מזה ונראה את הלייב. נראה את הלייב של פורטנייט עכשיו. נקליט עד הסוף. יאללה. בוא נצמם, בוא נקור. וינו, אליט קייבל. פורץ את וינו, עושה אותו קרק. נו, יעשה, ממשיך קדימה. חוצב לו את הפירמידה, מנסה להיכנס לו לבוקס, המחזיק, שם מדרגה בפנים.
That was a big shot though that Kylie just landed on.
זורק לו סלארפ, כאילו זה מים, אחי.
Vino's gonna have to pause for a moment, utilize one of those legendary slip to make sure.
וינו, בסלארפ גם כן הוא. שניהם בסלארפ, בזבזו את שתי הסלארפים שלהם. הם לא יודעים מה לעשות עכשיו. הם מנסים לפרוץ אותם בצורה ש... וואו! וינו עשה אותו 1 HP.
Making sure to return the favor of damage done.
A
little bit of a separation here. Starting to see whether or not he could try and pressure on the other side of these builds from Meno. It's a nice pressure application from this duo. All they've got to do now is finish it.
אליטים, אחי.
You know, making Monaco very proud here so far for the upper bracket. This fight.
מה אומר על השילוב הזה? יותר טוב, נכון? זה השילוב של בוגה.
רגע, אני שומע פעמיים, רגע, דרך הפורט.
They're feeling the same way. Yup, the demeanor says so, and we call it just
לא
right.
רוצה
They
לראות.
want to get out of there as
תסתכל
much as
בזה.
we want to see them rotate. So on they go.
הם עדיין בזון.
Can't be said about Pink and Vico. I'm sure they're thinking, okay, what's the game plan
על
here?
מישהו שאל
At the same time, Acorn and Cold are in such a better position. It's in their best interest to actually stay here, hold them out.
And not only that,
the team they want to take out.
Exactly. Plus, Pink, we saw his builds just now in comparison to Cold. It is a night and day difference. I mean, Cold with 90 builds to still work through. Meanwhile, Pink, I believe last check didn't he had around like 16, 18? That's practically nothing. They've invested so much time here now that they don't really have another option other than to close this fight out because they need the materials, they need the refresh off of Cold and Acorn.
Acorn, Cold, but Cold gets him in the box and puts down the other as well. Pink and Vico shut down and sent back to the lobby. And that is the best team for them to eliminate. They already have pretty much top 25 now. Sealed in the bag. They are in third place coming into this, picking up these Elans here.
Cold
So
שחקה.
running back one more time, boxes him up.
עשה לו פול בוקס, אחי. ביקסס אותו, אחי, ביקסס אותו.
Well played.
It just did not seem as though Pink and Vico are ready to tackle Cold from that position, but being towards that Frenzy field side, they're going to have a great opportunity now for Acorn and Cold to make an approach towards the zone from the dead side rotation, so curious to see how that actually pans out for them later on. But as for Rise and Iamzo, solid as ever in terms of applying damage.
They're also the only team that finished top 5 in every major of the 3 majors. That is an exceptional position to put yourself in, really showing how flexible they are season to season. It also shows you they might just be the team this weekend. They might just be that team, but let's jump into the action here. Malabuka, hurt, 3 HP, forced down, and the pressure, unrelentless. Coming in from the Middle Eastern team Rapid here, really pushing back. They've already claimed Thomas. And Malabuka wants nothing of that. The ME boy says, hey, listen, you're up. Sit down. We got this.
Absolutely insane, though, just how quickly Malabuka was able to escape from that position, because it really looked as if QNE and Rapid were about to finish off this duo. But with Thomas being out of the picture, Malabuka, granted, we know that he's capable of making those solo clutch circumstances happen, but with so many power hitters left in this lobby as a team, that solo spot not looking the best.
Danyat Karmi, absolutely scary, scary duo right here. Some of EU's greatest. Very hard-working duo here. Takes the Teeny. Tina and Misha just haven't caught a break here. Rotating all the way down from the north side. coming up short here now. Fragmented apart. Misha is looking to replenish himself here, but the Storm Surge is active. And Banyak just says, hey, you know what? I want nothing to do with this. It's already looking pretty tough. I'm going to just go ahead and rotate on out of here. They're going to crash pad their way across, and that should be all she wrote.
And
Nice.
to be fair,
effective rotate.
It's a lot of map to cover, though, for some of those north side teams. The way that things have been breaking down, but still, Banyak and Karmi, again, doing a great job utilizing those crash pads. Cammy and Seti together as a duo, that's something that we haven't really seen too much of at this point in the game. Curious to see how their end game goes now that they're both up and running.
They're checking bushes, they're looking around, they're trying to see who is lingering about. They already have themselves their third elimination, and they're sitting on top of the loot. So this is a full-on refresh for someone who was up on high ground here. So this is an excellent find for them. Meanwhile, looking at the top 5 here, Ritual and Reet are leading the charge by a fair margin. The only team on their heels now, Cold and Acorn, as Geras and Shari have been sent back to the lobby. But again, if you take a win right now, I mean, you have just about done enough. It'd be hard-pressed for you not to get out of the upper bracket and go straight to finals with a victory.
Yeah, we're definitely starting to see a pretty big point disparity from our top 10 to even our top 20 competitors. Group A and Flixe, though, one more time. Another revive. It's going to have to go through, but this time it's going to be Group A turning the favor onto his teammate Flixe. But that med mist as well. Seems Flixe is going to be just fine for the time being, but they've still got to keep pushing forward. They still got to keep trying to move in, try and stay ahead of these zones wherever possible. But 2 revives into the match already, Monster. You can tell that they're definitely having some tough times with making these rotations.
And I know we're jumping in with Monaco's Mustache and Falcon Tayson here, but I want to give a lot of credit to Baka and Pars, who have a great position over the lobby right now. A bird's eye view, they are one of the few teams poised up for potential high ground, and they have just continued to show us what they are made of. They are now officially slipped their way into top 5, really working their way up. But hold up, Tayson's got a lot of problems knocking on his door. Ping has gotten knocked in the mix there. So while he was focused on Tayson, other teams started to look inwards, and I'm not sure Tayson understands that there was a down body there.
Or maybe he did and might be interested in trying to pursue it.
He's thinking about it.
Kyrie hoping he can get this thing in time, but it's going to be too much from Tayson. Interruption on that revive. Now it's Tayson and Mustache seeing if they can finish what somebody else had started. They managed to get the material refresh, the item refresh as well if they want it. There for the taking, and Tayson will swap out for that double legendary slurp juices. But Mustache and Tayson still powering through some of these builds that have already been pre-established here, and that's just a freebie for them.
Yeah, it's all in all a net positive. You get the damage that you need. You start inching your way towards this end game, then looks like it is going to be a Slappy Shores finish here. It's going just outside the mountain there. Vino's already marked up the position they want to be in. It's that natural high ground on the backside here, the ice capsule. But again, Baka Pars looking downwards on them, putting that infinite upwards pressure here, not making it look easy at all here. Queasy's going to have to concede for a bit. It's cost him a lot. He's going to have to take some of Vino's inventory as well. So Vino trusting in Queasy to lead the rotate here.
It's all about that middle, though, at this point for Queasy, especially when you know that you're having some pressure being applied to you from the high ground. The more durable your builds, the better. As far as understanding, though, which way he wants to tarp Queasy, recognizing the fact that he's got his chance right now. Just keep building up. And again, with it being metal, it's so difficult for teams to really take a second to try and chop them out just yet. Queasy got to look for the connect onto some of these other builds, but dropping down ever so slightly, still maintaining the height overall, though.
And that's what I do best. Limited builds to just get there, connects it to a structure in the distance, but Cammy and Seti are looking backwards and they're saying, no, not today, not in this lobby. I want to fight for it as well. We need a big game here. We need it now. And all of a sudden now they are the most resistant on the front side of the zone here. But if they don't put pressure back, we know what's going to happen. Vino, Queasy will run with this.
Seti and Cammy aren't careful. Keep in mind where their builds were starting to go towards. I mean, with the direction that Queasy's headed at least, it almost seems as though they might headbutt each other on the high ground at the moment here, but instead it's Acorn, a bit sneaky with the crash pad, but he's continuing to hang around. He wants that front side of the zone, but hanging just on the edge of it.
And I just love how we're seeing, again, NA's best and EU's best, right? Back to back here, two different perspectives, two totally different layers. Acorn and Cold, again, just excellent low ground teams playing to what they play best, and they're doing it well here. Meanwhile, you do, of course, have your other teams fighting for height, so an excellent play to watch unfold here, but we jump into Pars, and the end game for Pars here, too. No Baka. The least amount of elims we've seen so far, but it is a single one, so far of the three, they put up numbers every time. Now we jump with Muzz and Paper, turning online right now, 6 eliminations. Could this be their game? One big pop-up will put you up in that top 25, surely.
It's been a relatively quiet day for Muzz and Paper so far, so this could be a massive moment if they're able to seize it. Sitting on the low ground though, Acorn and Cold. They can tell there's players trying to make their way around the edges next to them. 2 crash pads remain here at Acorn's disposal. Cold following closely behind. Cammy and Seti, though, they seem to be making an idea all their own.
Oh, this is crazy. From the backside here, they find the tags, and Vino's hurt. And this might be the new high ground. Cammy, Seti coming in out of nowhere, and they swing things around. Queasy's hurt. Vino's fully healthy, but no! Things change so quickly. Acorn and Cold finish him. And now Queasy's by himself, but still, excellent end game for them. They're going to be happy with a top 10. Meanwhile, Paper and Muzz continue to force their way in here. 8 elims now, probably the most that are alive at the moment. Trailing behind another team, and Paper's going to fall there.
And unfortunately, Muzz to follow suit, but Merstash still up and kicking. Seti, though, with a massive hit, and that's the back-to-backs now onto Robot. With the materials refresh, it might not do him any good. He's not able to break into the zone in time. Acorn instead will be here to play cutoff, as now Merstash forced underneath it all. Larkpix as well, living as a solo. This is looking like Acorn and Cold's game for the taking.
And Acorn's doing an excellent job pressuring with the breach of shotgun, making sure no one's got a chance to breathe, but Larkpix still going. He's found 2. That's 11 eliminations for Larkpix in the low. But NA takes the game. Acorn and Cold, the shrug.
He's making it look like it was exactly his plan. It's just too easy if you're Acorn and Cold. But the best part still is that moments away from figuring out just how the day is actually going to wind up. And we've got our very own Frankie down on the floor to see what they have to say.
I do. I'm so excited to talk to these guys because they're known for one of the most consistent placements in all of the games that they play, and you haven't disappointed us so far. What's it like, Cole, taking a victory royale or day one here in Copenhagen?
I don't know. It's an insane feeling. I mean, this guy's just, I don't know. This guy's on something else. Like, this guy's the best player, I think. I'm serious.
Yeah, doing it for Canada. We saw you in the air, nearly clutching the victory royale in the previous game, and now you've taken it one step further. For you, is it a bit of a dream to perform so well so early in the competition?
Of course. I mean, like, getting ahead early is always the best, and no pressure now, you know?
Yeah, you're not feeling the pressure. You're pretty set on Sunday already. Why do you think you are able so frequently to take down the competition?
I mean, I'm just playing with the best player. It's not that hard.
You have been preparing for this all year long. You qualified way back in Major 1. How do you feel like the game and the way you've had to play it has changed over the past year?
I mean, everything's changed. You know, we kind of did good in the beginning, then we had a little downfall, and everything's changing, but we're adapting pretty well.
You say downfall, what do you mean by downfall? Because you did place top 10 in all 3 majors in North America this year that you played. So for you, what's a bad day?
Anything under first.
Anything under first. Well, it's looking like you're probably going to have a very good day. Now, I've got to send back to the desk very quickly, though, before I do. Akon said such nice things about you, Cold. Have you got a message for him?
This guy is actually the best IG on the game. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. This guy, just, his brain is just, no one can compete.
Well, I can hear Akon saying, stop, stop, stop over there. So I will stop on your behalf and we'll head back to the desk.
Big congratulations to Acorn and Cold fighting themselves the victory royale. Now, before we continue, quick shout outs to Vivid and Levin, who will be hanging out with us on the analyst desk here for the remainder of the day. My, oh my. Sometimes I didn't expect any duo to win a game in this fashion, and that it looked so easy.
That game was a roller coaster, and for multiple reasons, really. And, you know, when we tune into the global championships, the one thing that obviously everybody is excited about is the clash of playstyles, the best at what they do. And throughout this game, you know, we saw a couple of height changes between, you know, arguably the best height team in the world, Queasy and Venom. And then I was like, oh, look at this, Acorn and Cold. They're on the low ground. That's exactly where they thrive. And then, yeah, they ended up on the high ground to win the game.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking at, Vivid, right? You're looking at the teams and seeing if the things that they do so well in their region, can that translate here on the global stage? For Cold and Acorn, the answer is absolutely yes. They have been dominating on these layers. And I think the big thing here is that, you know, you look at these guys, they're clearly in the element, they're feeling so confident. Cold, when you I genuinely think that peak that Cold had hit as a player individually, one of the best we've ever seen from anybody, right? He was on a whole different level and he's so
I could not agree with you more. Now, what I'm curious about, let's take a look together. Let's see how things are unfolding. Remember, we're trying to end the day in the top 25, go straight through to Sunday. Acorn and Cold here in that number one spot, breaking 200 points.
Agent
Cold, this is day one, guys. Save some for Sunday.
This is what I love to see, you know. I gave a little bit of a sneak peek as to who I was going to be rooting for earlier on in the day, and it was Acorn and Gold. It was the NA boys, and I'm very happy to see them up there. So now they can play a little bit more aggressive in that sense.
Yeah, if you're Pink and Nico, you're looking at these guys going, hold on a minute. We don't let them run away with things. We need to maybe think about putting a bit more pressure on them, making these games a bit more difficult for them. I'm personally looking at some of the players beneath them, right? Queasy and Venom just below. We saw how hot they started the day. These guys are setting the tempo, but we're going to do our thing up on height while they do their thing down below. It's been weird for Queasy and Venom, especially, right? Because we're seeing them so consistently going into these end games in positions to play out height very, very well, right? You know, it's typical stuff for them. But they have some problems, right? Where a bunch of their other EU compatriots are very much making things difficult for them, right? City and Cammy flanking them in the but this time around, we're saying what happens. City and Cammy are there waiting for them.
So much respect. Because I was honestly looking at their position, and it was as that 7th zone rotate was coming in. They were actually towards that castle split. They were based up on top, and I was like, wow, they're on the high ground. They have a very good position. And then next zone, all the way north, and I was like, yeah, there's no way this is going to end up being a good game. And look at this, Cammy said it. They just surprised every single time, and in such good fashion. I mean, you mentioned it. We've seen Venom. Aware of their flank. How did Cammy and City pull this off?
When they're actually in the position, delivering, being able to actually, you know, hit the shots. Of course, they didn't get chopped out on height. The big thing with Cammy and City is obviously we saw how they started the day. And I think it's fair to say they brushed the dust off their shoulders, right? They didn't allow losing off spawn early on to sort of derail their competition. They understood, hey, look, we just got to stick to the fundamentals, get back in the game. We can beat these guys off spawn, and now they are delivering in the game.
And one more point here about Cammy and Seti. We talked about the all-spawn situation with Acorn and Cold. Now it's similar for Cammy and Seti, right? They're pretty chilling when it comes to the points.
Just wild. And to think this all began, like, their day started with basically no points on the board, right? And their counterparts, Vino and Queasy, getting the victory out. And now they're sitting there attacking on high ground. This is the story we all came here to see. At least I did. Right into the loving embrace, of course, of Acorn and Cold. Like, yes, bring me points. You talk about this being a roller coaster. I feel so many things happened in this game. I mean, we saw Hydra by himself take Rift Island uncontested. At one point, he was getting shot. I was thinking, oh, yeah, they're going to jump. They can tell. Nope. 15 points.
אני פורץ אחי,
Like, oh, it's so easy.
Wow.
Oh, he's up there as a solo. Why don't we just go up there and contest it?
לא ניסה לשים לי בלוק במציאות.
There's so much information.
אחי, נותר לי את האדום, אחי.
iDrab somehow got that situation off where he was like, hey, I'm just gonna sneak here. And I'm pretty sure later on, actually, because
Martos.
reboot van on top of the island, ended up using it to go ahead and reboot his teammate. So smart.
תמיד אין בה, אני מחכה כי אני...
למה להריד? למה אתה לא יורה? מה אתה חושב?
אני לוקח את הסיכון, תקשיב, אני לוקח את הסיכון שזה לא יעבוד לך, כי הטריק כזה עובד רק למרטוס, ושחקנים שהם אנרי ומעלה.
אני אנרי ומעלה, ממש.
ולאוטיסטים כמוך.
אחי, אני סתם עושה את זה בצחוק וזה. וואו, זה היה טוב, זה הראה לי, זה כל פעם מראה לי את הסימן האדום הזה על המסך, אבל מה, זה לא מוריד. רק לי זה יכול לקרות.
מתי יש לו מהלך? מתי יש לו מהלך? היית פשוט הלך?
לא יודע. מתי הוא הלך? נראה לי אח שלו נגע לו במכשירים. מה? אחי, יש לי את הסימן האדום, אני לא צוחק, אחי, זה הלאגים של הזה.
I mean, I just have to say it every single time I get to hear these guys' talks. Acorn and Cold, Social, you'd never think they're sitting at a LAN.
סתום את הפה.
Biggest LAN.
פגעת בי יותר ממה שאני פגעתי
Playing one of the most difficult lobbies, they're just there chilling.
I think what impresses me the most is
שם לפלופ.
literally any
מה אני רואה?
sport. Doesn't matter which one, have your pick.
למה אני מת?
Professional comms sound like that. There's a lot of things you could have been calling out. Both
למה אני מת?
just sat there. They only called out what was most vital.
30!
The most critical thing in that moment. Everything else was calm.
זה לא בונה
The
לי
moment they find a moment to strike, it's like,
איך תבנה תקרא בלי קיר?
לא, שם לי קיר
done what we need to
במקום
do.
אחר.
That's crazy.
אני מכיר את זה, אני מכיר את זה.
אתה יודע, זה מביא את הנכה שלי בדיליי.
לא, זה פשוט אחר, בלי חורש בלתי פייטים.
אני יודע, אין לך חיים. 1000 קרייטים.
האמת שכן. פרו חושב שהוא יכול לעשות עליי את הטריק אחי, ופגעתי בו באמת אחי כל כך קצת. כן, פאקינג. לא, אתה יודע, הייתי יכול פשוט להרוג אותך אם זה אמוריד לי 100. אם זה אמוריד לי 100 אחי, וואלה היית מת, ואתה גם יודע את זה.
Earlier this year, right, when they didn't do as well during Major 2, there were
למה אנחנו לבנות?
relationship, right? You know, conversations about them potentially splitting up, and I had the chance to speak to Acorn about it, and he said, look, hands up, that Major was my fault. I was not up to par, but I'm gonna fix that. Okay. And I think it's safe to say he's fixed it. Right? You know, you see the way they're playing right now, and things are much better. And that's always the key, right? You have to have success in a competition like this.
That is why me and David are good.
אחי, אתה עושה מנטל וזה פוגע לך. אתה מריץ מנטל, אתה ילד פאקינג מנטל, אתה לא יודע לפנות מולי. אתה לא יכול לבוא מולי בוואן נורמלי, אחי. אל תהיה פיירייר, אחי, אל תהיה פיירייר. פיירייר, נו, בחי.
אתה יודע, לא חורש רנק כמוני,
הוא לא חורש רנק. מעניין בלייבים שלו אחי, הוא 1v1 ורנקד אחי.
Usually most of them will involve the center of the map in some
capacity
in those early zones. And the cool thing about
אתה יודע שלא שחקתי גורן כבר איזה יומיים כללי. אחי, איך 130 לראש? למה 130?
אני לא רגיל.
לא אתה יודע, כי אם אתה דופק קפיצה ייקח לך יותר זמן לנחות. אם אתה פשוט להתאבד אחי. שאתה לא נותן לך את הזמן הזה.
And it's big props to read here. When you typically look at discussions around Storm Surge and
וואו, עשיתי את זה ממש גרוע.
you often go, look, controller players, it's
long
distance, that aim assist ain't as strong. He's making it look easy, hitting every single shot, bang, 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 bang. He don't care. He don't care. He's hitting everything, right? And so, that's not an easy position to pressure. We're the global champions. So, I think for him.
לא יודע במיינקראפט שבקודם פגעתי 30 וזה הולך לדפוק אותי.
You guys are killing me. You guys are great. I love y'all.
אחי, מקודם פגעתי 60 עם אמרת.
Check out the creator lounge. Kelly Link is standing by with a very special creator. Who are you with, Kelly?
Thank you so much, and I am here with someone very special. It is Keep Up Radio. Thank you so much for joining me here. Thank you for having me. Okay, so we're 3 games down, 2 to go. What is
nice, Baba Bana.
I've been having the best time, I think, just coming to IRL events and seeing the players play and the crowd get so excited and crazy. It's the best experience, for sure.
And what has it been like interacting with all the creators here in the Creator Lounge?
It's so fun. Shout out to Reddit, shout out to people. I love getting to see people that I interact with online IRL.
Then we gotta talk about your favorite team as well. Who is it?
Okay, so I came in knowing who I wanted to root for, but Cold and Acorn have like stolen my heart. I'm rooting for them. Let's go.
Well, then you must feel really good. Just them walking away in game 3 with that victory royale.
אחי, תן, כי אתה לא פורץ. מגיע לך, הייתי 10 HP.
פספסתי את השוט, אשכרה, השוטגן היה על הראש שלך, אני יריתי, ולא רק אפילו אחד.
10 HP. תסתכל, יש לי להגיד לך על דבר אחד, תסתכל.
Yeah, it's so fun. I really just try to take pop culture
אתה רוקד, אני פאקינג שם לך בלוק.
kind of take the elements of songs that we know.
מה עשיתי? עשיתי סימן שלא עם הראש.
Really relate to it, which is so fun and so awesome.
Do you have any songs in the works right now?
Oh my gosh, none that I want to talk about. Yeah, but shout out if you know Tilted Tower Dance, go Tilted. That has 100,000 streams on Spotify, and it's a Fortnite song, and I'm so proud of that. So really cool.
Keep Up Radio, thank you so much for joining me here. Where can people find you online?
You can find me on as Keep Up Radio everywhere.
אני רוצה לפרוץ אותך, אתה יכול פשוט...
Oh my god, thank you again so much. And guys, back to you on the desk.
בכל לקח 5 דקות לעשות פרטקות. לא רצה דרום, נו, איפה אתה?
Keep Up Radio, again, it's just so cool. We've been doing FNCS for a year now, coming together, bringing everybody into one big pool, looking like, what's up, Fortnite fam? It's great to see all of you from different aspects of the game, all in a single.
אתה יודע שעשיתי פייט אחי... מולך או מול מישהו פגעתי בו איזה 7 פעמים 28 אחי. כמו שזה היה נגד הסורי הערבי. ברור חושב שהוא יכול לעשות עליי את הטריק. די להפיל, אסור. כן, סבא. let's go אחי. לא הפלתי אבל לא הפלתי. באתי לעשות פרטוז.
You have the stakes set so high, you know we're expecting the big names to come out, but they're actually giving us performances, that match up to the status they have. It is a special day. So I think looking at all the players, hopefully these last 2 games deliver in that regard. I saw the leaderboard looking a bit too NA for my liking, so hopefully some more big can see the way up.
אני פאקינג שונא פאמפ!
אתה רוצה לך, בוא נחליף להם בוא
No bias at all, no bias.
Watch
out. You guys wondering, what's up with this longer break? Keep in mind we're halfway through the day, so we have to get the players a break. Get them on a step back, kind of refresh the mentals to come back stronger in these next couple of games. Frankie is actually standing by right here, right now, with Miro and Cooper.
I am, and this is such an impressive duo because they're coming together and qualified for globals back then by coming second. So of course I had to talk to them. Currently in 24th position on the leaderboard. And Cooper, this is your first lap. How things are going so far?
Nice, Rip.
How come you've become this fresh-faced IGL that everyone is saying such great things about, given that this is your first LAN?
אתה בטוח שאתה רוקד, אתה יש אני מדווח עליך ביוטיוב, אני תומך טרור.
Why did you want to become an IGL?
ספאגן, על ישראל לחשוב טרור.
Being a fragger, I feel like I never got
בטעות SFG לא באחד.
being the leader in a duo.
Ali, take a back.
Well, I should talk to that best fragger now. Mira, I apologise for leaving you out in the cold as I've spoken to you for so long. But you are regarded as a veteran. This is not your first video. Why did you want to compete here with Cooper?
I think he's a good teammate.
Sharp
He's always around the game. That's really about it, honestly. He's just fun to play with, good teammate. A lot in common in terms of interests and stuff, so he's easy to talk to about things. Which is easy,
Have you got a warm-up song that you listen to before you go on stage?
סליפה, מים!
Sexy Red.
I do not know the song, but that is because I'm not as cool as you two are. So, what's the strategy now? How are you going to regroup?
אשכרה, ברו! ברו ניצח על באג. ברו ניצח על באג.
מה זה אפילו? זה הפכת לאופטימוס פריים.
We just need a little bit more luck on our side and we're going to be fine.
Okay, well, hopefully the luck will be on your side. Thank you so much for talking to me, gentlemen.
אתה לא מפיק, אתה גיי.
I am going to bring in
לא כיף איתך, אני עושה ליב.
Londoner on land, so therefore I'm slightly biased because
אתה יכול
I'm London too. If you
אתה יכול לתת לי לעשות ליב?
Pink currently 20
מה?
on
הייתי למטה.
How are you finding things in Copenhagen?
איך אתה מסביר את זה שהייתי למטה? סטופ סרץ', let's go. אני מנצח! אני מנצח!
Why do you think you're not playing the best yet?
Game 1 we played well. Game 2 there was a minor error.
Let's go. Let's go, my boy. Let's go. ברו מת לזל.
He was already qualified in 2 games. So he dedicated game 3 to grief us. So I think he'll continue to do that for game 4 and game 5.
ברו צריך את הפרסים.
Are you thinking you can grief back then?
אתה יודע שזה כל יום פרס, כן?
עכשיו לקחתי פעם, בוא לפה, בוא לפה, לקחתי פעם.
At this point they're qualified, so no matter what we do, they're through to the next
מה אני יכול לקנות פה ב...
It's more so where we let go of the grudge and just focus on ourselves.
פרש נאו, אחי.
They're not in your head.
קרוב. למי יש
And how are
200
you finding
מרלינג
things with Vico? Because you're a relatively new duo, you came together for major number 3 and you pulled off what you needed to do to make it to globals. But this was a surprise in some ways. So why do you think it's managed to come together so quickly?
פרש, אחי, זה עדיין תקוע על מירו. אתה גם רואה את זה?
At the start, it was a bit annoying, I'd say, but more so now, it's more so making me proud.
אתה רואה שזה תקוע על מירו?
Good duo. We complement each other well.
תגיד, אתה רואה את זה זז? אתה רואה את זה
How did you
זז?
manage to stop him pressing W in every situation?
לא, את זה, אתה רואה את זה זז?
I've had to do a lot of things.
זה עובד לך? אתה רואה את זה?
Yeah.
Pink, I'm looking for
את המסך פה של פורטנייט.
Once you're done with globals, you've got the spare time in your hands. Are you
אחי, תראה בלייב.
No.
איך שמתי לזה סטופ?
Great excuse, darn it. But I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. I'll just go solo. Thank you so much for talking to me, Pink, and we will see you out on the bus. Thank you.
אני שרואה אותך בסומן.
Thank you so much for those interviews for the players. Pink is...
איפה אתה? מה? איפה אתה? איפה אתה? יואו! תשמע, אתה קוסם? אני בא! בוא תנסה לברוח. אני עומד לך במקום מאוד מאוד מלחיץ. תברח. אני צריך כסף. בוא תפוס לי, בוא תנסה כאילו לתפוס לי ואז צריך כסף. תופרוץ אותי, מה אתה נראה? פורט בודק מי ניצח?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely bring up some very valid.
תעלה על זה, אם אתה גבר, אם אתה גבר תעלה על זה.
By some of these performances so far. One good game, right? A couple eliminations.
אני יכול לעבור את
up that leaderboard. So they just gotta win that spawn fight one more time.
Do you think they do that though? Is that the play kind of keep rolling the dice? Is it just let's go somewhere else, or let's just disengage? What do you guys think?
So it's interesting, right? Very experienced when it comes to being contested, right? You look at all the way to chapter 3 season 2, I believe it was contested by Mustache. You know, were unbelievable, right? And I remember Pink saying to me, I've never experienced that off spawn, right? And they got demolished back then when he was playing with Anas, but he learned a lesson, right? He learned what it takes to be a good off-spawn team, and he said to me he had a lot of those sort of similar strategies coming in to try and use against Acorn and Cold, and so maybe now we start to see him start to whip out some of the things he maybe would have wanted to save for grand finals, but use them now to secure a spot for final.
Good stuff. They are sitting there on the bubble, 29th place. Remember, top 25 will be the ones to move on to Sunday's finals. Now, if you find themselves at the bottom 25, they still have tomorrow. Obviously, not the best situation to find themselves in. You know, Vivid right now, Levin makes a great point. They're kind of pulling out some of these strategies. Yes, they very well could get them to Sunday, but if it doesn't, that means that they're going to go into tomorrow's lower bracket, and those 25
Unlucky, brother.
they will have known, okay, well, this is what they're looking to do.
Yeah, I mean, very
City.
interesting. I don't think anybody wants to be
עשיתי טלפורט, מצאתי שיטה.
Listen, we're at the global championships, right? These teams are here for a reason. If 2 games is
בואו
what it
מתחב.
takes for
אחי,
them to actually go
לחצתי
through the
ככה זה,
final, I guarantee
ואז
you that they
שיגר
are
אותי
very, very well
לסוף.
capable of it.
Yeah, 100%, right? Again, it is just a matter of doing what they were able to do in that first.
הנה, השתגרתי!
It was good. They were in them
מה
games.
עשית?
They looked good. They looked like a team that
אחי, אני לא יודע, השתגרתי.
but unfortunately hasn't panned out.
עליתי על זה כזה ממש בקצה, ואז שיגר אותי.
And I think it's very possible.
ולחצתי אי כזה, אחי, ושיגר אותי לשם.
You guys just hitting me with the razzle dazzle right now.
הנה אני!
You know,
שיגר
this
אותי,
is
אחי.
global championships.
אני רואה את הלייב של היוטיוב במדינה.
Duo in the world. There cannot be any question. There has to be a duo that steps up and says, we are definitively better than everybody else. So I feel like at this point in time, we can be a bit more critical about some of these things, right? And we kind of have to be, you know? We can't just say, well, this is a major, you know, you've got weeks 2, week 3, you know, you'll go to, we'll see you in grand, it's fine. No, this is the end of the line.
You know what? You know what? I said it. Honesty is the best policy, right? So I'm going to talk about one of the favorites here, right? We took a look at a little bit of the bubble right there, and I saw 23rd place, Thomas, HD, and Malabuka. That is not a very comfortable spot to be.
Not at all. Not at all. And then obviously, you know, when you are the favorite, there's pressure that comes with that. You've got this crowd here that's making all this noise for you. If you are Thomas HD and Malabuka, you have to start thinking about, okay, how do we get back into this, right? I think a lot of them, people saw them as a favorite coming into this competition because they are so good. But things haven't been easy, right? The Canada versus an Ages Offspawn battle hasn't been the simplest of equations for them to solve. And even beyond that, right? Actually, when they are getting to play out games, the formula, it's not quite clicking, it's not quite working.
That's right. Well, I'm getting word. As much as I'd love to continue this conversation, games are ready to go. So let's kick it up to the casters to get us prepped.
We are here. This is game 4 about to get underway. And I want to give a huge shout out to Kit. But let's go ahead and go to the battle bus because the game starts now. What I was gonna say is a shout out to Cammy and Seti. They had a little bit of a rough start to start the day, but they have shown it just takes one big game to get yourself inside of that top 25. And this being game 4, with only one game left after this, there's only a few spots left for those bubble teams to grab.
And we're looking at a team that definitely needs a good matchup for things to start picking up for them. Podesai, Snazy, starting to get some shots from the sky, but here at the racetrack, we've watched this for 3 games now. 2-1 in favor of Thomas and Malabuka. Kanata trying to see what he can do. It's a double fire, but Thomas, for the time being, he's gonna go down. Kanata and Agers looking like they could be in a decent position here, but it's Malabuka on the wraparound of the reboot band, trying to make sure that he can keep Thomas and his own hopes alive for this game number 4. Agers, Kanata so incredibly low, but Malabuka down to half HP. Now jumping on top of the building, and the reboot band just barely keeping the hope alive for Kanata and Agers.
Oh, this is gonna be a big save. His chance to get his HP back, and it down onto Kanata. He has no ammo left. This could be huge if Agers could just find a way to just push up, finish this off, but it's Malabuka who does it yet again.
One of the few times where a tactical DMR is going to look like the saving grace here for Malabuka. Thomas as well with the immediate dap up onto his boy, and for good reason, because this score, it's already being telegraphed. 3-1 now in favor of Thomas and Kanata, and keep in mind, or excuse me, Thomas and Malabuka, but for Agers and Kanata, they're literally in 35th place. And that's bound to get pushed even further back now.
That's where you start to feel the nerves and you feel like you're in the danger zone. We got Cal Gamer, 7-man going up against King and Phaser Kami yet again. And this is where it's going to get heated up. He gets a little bit of a first strike, but doesn't really take advantage of it. And a quick reposition out of King and Phaser. This is exactly what you have to do, but the rift does go off. They're trying to reposition and try to have some claim towards that high ground, but they're not able to do too much. They have to concede relentless retreat in order to stay alive.
Right idea, though. Sometimes you just know when a fight isn't yours to make happen. And for 7-man, All his ammo's running relatively low with that disengage from Phaser. 7-man and Galgamer now gonna have ample time to try and loot out Relentless Retreat. Slappy Shores action has been relatively quiet. We've seen a couple of circumstances with Tayson.
Yeah.
Really just nice surge strategy going for the most part at this location. But for Trulix and Chicho, they've also had a relatively quiet time so far.
Yeah, for them, they just got to start building up that confidence. Because even though they'd have the cushion that you could still fall into day 2, we were just talking about it, that's not something you even want to test. Anything can happen in that lower bracket. That's why it's paramount for these teams to qualify today, give themselves a break, a chance to readjust. And Bugha and Threats is one of those teams that's outside of that bubble. And I think that's something nobody would have expected coming into today.
One thing that we've definitely noticed from the past 3 games that have played out so far, Threats and Bugha, they've never been a duo. They've never gotten a chance to actually participate in that late game circumstance together. So maybe here in game number 4, seems as though Threats is on a mission to write his own story. As some nice tags up along the coast side, just south of Sanguine Suites. A lot of pressure being applied to the duo a little bit south of them.
Yep, just like I was talking about with Cammy and Seti, just one big game. This could be the start that Bugha and Threats need to try to propel themselves, if not to the top of the leaderboard, at least inside of that top 25, and that'll give them that chance to readjust. P8 Zin, Kitos, they've been doing well so far as well, and that's something that you want to see. Even if you're qualified already, you want to keep up the pace, continue to build that confidence, because even though you might have Saturday off, you have to be prepared for Championship Sunday. $4 million on the line. That's not something to take lightly.
And again, I think it doesn't necessarily have to be flashy, but for Thomas and Malabuka...
I'm going far, I'm going far. I got spot. I'm dead, I think. 60 wide, I'm dead, they're both here. He's getting shot in the back though, One is running back to farm and one is plant B. They're gonna get siphoned for B. Farm the brick after. Toilet, here. Okay. He's alone. Nice! Get.
Yeah, for Thomas and Malabuka, it's definitely looked pretty flashy. When you're going for that 50-50, when you're representing that there's a reason why this is your POI, at least that they're going to be choosing to drop at, or their established drop spot. Racetrack's almost feeling like a POI with how well they have managed to just take hold of it.
Yeah, and I'm not too surprised. It was a couple of majors ago where they were contested. And I wouldn't say it was the highest placing of a contested team ever, but it was one of the highest placings in an FNCS Grand Finals for a team while contested. So they've had that preparation throughout the year, and they're putting all that preparation here to the test. Just like Duke and Edgy, trying to pick up the pace here. They are your FNCS Grand Finals champions of the NA region as well. They already started off with 1 elimination, so you know they at least have some surge in their back pocket. But as the lobby and the games have shown throughout the day, you need more than just some surge. You need an ample amount of surge in order to survive this game.
And for Duke and Edgy, they need a lot of points as well, because you have to remember they entered game 4 in that 46th position. So quite a lot of places to jump up in the leaderboard if they want to actually find themselves in that top 25. But right now, leaderboard is the least of Frostroki's concern. Right now, it is all about surviving and maybe, if he's lucky, finding an opportunity here to look for a pickoff onto Yuumi, because Frostroki, if he's able to find this knock, or if he's able to just be patient, he might actually have a chance. So look for grabbing his teammate's reboot card if he hasn't already.
Yep.
Full disengage. It's still plenty early enough in the game where a reboot ban opportunity could definitely come up clutch.
Especially here with the zone pulling forward. A lot of those teams are going to begin to rotate, whether they try to go to the slow side or directly straight towards the center. That is going to be one of the few safe opportunities you will have, as the augments are already beginning to come out. Possible rarity check, and a lot of these teams, you might be saving some of those augments as well, but King and FaZe or Kame, you saw them disengage out of Relentless Retreat. They're outside of the top 25, so a game like this is necessary to come out on top, grab as many points as you can, and he's already getting challenged for that high ground, instantly gives up. Phaser and him are a little bit too separated for my liking, and probably theirs as well.
Striker, though, decent top-down overview. But it's going to be Exodus with the immediate trading of that big shield potion, making sure that his teammate is able to maintain as close to full shield as possible. Exodus, meanwhile, hey, you might be looking straight, but there's plenty of teams sure to be looking at you as well. Gotta make sure that your backside is covered. And that's gonna be an immediate drop down into the safety of their tower that they've managed to build up. Phaser and King, though, just outside of zone, just kind of landlocked for the time being as well on this beach outside of Relentless Retreat. It does not seem as though they're going to have a very easy time working their way in.
Nah, and you kind of saw them there on the leaderboard, 22 points overall. As it stands now, that bubble, that 25th spot is at 58 points. So it's not too far for any one of these teams to really climb up the pace, but the usual Misha and Teeny switching up their drop spot, not liking how their games have been going so far, so they're sticking to what even qualified them to the Global Championship themselves, and that is these sneak attacks. They're going ahead and trying to cut off somebody's boot path and take advantage while they can, and that's QNDX that they're going after, and they have a 2v1 for the time being, and they're wasting a lot of their resources just trying to build for it, because that is the extra loot that they need. Instead of farming up at a drop spot, this is the strategy that they're going to use, but unfortunately enough, their opponent does get away. He finds a way to disengage, so they're going to have to figure out where else they're going to get their loot from.
I don't know if that was intuition, by the way,
maybe
from QND, or if maybe some sort of audio cue might have given things away there for Misha and Teeny, but they were certainly ready to pull the trigger a little bit too soon there and didn't let QND actually fully step into the building. And again, it did seem as though QND kind of recognized better, thought that maybe the loot's a little bit too free in this circumstance.
Just a huge beam from Okus, trying to go ahead and get as much surge as possible. I think for someone like him, he's been doing a good job so far, trying to pick up these opportunities where he can. And that's the thing. Reet and Ritual probably didn't even really see exactly where those shots came from, who was surrounded or all around them, and see they're going towards the south side of the zone, that they have to be careful, because as long as they continue to go south, we saw the zone was pulling up. So this will be the congested side. You already see in the minimap there are so many teams going ahead and grabbing their spot all around them. That's going to make it that much harder, but Misha and Teeny keeping things on the run. Weapon cache is going to come up, and that's 7-man and Cow Gamer that they're trying to contest for it. A little bit of a mistake there with the briefcase turret, trying to go ahead and use it to their advantage. Teeny with a nice shot from the side, backs up towards his teammate. 7-man Cow Gamer. This could be their opportunity to try to advance, clean up this elimination, finish the damage you already put down. But for them, it's just grabbing the real estate, grabbing all that piece control, so when the cash does pop, it is all theirs.
Well, as far as 7-man and Cow Gamer are concerned, keep in mind, 7-man, decent loadout to take this challenge up against Teeny and Misha. Left side peek, maybe not the most favorable, but they're certainly still making the magic happen. Builds continuously being edited out for both sides and destroyed in the process here. But Teeny, Misha, they look as though they really want at least one, if not both, of these eliminations now. They know that 7-man and Cow Gamer are bound to have some excellent resources and materials, but again, if you're Cow Gamer and 7-man, we saw their loadouts. They don't necessarily need to pressure this. They've got exactly what they were looking for and can easily disengage at this point.
Yeah, and being another team that's outside of that top 25 bubble, they're just trying to play the safe game, scrape by, try to get some points, and that's Reet and Ritual are almost trying to do the opposite. They're trying to take the fight to Malibuca and Thomas. Thomas and Malibuca are one of those teams that talked about how good they're playing as a contested duo, but they're in 23rd place. Going down here, no placement points. They only get to 8 points for those eliminations off spawn. This is not what position you want to be in. And you can see they're not playing safe. Even though they did get some damage, they're not going ahead advancing on it. They got their spot in zone, and they're just trying to hold on to it. You see the loot switch. That's respect between teammates as well.
Malibuca definitely understanding that there's a reason Thomas is known as a fragger in the EU region. And with that sharp tooth, seems as though Thomas feeling a little bit more comfortable with trying to aggress even further onto Ritual and Reet, but we'll have to tune back into them a little bit later on here, because keep in mind what Pink said in that mid-game interview, but we'll get more insight on that later on, because right now we've got some great insight coming your way via Mighty Miner.
Thank you so much, Taco. Now, we saw a huge game from Acorn and Cold right there, which basically solidifies their spot in the grand finals on Sunday. We can see them doing everything in their power to make sure that Pink and Vico don't have the same success. Now, Pink and Vico are actually in 29th place right now, so they're just dipping. They're getting out of there. Of course, getting inside the territory of Camry and Sethi as well. They don't want anything to do with it. They want to make sure they're avoiding fights as much as possible because they've only got 2 games to make it happen.
With only 2 games left, you could see with Pink and Vico, they talked about it going down, but as all that happened, Merstash is now in a 1v2 position, trying to back up, trying to do as much as he can to try to stay alive. That's Duke and Edgy on the other side. They need these points, and it's a 2v1 situation, and Merstash is not backing down from the challenge. A nice shot, but that's going to be a miss. Merstash takes a little bit of damage, but he has more than enough heals to try to get himself into tip-top shape, and it's only really a matter of time. Duke and Edgy, if they realize that this man is a solo, that could be their opportunity to strike. At this stage in the game, with only 2 games left, you have to try to get as many points as possible. Even if you don't get in the top 25 here, you want to get yourself as close as possible.
The hesitation, though, is definitely not there as far as Rostroki and Kylie are concerned. They see a solo. They're ready to completely try and run him down because it's going to be Anshari left to fend for himself here. A nice double elimination there, Rostroki and Kylie. So the plan, clearly a success from their starting point. A great job getting that reboot advance so they could play the game out as a duo.
285 above the Storm Surge threshold. Alex and Worthy trying to take advantage of this opportunity that is right before their very eyes. Peeking around towards the backside of the zone where they're trying to predict some other teams are trying to find a little spot, a little crevice, anything that they can hang on to. But as you saw on the mini-map, not too many teams are there. Acorn and Cold, you said it yourself. They have already got their spot into Championship Sunday. But you know as well as I do, there's more than just money on the line. There's more than just the Axe of Champions. It's about calling yourself the best Fortnite duo in the world. And that's what Cold and Acorn came to do. Specifically Cold. He was at the Invitational along with Acorn, different duos, but he placed 3rd. He fell just shy of both Queasy and Vino and Cammy and Sethi. And he's out for redemption here as Merstash in another 1v1. He takes out Oakis, trying to keep the show alive.
So unfortunate for Oakis, but Merstash, he might have found 1 elimination. He's got a lot more work ahead of him, though, just from this position alone here at the Creaky compound. As a solo, Merstash is really gonna have to try and play things safe on the backside of zone. Probably gonna have to wait, recognizing the fact that there's teams around him, but no, actually, he can't afford to play safe because the surge damage threshold has just tapped in. And with that in mind, Merstash now, it is essentially now or never. He's got to make a play. He's got to find some damage. He's just barely managing to put himself into that safety net threshold. He's looking to challenge for more.
That's just a daring play. Very, very brave. But that's something you kind of known from Merstash. The more mechanically skilled players in the EU region overall. He's willing to take those chances. He's willing to bet on himself. Since he didn't land a shot and didn't cover the distance, he's just trying to disengage. You said it yourself as well. He's just trying to find his way in towards the zone instead of waiting, letting time pass by, and having all those duos pass him and try to hold him out. I think that was a perfect play for him to try to find his spot inside of the zone. But a team that needs to not only find their spot into the zone, they need to find damage, and they need to start to build that groove. 77 below, continuously falling. They're taking some time to try to get some resources, but that's the decision you got to make. What's more important, Storm Surge or resources to try to survive?
Granted, there is anything more available for King and Vaser to utilize, but unfortunate stuff there. It doesn't take them quite as far as they were hoping for, and now with that sound going off, it seems as though teams on the hill have beautiful shot though from King. That suppressed sniper rifle might be the main reason why they weren't as concerned, but they're still below on surge damage. Another shot might just be ahead.
Nope, luckily they're on the tail. Through 65 above, they do get the knock. The chances for them to be able to take advantage might not necessarily be there, but that's not necessarily what they were looking for. They were looking to move through. They were looking to get themselves a spot in towards the zone, and this is a replay of that shot. Just amazing coming out from King, while the pressure is on as well. He is one of the teams outside of that bubble that needs to put in that work.
And let that be a reminder, I think, for some of these teams, even if you have that height positioning, if you peak just a little bit too far, get a little bit too comfortable, player like King, he'll make sure to take care of that for you.
Yeah, and a lot of these players, you know, they might lose sight of that suppressed sniper being in the game. They might forget, or they might be forced to peek to get the surge for themselves. And those are the opportunities we've been seeing all day, but danger happens. Duke goes down to paper from one team that has their spot for a team that's fighting for it. That leaves Edgy all by himself trying to clutch up. Cold, first place on the leaderboard. They're faring well with the Storm Surge, even though their scores continue to move north in this zone. They're bypassing a lot of those teams that are on that Rift Island, which honestly looks a little bit more active than we've seen in some of these previous games.
אולי אופיר דל, עמוד מעריצים לעומר הנרי משהו.
Championship Sunday, like we just talked about.
נתנאל רדירי העומו.
Even if it means just completely running down some other teams, again, Nick and Nico talked about it. They mentioned it. Edgy and Duke, though, still looking to work together. As all these teams continue to pile up, the Eclipses stay the way the zone is pulling. Mildly unforgiving, given some of the water surrounding the area, but definitely something that these teams can work with.
See the little bounce pad junior trying to face themselves in the front side of the zone. They don't want to be one of the last teams there. Unfortunately enough, they will be in the back of the pack, but they instantly are trying to build for some elevation. They don't want to get stuck on that low ground, especially in this zone. That was what I was about to say. It could be a roller coaster of emotions. We're going up mountains. We're going across rivers. Anything can happen here, and they get into the box. Duke's being forced back. A lot of damage is there. He's going to get knocked. It's all up to Edgy, and their run comes to an end in 34th place. That leaves their backs up against the wall in our fifth and final game.
Yeah, Acorn and Cole do not care. It does not matter who it is. As long as you appear in front of them as a target, they will look to eliminate you. And they've been extraordinarily successful all day so far today. Malabuka and Thomas, though, they've also had a pretty definitely an instance where they could look to cement themselves in that top 25 game 4 goes well.
See them trying to get that damage. Robob goes down. But at least his teammate Axe Force is still alive, trying to grab them as many points as possible.
What the fuck? I think we're
at 10th place spot for now. Probably got it secured, but you don't want to leave it up to a prop, but you don't want to leave it up to the judges. As you see another replay. Oh my god!
מישהו שם נונסקופ אחי! הוא שם שתי סנייפים!
I dare anybody on that stage to try to step in his path now, because he's looking like an avalanche trying to demolish anything in his way.
Look at the loadout, the double suppressed sniper rifle. He's even got the sniper surplus augment to boot, and he is making fantastic work of it. Kylie, I am so sorry, but King, actually, that's his turf.
You back a dog into a corner. This is exactly what is going to happen. They realize the pressure that they're under. They realize what's at stake. Even though they do have tomorrow, if they fall short, that's not something anybody wants to stress about. You finish the job here. You get it done. You give yourself a break, a chance to relax and bond review. Another one of our teams that we've seen do great things throughout the year. 157 above the damage threshold. It doesn't seem like a lot, but from what we've seen, like from the lobby, there's a lot of teams that are around those similar numbers. But luckily for everybody, returns off for now. Even though it wasn't a far rotation with the bounce pad junior, it's just step by step. That's the way a lot of teams got to take it. Just one foot in front of the other.
One tarp in front of the other as they keep trying to make their way forward. Look at Cammy and Seti, though, all the way at the very top of Eclipse's stage. And this is some primo realistic if you are Cammy and Seti. But it does seem as though they're going to have to disembark from this little throne that they've established for the time being, but not without laying some suppressive fire. So everyone below them first.
Yeah, and leaderboard, kind of see the top side of what's going on. But 19th, 20, 21st place, down. 24th place, down. 26th place, even down. So if you're outside of that bubble for now, this is your chance to shine. This is your chance to pick up those points. And you kind of saw it at the start of the day with Queasy and Vino. 90-plus points for that victory royale combined with 7 eliminations, so anything is definitely possible. And that's why Bugha and Threats are putting themselves to the test now. Barely any placement points just left. There's 24th place, 24 teams still left alive, so there's still so many possible points up for grabs.
But the best part is, Threats and Bugha, they're at least still together as we enter this late game, which is something we haven't really had a chance to see from this duo all day today. It's been competitive as far as solo clutch circumstances are concerned. They just haven't really been able to bring any competition because of that. Pink and Nico, though, under a lot of pressure here from Malabuka and Thomas. So many other teams surrounding them. Sometimes it can be really difficult to tell just which direction your foes are actually getting targeted from.
Survive the on-spawn battle between Acorn and Cold. Even though they don't have much to work with, we've seen them do amazing things before. Vico, one of the more aggressive and skilled players. Fortnite, they're going astronomical, building off of the moon towards relentless retreat, trying to hold on to their high ground. They have the rocket ram for backup as well. So if anybody looks up, tries to chop them down, they do have a plan B. Pink getting a couple more eliminations. Thomas Malabuka bypassing everybody else. They're trying to stay to the front side of the zone, looking back. They have their eyes set on the prize for now.
Vico, he needed a refresh instead. He'll find himself waiting for game number 5 to begin. As Seti, Gammy, we see Seti also right now with the rocket rev. Who he comes crashing down on is another story to be decided because Yamzo and Rise, they're right now. Yamzo's gonna travel all the way to the water, realizes, tries to escape, but not able to. Mixon and Blaha instead, the only ones seemingly able to continue pressing forward in this mid-low ground layer.
4 solos running around this lobby full of duos. Queasy and Vino again. These guys are impressive, consistently finding a way to go to the high ground. Just a test here, just like in the first game, they're looking to hold on to it, get that victory royale. Another elimination being found by Malabuka. Their total as a team does move up to 5. 12 teams remain. These are the points that they were looking for. This game alone, if they come out on top, could qualify them to Championship Sunday, but the fight continues. An Acorn, just trying to tear everybody down, even if that means it's their counterpart as Pars and Baka fall.
There's one thing that Cold loves to do, it's play disruptive. Players. Because now Seti, Cammy, they're actually going to be able to retake height because Queasy and Venom, they're no longer here. At some point, they winded up falling. Queasy himself potentially eliminated from this match. And we're seeing everyone below, Cammy and Seti, just doing what they can to stay alive, but Thomas and they have been on a rampage in these lower layers.
Yep, Cammy gets another one onto Muzz, finding him as a solo. Another player is going to drop. Sphinx and Poyo, who absolutely came out of nowhere on the NA region to claim their spot here in Major 2, but they don't want just the spot, they want to take over. Thomas finds another elimination, taking down Seti. Now the high ground has changed, and they're trying to keep it for themselves. Acorn gets sniped out of the air with the sharp. Now we're into our final 4 teams left alive, but 2 of them are solos. One of them is Cammy. He's trying to do what he can to try to bypass with that men miss, falling down low to the low ground. He goes down. A 2v2 situation. Sphinx and Poyo drop them into the palm of their hands, but a nice shot's gonna be traded off. But a down on the Thomas taking the game. NA on top thanks to Poyo and Sphinx.
What a massive comeback though from Poyo and Sphinx. I mean, 12 eliminations. Given that they were in such a dire position heading into this match, that is a massive point swing here, Jacob. That might just be enough to even make them serve.
And they might have snatched away the single game elimination record, but I'm gonna let Frankie talk about that because there she is on stage with our winners.
Yeah, I just had to come in and ask everything you were saying in that final zone because your mouth was going off. How were the comms?
I don't know. Poyo just doesn't really talk. Kind of just, gets kills, does his thing, and I'm just, there for the ride,
And do you just are happy to let him off the leash like that?
I mean, if he gets the kills, I got no problem with it.
And Poyo, your ear's burning now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is a man of few words. He is a man of few words. He was so what, sorry?
He was so loud.
He was incredibly loud. To be honest, I felt like I could hear him backstage. So for you, how has the day been so far? Now you've got your victory royale as well.
Yeah, it's been 2-1 off spawn. I think we're at the bottom of the leaderboard, but I think we'll be near qual range now.
Hopefully, we will take a look at the leaderboard shortly. I love this. You're a man of so many words. I can hear him in the background going 2-1, 2-1. Is there anything you'd like to say to people watching right now and supporting you?
It's really laggy. It's really laggy. I mean, these servers are atrocious, but, you know, we're making it work.
Well, you know what? Everyone is in the same boat, and it's fantastic to see you guys doing so well. As you say, 2-1. Are you going to make it 3-1 now?
I mean, that's the only option.
It is the only option. Hopefully, you are closer to qualifying for Sunday. If not, you'll get to play again tomorrow, and you'll get to show why NA is potentially the best region. What would you say it is already?
Obviously.
Obviously, of course. He's a little bit biased. Boyo, I know you're a man of few words, but give me one more. What's it like to play in Copenhagen?
It's different. It's not the same as at home.
That's the most words, and I loved it. Thank you so much. Congratulations, everyone. Sphinx and Boyo!
Well, Levin. NA on top. What do you have to say now?
Look, I just want to start by saying I love how like Poyo's just won the game, hype moment, and all he's thinking is like, can Sphinx just stop talking? He's talking too much. Like, can you just pipe down a bit, mate. You know, like, that's his only concern about that game. All I have to say is, right, after that, you know, Thomas HD and Malibuku were popping off. It looked like they were going to win the game. The crowd was getting loud. When Sphinx win the game, everyone's just like, oh, what did we just watch? Like, the shots Sphinx and Poyo were just hitting at the end there, Vivid. Insane.
From the low ground as well. And yeah, I mean, you got to give the positional advantage there 100% to Thomas, HD, and Malibuku, right? High ground is usually what wins games in Fortnite. But the shots, like you mentioned, I mean, it's just too clean. And usually, I give my respect to Acorn and Cold because usually they're so good on the low ground. Poyo and Sphinx, they're looking a little bit better, especially in this game, because they were just getting elimination.
Look at
Elimination. Boom. That's the winning shot right there. You make it a 2v1, clean it up easy.
Just disgusting. This one, I feel like I could say this about every game we've seen so far. They have been roller coasters from, you know, Seti and Cammy up on high ground, them going straight up, then suddenly it's Queasy and Veno. Just kidding, it's back to Seti and Cammy. Now it's Thomas HD looking to contest. I mean, this is what I want to see, is people get more comfortable. People say, look, we're just not going to let people go for the high ground. We want this too.
Yeah, 100%. Look at this, right? They were talking about it. They were towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Look at that place now, 15th, right? That question mark is there. I think we're in qual range. You are definitely in qual range if you are 15th right now. A couple more points might secure it for you, but it is looking good for them right now.
Yeah, if they can keep hitting shots like that, they'll be well on their way to being in that qual range and being secure, right? So I think the big thing from them is not to let this win almost, you know, get them too excited. Right, stick to what's been working for you, and sort of go with that going into this last one. I mean, again, I'm just so mesmerized.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that, you know, we have one in Sphinx that maybe talks a lot about what they consider each other, and then Poyo doesn't talk apparently at all. But yet they're sitting here racking up 12 eliminations in game number 4 of the Global Championship upper bracket. I did not think we'd see any duo break double digits, and they just went on and did it, Vivid.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. Now we get the opportunity to look at the standings. Acorn and Cold, they're pulling away with their first place, but Queasy and Veno also managed to hold on the second place, and Cammy and Seti, they're on the rise.
That top 3 looks all too familiar. Like, if you were to analyze this whole year, you have been the best team. These guys, you know, that top 3 in particular have just been 3 of the biggest names you mentioned.
I'm looking towards 10th place right now. Thomas, HD, and Malibuku, right? I said 23rd place coming into this game. It wasn't comfortable. So they went ahead and clutched up this game. But there was more than just one clutch this game.
They were going crazy. How they needed to start to step it up. And they finally did. Malibuku and I think we know them as being incredible individual players. But when they start doing things like this, Thomas going up on high, he doesn't care who's there. He just knows he wants it, and they take it so well. Of course, in Poyo and Sphinx win the game, and they sort of shut them up with a really big shot. But these guys throughout that end game were incredibly dominant, showing off why they are revered as one of the favorites for this tournament.
And I wonder what put them in a situation where they didn't have those maps, right? What led up to that ultimately where
בוואן על וואן. אני נגר. כולם הורגים טים פיקק. סתם לא, מה נראה לכם? אני נגר. תגיד, אתה בונה 90s או כמוני פשוט בונה מדרגות ככה ואז אתה...
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you go out for high ground right, we saw them, they had to go ahead and contest the high ground right when they got the elimination.
Opa, full damage!
Of materials to go ahead and actually build up there. You have to make sure that all of your builds kind of stay supported and stuff like that.
כמה HP אתה? פול דמג' זה 160, נכון?
לא, אתה עם פאמפ אפי, זה
160. השארתי אותך אחד בדיוק.
לא, זה פאמפ אפי רגיל. כמה HP אתה?
לא יכולתי לבנות? מה?
Just, you know, part of the trade, especially when you're up there on high as well towards the end of the game. But they won't be upset with that game. They'll be very, very happy, especially when you look at the previous games they've had.
And, you know, I gotta mention it, right? That Thomas HD Malibuka clutch all spawn. Malibuka with the 1v2. Actually awesome stuff, and honestly, coming into this, they should have been expecting something. Because throughout this chapter, Malibuka and Thomas, they have done that 7 times where one of them have gone down early, and they've clutched it up.
No easy feat, especially when you look at the competition they've been facing. Thomas, towards the start of the day, said, look, I've faced much better competition off spawn than Canada and Aegis, right? So I'm used to doing this. And if he's able to 1v2 against players like that, they'll be confident they can 1v2 against Canada and Aegis as well. So really good to see that happen. Like you said, 2 clutches for them in that game.
You guys talk about Thomas HD, and I'm thinking Thomas HD, probably one of the best snipers in the world. Then I kind of flash back to mid-game. I want to just quickly highlight King. We've seen today.
Unbelievable. King is the kind of player that's always going to give you that special moment, right? You know, we all think back to the World Cup times, right? When he eliminated Tfue, we were all hype thinking, oh, this Argentinian kid taking out Tfue, right? Here again today. We expect Thomas HD to be the sniper machine. King sitting everybody down. You were saying it during the game, right? There was 200 down below serve, and then a couple minutes later, there's 600 above. That's ridiculous, all from his snipes.
Those shots were absolutely clutch, for sure. But now let's talk about the clutch that is necessary for teams that are in the bubble.
That's right, 25. The top 25 will go on to Sunday. Take a look right now. M. Sherry and Rue sitting on that bubble. 68 points is the minimum going into these next games. Just take a look at some of the names, even just down there in 30. Right there on the bubble. Kitos and well. But as we've seen, it just takes one good game, and you can just change everything. Now, even look at 31st. Podasai and Snazy. M8, y'all out there?
Let's
go.
They're going crazy, but even someone like Luga and Brett, right, they've kind of been relatively quiet. 34th. They can make up the ground, but they really need to come online here in this last game.
Yeah, 100%. No. You know, we are at the Global Championship, right? Let's talk about regional representation. Or top 25 right now. EU, there are currently 13 duos. NA currently has 8 duos, and then 1 for each of the regions in OCE, Brazil, Middle East, and Asia. So that is currently what the regional breakdown is looking like so far through the upper bracket.
Yeah, I think for me personally, the NA teams have impressed so much, right? Of course, they do make up a big part of the lobby, but I think what we've seen is not just the trailblazers, the typical NA teams you expect to dominate, some of the ones just in that beneath tier, right, that have come through and really made their mark on this competition, right? Showed us that they aren't just here to sort of hang around and enjoy, you know, Copenhagen and have a good time, find a girlfriend, some of them were saying, right? Some of them are here to actually try and win, right? That's what it's all about, right? So, you know, the priorities on a lot of these NA players are clearly, you know, to come here and show EU, show the other regions what they got.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about this back in Major 2, right? At the end of it, I asked you the question, do you think NA hangs if we get to globals? At the time, it was no. Right? Players in NA, they're thinking, okay, 11-2K, we'll see you at LAN then. Because it feels like NA is playing with a chip on their shoulder, and I also want to play a little bit of devil's advocate. What if we're revealing strategies a little too soon? What if EU is like, yeah, you guys are ahead. That's cool. Then Championship Sunday, they're like, okay, so we were just holding it all back. You know, we were letting you play out there thinking you had something. It's all a show.
Maybe not an element of showing strats too early, but definitely let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? You know, it's just day one, it's the upper bracket, right? You know, the finals coming, right? And that's when we got to be looking at the leaderboard and really going, okay, how are the NA teams doing, how are the EU teams doing. I think once we get to that point, that's when we can really start to give that analysis of, you know, regionally around the world, who looks the strongest. I'm still going to say the EU boys, right? But there are some top NA teams out there that are showcasing that they can hang with anyone.
Yeah, I mean, listen, NA teams are finals out there. I'm very happy to see so far the performance out of some of the top ones.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the stats we're seeing here out of the competition so far. This is the upper bracket. Let's break it down by the numbers. Currently, as we look at this list. Okay, most eliminations. Here we go. Acorn and Cold, that's not surprising, right? They're currently sitting in that #1 spot. It makes sense. Queasy and Veno right behind, though. Do you guys feel like this is the level of aggression we would see coming into day #1 of the competition?
For me, probably, yeah, I'd say, right? I think, especially seeing those two teams there is great for me in terms of Acorn and Cold, you know, Queasy, Vino. I look at Vino, I look at Cold as individuals. Throughout the year, they were the two players I think were going head-to-head for, you know, best player in the world a lot of the year. And so to see them up there in terms of eliminations just makes sense.
You love to see it. Guess what? Fortnite fam, it is time. The last game of the day here in the upper bracket is about to kick off. So, Caster, on over to you.
Thanks so much, and 11 for all the insight on the analyst. Our final game of 5 is just on the horizon. We've seen so many teams now in that 26th to 50th position trying to escalate into the top 25 so that they don't have to worry about tomorrow's lower bracket matches. They want to make sure that they are already guaranteed for Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and if you look at that leaderboard, as our analyst broke it down, some teams, they just have to do the bare minimum. Other teams, they need a top placement, and then some teams need a win and you're in scenario. And I just want to go ahead and talk about Kanata and Agers, Thomas and Malabuka. Thomas and Malabuka have, you know, narrowly clinched their spot. You saw them into the top 10. Kanata and Agers around 39th place. They're one of the teams I'm talking about, a top 10 finish, but they have to be able to survive that off-spawn battle, which hasn't really been going their way today.
Even just now, we saw the collection of players just outside of where Queasy and Veno are sitting. I mean, he was Kanata there, and the conversation that he looked like he was having with Thomas, you know, maybe he's like, hey man, chill on me at that because this 50-50 kind of 50-50 of today. But again, when you see the fact that Kanata and Agers are coming out of being recent FNCS champions for Major 3, I'm sure they have it in them to make the comeback.
Yeah, and I think Poyo and Spinks from NA have the thing I want to talk about is when the regions were separated. When we have NA, nobody gave a single chance. Even myself said it might take a month. It might take a major for them to get in that groove, but there are a number of not only NA teams, but these NA players boosting to the top of the leaderboard that we could see on Championship Sunday. And obviously our regular NA residents towards the top side of that leaderboard as well, Cold and Acorn. And I want to talk about them just a little bit as well. You know, you saw Pink and Vico, but we're going to see them here again because the battle bus is ready. Let's get this last and final game underway.
Beautiful day so far. Our 50 teams here in the upper bracket. Some of the strongest teams even from their respective regions, but only 25 can actually break through and guarantee themselves a seat on that battle bus for Championship Sunday. We've seen a handful of them in the top 10 feeling relatively safe, but the relief can't come quick enough for those teams just outside the top 25.
And I can count at the top of my head at least 3 of these off-spawn battles that would decide if a team goes towards the lower bracket or at least gives themselves a chance to get to that top 25 to earn that Championship Sunday spot themselves. And this is going to be one of them. Malabuka and Thomas, Agers and Kanata, and judging by their elevation, it is on.
It's looking like Agers might have the beat on the punch though. Agers and Kanata quicker as far as the drop is concerned. Opening of the chest, but it's a tactical DMR here that Kanata's got to work with, trying to break Thomas's initial builds. Agers gonna follow it up with the Maven Auto. That's gonna be Thomas down for the count. 1 knock already. Agers taking full advantage of the siphon as well. And another benefit is the weapons that came with it.
Yeah, basically gave himself, You know, a full
Nice
loadout
fun
minus the
vibe
heals, and you see
של-
Malibuca now on the run, grabs that slurp truck,
של-
and now he has decisions to make.
Frenzy?
Do I try to fight the 2v1 while I have the underhand, or do I go ahead and try to disengage and just already see it on the mini-map? He's just trying to survive. Even though they did lose the off-spawn battle, they know they have their spot secured, so now it's just for bragging rights.
Extremely unlikely that we see Malibuca try to lap back anytime soon here at the racetrack. He knows that it's going to take some time before Aegis and Kanata fully clear this area out. And if he wants to get Thomas's reading card,
הוא גם היחיד בשנה
force
האחרונה.
himself
אין בעיה להגיד לך גם.
But the wait is over as far as threats and Booga are concerned. That's going to be a quick elimination to start things off for a team that desperately needs it.
הגבתי לך, בוא ניתן לו בן, בוא ניתן לו בן מהערוץ שלך.
What is usually a triple chest on the side of that mountain. Mixing goes down. That's not only important points for Booga and Threads, that's a storm surge to really give themselves a little bit of a cushion, because we know that's not going to be enough. But another one of our Oswald battles that are paramount for our team success. King and Phaser, Cow Gamer 7-man, shots are being fired. Phaser's going to quickly disengage. He doesn't want to give up too much. He wants a chance to heal. You see, he has big pots, and if King can get to him, that'll allow him to heal up as well.
But even with the vault card, Phaser, he can't charge into it just yet unless Cow Gamer and 7-man have it in their best interest to just prioritize that. But King applying a little bit of pressure here from a distance. Keep in mind the resources though. Builds not looking the best as far as 7-man is concerned. And Cal Gamer again seems as though he has
יש לי
none at
מינוס
all.
10,
So this
מינוס
is
12 שניות
definitely
אני
לריסטארט.
שולח לך בלייב של פרנזי, מה פאנזי שלח?
יש לי מינוס שניות!
אני שולח פה בקבוצה. תראה מה שלחתי, זה מה שפאנזי רשם
Otherwise, they'll have to go to the lower bracket and earn it yet again. But we see a switch up of what we saw last game. King and Phaser this time around getting control of that ball over towards Relentless Retreat. But instead of just disengaging, 7-man and Cal Gamer are still looting up. There's a lot of loot there to grab, and what a huge battle going down yet again. But Cammy and Seti, they're separated, but they're trying to pincer them in. They're trying to surround from multiple angles and trap them in that little barn.
One of the most common fights that we've seen so far today. And Stain and Data's though holding their own. Now what a way to represent Asia though. I mean, we talk all the time ever since the Invitational really, where we saw some of the potential, I think, from Asia's fraggers. And so Data's and Stain looking to try and follow that up as much as possible. They have been going toe-to-toe here with Cammy and Seti. And granted, Frenzy Fields hasn't necessarily always gone their way, but it's definitely made a little bit of an impact against Seti and Cammy because they had to go nuclear basically the last two matches to play catch-up.
Another one going to break down a lot of early game skirmishes with your back up against the wall. It almost leaves you no choice but try to get the elimination points. Axe Force, Robob going against PHN and Kitos. Kitos and PHN actually do need this. They are outside of the bubble, 26th place, and a nice shot to try to back down Axe Force. They pounce, they get the 2v1, give themselves at least a one-man advantage. Kitos trying to heal up. They're not wanting to give them that opportunity. Drop them down into the palm of their hands. They're attacking from both angles. Time is running out unless a miracle happens here as Axe forced a little bit of a jumble and a misstep, but his teammate is there to rise to the occasion and get that elimination. So we see our first team in the lower bracket facing against our last chance major teams.
Beads and Kitos try their best. Kitos especially in that instance, but you got one below you, one above. Difficult for anybody
תראה מה שלחתי בקבוצה שלך ושל פאנזי, תראה מה הוא רשם לאמיל.
On the Benefactory.
I like this. I like this. Pink may have called it griefing, but no, this is just using your brain. Acorn and Cold, even though they've already qualified, letting Pink and Vico qualify off of their spot, which means they're going to get contested again on Sunday. So they want to make sure that team has this little loop, push them back as much as possible. As Anon and Sons, they need a big game here going against Queasy and Vino, who already got their spot secured. And I like the aggressive nature coming out of this. Start to build that confidence, get some points. And then you could probably take what they've been doing and put it to the test yourselves. But it all really comes down here if they want to actually fight it, because Anon looks like he's disengaging. He doesn't want to get trapped between both Vino and Queasy.
This is a very risky team to try and tango with when your position in that top 25 is on the line here. Suns and Anon, they cannot afford to get eliminated just yet. But Queasy and Veno, they're not the sort to let anything go. We've got some player listen-ins coming our way, starting with Kanata.
I got a Maven. 16 white. Going to you. I'm running.
He's on my right. Yeah, run at him.
20 white.
Kill him. 40 white, 40 white, 40 white.
Nice. Oh, the one's at the height. He's at the height.
Get the finish, get the finish.
They're dead.
Nice. We need a cam, bro.
He's running. He's running back. He's just running to rise. He's trying to not give us the kill points.
He's at the hut right now. 9 damage? No, he ran, bro. We just camped the card. We just camped the card. He's a great...
See a lot go down in that listen-in. The great teamwork, the great chemistry, but then the plan for the future. They're going to camp that card so that way Malabuka can't come back and get it safely, which leaves him as a solo at the start of the game. So remember that, because if he does amazing things, he did it all by himself. As Veno, just so much damage from the storm, with just a sliver of HP. You gotta imagine as it continues to pop low. Yeah, I was gonna say a med kit's probably getting popped. Queasy does have some splashes. He's just trying to hound, be the predator towards his prey. Suns and Anon gotta figure out what they're going to do, because they're just getting followed right now by Queasy and Veno.
And Ken, that's definitely not the team that you want trailing behind you, because just like that, Queasy's gonna give some quick reminders of what he's capable of. But for Misha and Teeny, they've also got to deal with Baka and Pars, and again, such an impressive day so far from Baka and Pars. We've really been seeing them take an aggressive stance and come out on top in numerous situations. And I would expect to be all the same here. And Kanata and Agers, even though Racetrack might have gone their way, running into Yamzo and Rise is a different story altogether, as Agers now forced to bounce, has to leave Kanata to be eliminate collected, and they went from wanting to camp Thomas's reboot card to now Agers potentially having to worry about whether or not they do that. Yamzo and Raz will do the same to Kanata.
Yeah, this is very troublesome for Agers and Kanata, the duo that needs at minimum a top 10 performance here in this game if they're looking to skip Saturday and go directly to our championship. But a fight that we saw start as a 2v2 ends up in a 1v1. Baka gets the piece control away from Teeny, not really letting him get any footing in this round. The real estate here and that piece control is going to be important. And another shot getting fired. Teeny getting back down little by little. Baka just playing a game of peekaboo. It's working out for him, but everything good comes to an end eventually, and Baka takes a massive shot. The thing here, it doesn't matter where he's at, because he goes down, and the only place he's going to be is back to the lobby.
That was a huge shot here for Teeny, but it's not over just yet. Bryce and Chubbs now deciding to join the fray. Teeny gonna look to see if he can find an escape route somehow, or at least an opportunity to get this revive going off onto Misha. And Chubbs, Bryce, they don't seem like they're fully aware just how far back Teeny and Misha actually are. So a successful revive does come through. A 2v2 potential situation here, but again, Misha and Teeny bound to be relatively low on resources after that last engagement.
You gotta imagine it to be true. That's Teeny trying to hold the covers, give his teammate some time to try to heal up. First is going to be the med kit. Now it's going to be the shields. And the forecast tower hasn't even been taken yet. That's what they were originally fighting over. And that's probably what drawed Bryce and Chubbs over to this direction. But they don't know that he was weak necessarily. So for them, they're just trying to play the game. They're outside that top 25. They want to give themselves a fighting chance to get towards that championship Sunday and not really fight towards that Saturday. As we tune on to Agers. You can see him just trying to go ahead and bypass everything. But let's go ahead and go listen in to see what happened in the beginning of this game.
I mean, when he gets in, I'll be able to see him in his front. 30-60 on him.
Nice.
I got headshot sniped through the bush. This is so sad, man.
Oof. That is really all that can be said in some circumstances. Yamzo is actually just a monster for that one. I mean, and if you're in Kanata's position as well, sometimes it is what it is. But Yamzo, he's got a lot more to deal with for the time being. Being a little lackadaisical on the rotation, quickly reminded there's still other players waiting around in this lobby for him.
And you can see towards the mini-map, we're on kind of edge of zone towards the southeastern side, and that's where a lot of these caches will spawn, either south towards the east, where a lot of these teams are congested at. And just judging by the lack of the slurp juice, they haven't grabbed theirs just yet. They're hoping to try to beat another team to that punch. And even though they found some dangers there, just a little bit, you can see that they have not too many teams nearby as we see the other side of what went down. And the headshot onto Mappy. That is a huge he is just on fire. He's feeling it. Look at the confidence.
Can't blame him at this point. It's just, what are you really meant to do in that sort of situation other than just fall victim to Yamza there? But fortunately for Aegis and Kanata, they're still going to be able to play things out as a duo. Successful reboot ban there for Aegis. The health replenish as well. They've got a handful of slash splashes left to work through. So it's seeming as though the dream is still alive for Aegis and Kanata.
For now, at the very least, but sometimes those are the wake-up calls you need, especially when you know it's our 5th and final game of the day. And while they're facing all that madness on that side of the map, Threads sticking to what they know works, which is those slow side rotations. They found themselves towards the top side of the zone and kind of just looking. There's not too many teams in their mini-map. And if you look even further, there's only about 3 teams directly in front of them. So they got themselves a safe spot as long as they continue to pull that zone. And my only question, Taco, is going to be how much surge do they have? Because if they're on the slow side, there's not going to be many opportunities to grab it.
That's exactly what I wanted to bring up, because with only 1 elimination, and from what we've been seeing consistently throughout today, there have been circumstances where teams have had several or more eliminations and still found themselves just barely above that surge damage threshold. So if Bugha and Threads making these dead side rotations, yeah, you might have the best positioning in the world, but it doesn't really mean a whole lot if you don't have any damage with it, because then you still have to compromise your positioning ultimately just to find some damage.
That's big.
Something they do plenty here for Acorn and Cold.
I was gonna say that was big, but it comes to an end yet again, and Pink and Vico outside of that top 25. So I think Cold and Acorn have defended their drop spot. They're actually in 24th place. They have 74 points. That's gonna be a tough one to watch.
Eyes on Cooper and Miro as well. One of our teams in that 28th position, but for the team on our screen right now, Vanyak and Karmi, they've also got to ensure that they're able to stay within this top 25, because again, just barely being above as far as the points are concerned does not leave you in a guaranteed position. There are ample teams that could look to leapfrog over you if you aren't careful. So definitely keep that in mind and
אני בקרייטיב רוצה רק אנשים שמשחקים רייטייקים לאייגראונד. שחקני וויג'רים בפרנט, זה יוצא רק נגד...
בואו 1v1, אני אסביר לך איך משחקים אחי. להראות איך לעשות אחי, איך להשיג היי תמיד ב1v1 וזה.
להפיל אותו, לתת לו לגנות למעלה ולהפיל את הדמות.
לא להפיל אף אחד.
שהוא דופק לי ריטייקים. בואו עם ריטייקים באייגראונד. בן אדם 10 קומות מעלה פה לוקח לו את האי בשנייה וחצי.
מה תסביר לך מה אתה עושה? אתה רוצה לעשות 1v1 ולנצח תמיד?
Now you can kind of count them up.
אחי, איך אני תמיד לקחה?
Pink and Vico at 74 points.
לא, זה אתה עושה, וזה לא עובד לך. וגם אתה סוכל בדפיס. תקשיב, אתה עושה דברים לא נכונים. ברגע שאין לך היי, אתה ממשיך או ימינה או שמאלה או קדימה, אתה אף פעם לא הולך אחורה.
אחורה זה לבניות שלו.
אני אסביר לך. נגיד הוא לוקח היי, שניכם נתקעים פה למעלה כזה, נכון? שאחד עושה טריפל ליט כזה ואחד מחכה עם שוטגן. אתה אף פעם לא הולך אחורה ונותנים לך פרי שוט. אף פעם.
בוא תראה לי רגע, בוא נתחיל רגע. בוא נשתיים למעלה.
They're just trying to continue to
היה
mine
בנית?
that, just like Cooper and
סבא,
Nero.
אתה שם, נכון? עכשיו, אחד מאיתנו כזה עושה טריפל, נכון? פה? ואז, פה, נכון, אתה תמיד חוטף שלשות, כי אתה זה שעושה את האדיט, כאילו אם עוקף לך, אתה זה שעושה את האדיט. סבבה, נכון? מה שאתה עושה, אתה סתם יורה, תראה סתם, אחי, אפילו אל תפגע בי. עכשיו, נגיד אני במצב שלך, אני בא, כאילו, קפוץ, קפוץ אחורה, תבנה עכשיו, ופשוט אחי, פרי הייט, כי הוא עדיין למטה. בוא ננסה, בוא ננסה.
So knowing that Cooper was able to find that
הצידה, איפה הצידה?
it just makes the rotation all that easier.
הצידה, אחי, לא משנה איך אתה נתקע באמצע. אני לא סתם בונה,
bracket more than likely with how they've been playing, and when you see Cold go down, when you see Acorn go down, it makes much more better. It's like a sigh of relief. That's one less dangerous player in the lobby that I have to go through.
למה ויתרת?
I mean, 3 out of 5 teams in our top 5 are just not in the lobby any longer. They've all been eliminated. Cammy and Seti and Reed, but again, the point difference.
היית ממשיך אפילו עוד שמאל, היית...
These guys could essentially choose exactly how they want to today.
אם הייתי אתה, הייתי ממשיך אפילו עוד. הנה, נגיד מי שמחזיק לך פה, מה אתה עושה? תחכה לו. הנה אחי, אתה קרקת עכשיו, מה? נגיד אני למטה, מה אתה עושה? לא, זה לא חכם. תסתכל, זה אותך מת עכשיו אחי. אין, אני פשוט יכול לעשות. היית לוקח הצידה, המשכת קדימה אחי.
אם להם זה אתה, ונפלתי למעלה ואתה.
Fate is in their hands, and they just need to be able to find a little bit of a refresh. Where are they going to get their refresh? Survive with how they stop just short of going deeper into the zone. They got themselves the edge for a team like this with 329 above the damage threshold. That's just going to be enough for now.
Considering that Aegis had to get
נורא שכח לבנות
אתה
רצפה.
יודע, לא, אתה יודע למה נגדך זה לא עובד? כי אתה אף פעם לא עושה, אתה ממשיך לבנות מדרגה.
might have been relatively successful. Granted, they would have definitely loved the double elimination factor there, only getting one onto Thomas. Malabuka forcibly retreating, but it is
Oh shit, okay. הלך הטוב, כן?
to reboot your teammate.
כן, אבל
הרעיון, אבל הביצוע.
Potentially catapult yourself into the top 25.
היא קופץ עליך? מה, איפה אתה? תקפת עליך.
Control their own destiny as well. Taking out fast. A lot of these teams outside of the bubble, and I thought I just saw iDrop go down to ping, so another team eliminated out of this lobby. They're still in it. They're here to win it overall. You see the loot getting passed around. And a lot of players to run through if they want to make it there.
On the bright side, though, they're not the only ones that have a decent amount of map coverage to go. Granted, you are one of those last teams to come in behind everybody else. Your primary concern is going to be, well, depending on where those other teams are situated, depending on where they're positioned, entirely. That's exactly what King and FaZe are trying to avoid. They're trying to make their way to zone as quickly as possible so that they are the ones controlling the way that the lobby actually flows.
Yeah, they don't want to be held up. They want to do the rotating parallel and pay for a team that is inside of the top 25. They're as safe as can be. Anything could still happen. FaZe did a good job of leading the charge. Found themselves a little bit of spot where they can hold up for now, but they're getting focused. Players in this lobby. Alex Worthy being one of them on the other side. This isn't looking good for now.
They might not have the damage threshold just yet, but they do have a few crash pads. FaZe are going to instantly use.
ברחתי לך אחורה בפעם האלף, אחי, וזה...
זה לא שם לי קרון. למה זה לא שם לי קרון? אני בטווח של הקרון.
תגיד במדרגות האלו, אחי, מישהו שלוקח SMG, אחי, היה.
אבל זה בין הריטייקים היחידים שקיימים.
חרא ריטייק, אחי, הוא לא עוזר. רק אם אתה עם פאמפ זה טוב, אחי. רק אם אתם משחקים רק עם פאמפ. נגיד עכשיו.
If it wasn't Trulex and Chicho on the other side, it's Storm Surge
ירדתי בקפה, אבל סבבה.
taking a lot of damage, but Rise Yamzo.
סתם החזקתי פאמפ והפקתי, כן?
In the beginning, well, it's just Kanata this time around, but if you go back to his OG self, we used to call him the most prolific solo player in the game, being able to
אתה לא חלמו לי פייט נורמלי?
a huge amount of clutches. We saw Agers do it in their major championship run. Now it's Kanata.
רמניה, גרמת לי לבנות חרא.
Going low. He doesn't have a lot of builds.
אין, אחי.
He has going for him is the damage threshold when it comes to Storm Surge.
A nice little gift though, just on the ground, managed to pick up
אפס פינג, אחי.
materials. It's going to provide more than the 4 builds he had initially to work with. Shot him up to 30, but still, Kanata.
מה? נודר שפגעתי. נודר שאני גם פגעתי.
איזה לקי אני.
לא, סתכל בשידור אחרי זה, איך אני? סתכל
בשידור. On the other side of it, because you're looking at a 1v1 with Kanata, decent chance, but
אני לא יכול לעשות אלי.
for any player to deal with.
Trying to earn their spot. Then there is inside of the top 25. Placement points haven't even kicked in yet. That puts a lot of pressure on the game. He's already survived Storm Surge once. He has the slurp. He has the minis. He's still 123 below. He's out going for shots. He's trying to survive it. There's a big pop down there as well, which will be crucial for his survival. He's down to Tremendous as well. He found a treasure trove and a miracle to keep himself alive. He knows he needs to go. He knows he needs to continue moving forward, get towards the zone. Don't want to fall behind, but a nice shot from the back.
שחק נורמלי, אני צריך ללמד אותך גם איך לעשות אחי, מרטוס תפסידי. אחי, באמת שלקחת לי את המרטוס.
That some other team, some other solo gets eliminated first, and that
lama
him to where he actually isn't below that search threshold, but Kanata right now.
אשכרה אני צריך ללמד אותך איך עושים.
Finally finds himself eliminated from the lobby. Unfortunate run there. But Kanata and Aegis in our final game today.
Yeah, at least he got this experience on the because he's going to have to go again tomorrow against our last chance major team. Zaxidus and his teammate have the high ground. They started the game on the bubble. So you got to imagine they've been climbing up that ladder just like Booga and Threats. Throughout the day. They have yet to play a solid game as a duo. This is their chance.
תעשה בוקס, עכשיו אני מראה לך איך אתה נכנס למישהו לבא.
A lot of damage being done here by Storm. Not even these players.
We're seeing so many teams though struggling with Storm Surge, but for Booga and Threats, they were over 800 damage.
למה פתחת, אחי? למה פתחת? אבל אתה לא הסברת, עשיתי פיקס אחד, בוא תסתכל מה עושים, אחי. תעשה לובי ברזל!
Try and help out in the process. We are simply too deep into these moving zones at this point. Is now
לא כיף איתך, לא כיף איתך.
himself in a decent amount of pressure. Slash splashes, all of his slash splashes actually going to be expended here.
אתה, סתכל מה אתה עושה. תיקח את הקיר, אתה עושה ככה, אתה חושף פעם אחת, אתה פותח דלת, אתה קופץ, שם כזה.
Quick reaction, but not picking up that Cow Gamer and 7-man. A big game's needed from them. Boost themselves into that top 25 as well. Booga and Threats, 5 eliminations so far, peeking down low, trying to recycle some of these builds. They know they don't got much left. A refresh or anything is what they're looking for. And they even split it between them two, so it's even less for an individual. They fall on top of Alex. Can they get that elimination? Can they get the second? Yes, they can.
אף אחורה, מה זה יעזור לו? ואז יש לי איי.
And push themselves into the top 10.
Just barely there. No, Booga is going to find himself trapped just outside. He won't be able to make it in time. And the knock from that surge area, so tough for the Storm, is going to be his ultimate competitor. But Threats still up. Doesn't have much left in the Medness though. Needs to find a refresh at this point.
100% necessary, but these points that he's grabbing here, staying alive, 7 eliminations as well. It's definitely going to be a buzzer beater if I ever seen one myself, and he's continuing to bypass everybody. But on the high ground, it's Yamso and Rise that are trying to take this last and final game of the day. A few teams actually that are still need this shot to try to qualify. Mission Team is one of them. Doesn't get again. Another elimination, trying to go ahead and keep him and Booga's dream alive.
But for Threads, he didn't find any sort of white heals, which he needed. Granted, it might not be necessary. The closing shot there. But with the Yamso there, it's no problem whatsoever. And we are seeing one of NA's finest with a victory royale for the day close.
I call them one of the most dangerous teams coming into the Global Championship. It may have taken them some time to heat up, but they have finally won the game. And I want to go ahead and hear exactly what they have to say, so I'm going to throw it over to Frankie to let us know how they're feeling in this moment.
I'm between the danger zone and what a day it's been for the two of you. A spot in Sunday's grand final was inevitable, but how did you ramp things up for the victory royale at the end of today?
It was a rough first few games. We had a 2-0 push back to back, so we said we went last, and he had, I think, 3 headshot snipes this game, so it set us up in the beginning of the game and got the win.
And you are currently in 4th place. So you say you've had a tough day, but you've had incredible performance. For you, Rise, what's it been like getting to compete with so many people here?
It's been awesome. It's my first land.
That's incredible because you're taking to it like a duck to water. Let me ask you about this year and getting ready for LAN, because we know the two of you love to go for eliminations, but you've had to follow ability to make it to the end games, and now you make it successful. What do you think was the key to making that change?
To be honest, we've just been playing the whole year and we just kept the same play style.
אתה יודע, מי שנשאר מולם רצה להקליט את זה, הוא דפק שוטס, אוקיי, הוא תליה בשניהם.
ג'ונתן, אחי, בוא נכנס לג'ונתן.
I think the first game we're a little nervous, of course. Both our first land.
After
game 1, it went away, and feels good to be playing an international stage. So.
Do you think you could get used to being on land? Do you feel like this is your favorite place to be now?
Yeah, I just have to get used to it. Once you get used to it, it's kind of easy.
You make it look easy, I'm not going to lie, but I know it's definitely not. Yamso, Rise, congratulations. We'll see you on Sunday, and we'll see the guys on the Jets right now, I think.
Thank you so much. This is a unicorn duo. This is a rare type of duo, okay? I'm talking you're bringing together 2 people who are unique in gameplay, in skill set, in hair color. These guys have it all. The Victory Royale, especially here in championship first day, Global Championship first day, that's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll be honest, I feel like they were a little quiet throughout the day. I wasn't really keeping a close eye on the Yamso and Rise, but of course, last game of the day, they gotta be like, hey, by the way, guys, like, we're one of the best teams here, by the way.
Yeah, 100%, man. The Ginger Giants. Hey? These guys are... I had seen them sort of within almost every game, right, towards the back end, right? You said, you know, he had the double 0-point games or whatnot, but then the rest of it was very consistent, exactly what you expect to see from the Yamso and Rise. They're one of the teams I love the most from NA, right? Because tactically, they are sound, right? They are as good tactically as any other team in the world. And when they are feeling confident, when they are in their rhythm, they are so good, and they showed it there in that last game.
Yamso's always been one of those guys, right, that is just ridiculously confident. And it's not in like a cocky way, it's just he knows what he can do.
He's good.
And now they're like, hey, look, kind of what he's saying, once we figured it out, it's easy. It's not necessarily easy. They are just that good.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to point out the fact that, you know, they mentioned that, yeah, sure, the first game we were a little bit nervous. And a lot of the times we talk about experience being that, oh, they've been to these in-person events before. And that's why some of those players that have that experience come in and they're sort of ready. But the fact that they were able to adapt and get comfortable in just a short amount of time, right? We only played 5 games today, and they were talking like they were very, very comfortable towards the end of it. So that is impressive in its own right.
But that comes with having a game plan, right? And that's the difference between them and a lot of other teams, just in compared to Fortnite in general, is these guys come ready. And when you have a game plan that you can trust, you just have to be confident, right? Because you know you follow that game plan, it's going to take you far, and that's exactly what these guys can do.
Absolutely. Let's do this. Let's take a look at our standings. Remember, we want to end the day in top 25 to go straight on through to Sunday. Real quick, Vivid, I am not good at reading. What's that? What is that? What do you say? What's the name up there in the first place?
Hey, Levin, let's take the facts here, right? I'm a little short. Have a little trouble with the top shelf sometimes.
Okay.
Can you go ahead and read out first place from all the way up there,
guys.
all the way up there?
All right.
Who's
so
that?
In first place, you have Agents Cold and Dig Acorn. They have been phenomenal. Yes, 325 points. First place.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got them. Now, what's crazy to me, let's talk about the overall of this top 10, right? I would have expected a lot more EU names in general, but that's not the case. Now, we have some high-profile ones in there, Queasy, Venos, Seti, and Cammy. But still, NA deciding to show up on day one.
Yeah, NA had a very good day. I'm very, very proud of everybody. I think Acorn and Cole definitely proved that low ground is pretty much theirs, especially when it comes to finding the eliminations, when it comes to finding the great rotations that they actually do through some of those mid games. Some of them they just weren't even building. So shout out to Acorn for making some of those calls. And obviously, Cold, he'll always find you an elimination.
100%, right? And even similar for Yomza and Rise towards the back end of them games, right? There were a couple of those games, I think it was game 3. You saw them trying to look up for height, and they were ready, they wanted to go for it. Queasy and Venom up there, started spraying them. But when you're an IGO as good as Rise is, you're not concerned about that. Cool, we can't play for height. I'll just play mid ground and low ground just as well. And that's exactly what they've done today.
You'd love to see it. Now, our next question obviously has to be, who's going through? We know the top 25 will be moving on to Sunday. Let's take a look at a list of the 25 players that have qualified. A couple of names, let's just call them out. Obviously, we saw some of the big ones. I wanted to quickly highlight Zagu right here and Peppo Clip. Obviously, we saw them back in the days of Invitational. For them, though, back then, day 2 didn't quite hit as hard. But now, making it through to Sunday, they have time to prepare. And hopefully, they'll bring some heat.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to actually see what they bring on day number 3. We also saw some very cool strategies from them throughout the day, you know, farming some of that surge. Very, very cool from them. But talking about some of the smaller regions, I mean, Alex and Worthy, 6th place from the OCE region. Very impressive.
Alex is one of my favorite players to watch. Such an electric player, so entertaining. At any given moment, this guy can turn it on and just absolutely storm and roll for anyone. Worthy as well. When I spoke to them, they said they were struggling a bit, right? It's a 25-hour flight for them, right, to get it over here. And they said, yeah, we're feeling a bit tired, but, you know, give us some good sleep and we'll be able to get into our lobby and show you what we can do. And that's what they're doing here today.
So now that we've kind of concluded the first 5 games, how are you guys feeling about the competition? Obviously, it's pretty evident there's a lot of duos that are still holding some things back, right? Whether that be they held them back and now they're going to lower bracket, or they're in the top 25. They can hold them till Sunday. Did day 1 meet your expectations, Vivid?
Yeah, I feel like so. And again, I want to kind of bring up the regional aspect of the global championship. Going actually into finals from the upper bracket, we have 12 EU teams, 8 NA teams, 2 Asia teams, and then 1 each for Middle East, Asia, or not Asia, Brazil, and OCE. So pretty rounded out, right? Regional representation from every single one of those going into the finals from the upper bracket.
Yeah, someone from everywhere stepped up, seemingly, and I think that's what you sort of would have expected. I think we always come into these competitions and think, you know, we sort of stack the biggest names up there and think, oh, this team's going to call, that team's going to call. There's always going to be some form of disappointment, and I think there will be some teams that thought, you know what, this hasn't been the best day for us. Yeah, we have the lower bracket, but we wanted to get it done in the upper. But even with that being said, I think I've definitely seen what I expected to see from a lot of the better teams, the better players, the big names, the fan favorites, of course. Even from what we've seen from the crowd here today, when they were more in there, a lot of people gone to the toilet, it seems. But when they were here, right, the noise was crazy. So I think all in all, man, the players who will be playing tomorrow definitely have to come in and maybe adjust some things, but it's been a great day.
For sure. Let's take a look at some of those players. We'll start kind of on the bubble. And this final game was a fight for that top 25 spot. Ultimately, it was iDrop and Mappy that do make it through to the grand finals on Sunday. But take a look at some of these names here down to 34th that are going to be we'll be seeing go tomorrow. Fahad actually for one moment, overtook the 25th spot. And it looks like it was going to be locked in, but just barely falling short. A single point making the difference.
How do we have 2 teams a single point behind 25th there? In that 33rd spot, I saw Pink and Vika. I want to talk about them very, very quickly because I'm expecting that they will have the opportunity to be uncontested in the lower bracket tomorrow. So I'm assuming it'll be a little bit better of a day for them.
Yeah, 100%, right? They're more accustomed to sort of dealing with that situation where they will have access to all the loot, right? And all that space in that area. But of course, if you are any of these teams, they will be feeling a bit disappointed. You have to be able to just mentally reset, come back into tomorrow. I think the big thing is, it's obviously going to be a very different lobby tomorrow. We have a whole new set of teams coming in, a bunch of players who may have been contested today, uncontested, like in the case of Pink and Vico. Some players who maybe were uncontested today might be contested tomorrow, right? So it's like, you know, you're almost coming into not a whole different tournament, but it's going to feel that way in the lobby at times.
Is there more pressure going into tomorrow? Obviously, the 25 in the lower bracket have been watching. They've been learning. They've been trying to figure things out. Players that have gone from today now to the lower bracket, is that more pressure? Is it maybe like, okay, I'm warmed up, so let me just kind of change a couple things and we're good?
I think from a format-wise, it has to be more pressure, right? Like, it just has to be. But more games, right? 5 games under their belt now on the international stage. They got to be feeling a little bit more comfortable when it comes to the setups, the crowd, and the lights.
Yeah, I think there'll be more pressure because, of course, these teams were expected to go through. They were the upper bracket teams, right? A lot of the lower bracket teams, some of those guys don't have that LAN experience. But for the teams who didn't quite do it today, in your head, you're thinking, oh, top 25, that's pretty easy. I can get that. You didn't, right? So now you're almost second-guessing yourself. It's not easy to get top 25.
Yeah, this is, I mean, what? 75 of the best duos in the world, right? This was going to be a difficult task. Some duos took full advantage. EU, you know who you are. Crazy Vano, Sadie Cammy. We're going to take a little break here because Kelly is standing by in the Creator Lounge with none other than Peach Cobbler.
That is right, Zeke. Peach Cobbler here joining me. Thank you so much. Day 1 is now over. How has it been for you?
Oh my gosh, it's been absolutely amazing. It's kind of like just a big teaser for what's to come.
Oh, yeah. I mean, tomorrow, speaking of what's to come, we have the lower bracket now joining the bottom 25 teams here. Is there any team coming into tomorrow that we haven't seen today that you're excited for?
Oh my gosh, definitely Clicks and Epic Whale. Some of my favorites for a long time now.
Oh yeah, you were actually just telling me before we went live that you've been going to Fortnite tournaments since the World Cup. What has that been like watching Fortnite grow and evolve?
It's honestly been such a blessing. Like, I feel like each year Epic just steps it up one level after the next. And it got me hooked on seeing the live events. Like, being here is nothing like being at home.
And speaking of Epic Whale, you were actually sitting behind the parents. What is it like to see, you know, just these emotional moments and the people that are so passionate, just like yourself?
Oh my gosh, it definitely passes on like through you. Like, they were crying, I started crying. I was like, I didn't even know who Epic was at the time, but just to see that passion from the parents supporting and then like watching him compete the way that he did was just beautiful.
And we got to watch some incredible competition today. Was there any surprises for you?
Oh my gosh, I feel like Fortnite in general is just full of surprises. Like the loot pool or what people land on. A lot of the 50-50s had me like jaw-dropping shocked, and it was just exciting to see Kanata go against Malabuka and Thomas, and just like it was amazing. Very hype.
I know. I can't believe that it's already over. I just want more, and we'll get more tomorrow. But Peach Cobbler, thank you so much for joining me here in the Creator Lounge. Where can people find you online?
It's the Peach Cobbler. Anyway, thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you again. And guys, I believe we're heading back to you, Zeke.
You are. Hi. Thanks again to Peach Cobbler for hanging out and all of our creators that stopped by. We do truly appreciate that. We have to set expectations going into tomorrow. We don't want to get too kind of deep into it because we'll have all day tomorrow to break all of it down. But now that we know which duels will be moving to tomorrow, I kind of wanted to kind of get your thoughts. Are there duos in the lower bracket as we take a look at this list? Just give me one from each of you, just a little more.
Mr. Savage and Vedil, it has to be, right? You know, Mr. Savage. all the fans in the world, clearly, right? Everybody loves Mr. Savage, and of course the same for the deal. All the pressure's going to be on them to perform for their fans, and I think they'll deliver.
Hey, Levin, we were hanging out a little bit with some of the fans, and as they were walking around, I believe I heard this multiple times, quote unquote, Clix is going to win. So I'm sure the arena will be absolutely crazy tomorrow seeing him compete, so I'll be excited for that as well.
I've got to round this out. Agers and Kanata, right? Having this crazy 50-50 off spawn today. Didn't work out, but that's okay. This is Agers, this is Kanata. They're FNCS champions for a reason. I will put my faith in that hat, of course. As we begin to wrap things up, how did you feel about the day?
Absolutely awesome. I think everybody crushed it out there. It was pretty much exactly what we were hoping for out of an upper bracket, right? I feel like we saw a lot of strategies actually come out, and then some others, you know, it looked like towards the back end of the day, a lot of those top entries kind of decided to kind of pull it back a little bit, right? And relax. So that means that they're not really putting everything out there, which means that they'll be ready for finals.
Yeah, 100%. I think everything in the server has been unbelievable. What you'd expect. The crowd has been amazing. I think for me personally, seeing Zeke, you know, sort of on the stage, for the stage, you feel right, the lights go down, everyone's cheering. He looked like the coldest man in all of Denmark in that moment, man. He just looked way too cool. I think more of that from you, Zeke, and I'd be happy.
Okay, anyway, as we start prepping for tomorrow, why don't we send it up to the cast to get their thoughts on the day?
Thoughts? I have so many of these thoughts from watching the first 3 games in the crowd, this amazing crowd that's been so great all day long, to casting these final 2. All I really got to say, Taco, is for those 25 teams that are playing again tomorrow, look at it as glass half full. You have another opportunity to make your dreams come true. Just don't take it lightly.
Look, the lower bracket was already looking pretty spicy as is, so seeing some of the teams that are going to be joining them after today's competition, it is going to be insane for tomorrow's lower bracket matches. And one of my favorite parts personally about today was being up here in the commentary booth the entire time and just hearing the moments of cheering, the crowd chants. I cannot wait to see what some of these fans bring for us tomorrow in the lower bracket matches, because you have to expect that is the last opportunity. You either make it through in the top 25 of our lower bracket tomorrow, or that's it. You're going home. You're not going to see what the Global Championship Finals lobby is going to consist of on Sunday.
Yeah, this is something that I think we've been waiting for such a long time. 5 more games in the lower bracket, but that's going to do it for myself and the best Taco. Back to my best friends on the stage.
Whoa, Jacob, I am your best friend. Okay, that was Jacob PR, that was the best Taco, and can't forget Monster D-Face as well for calling some of the shots for us today. But that is it. Now we set our eyes on tomorrow. The lower bracket kicks off same time, same great place. We'll have so much to talk about tomorrow, so make sure you do not miss it. Don't forget as well, grand finals on Sunday. Global champions will be crowned. Thank you so much for watching Fortnite fam. As always, we love you. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep.